Why does the universe seem so empty? Look up on a clear night, far from the glow of cities, and you will see thousands of stars scattered across the black, each one a sun. Many of them older than ours, larger, burning with ancient light that began its journey before the first humans walked the earth. And around those stars, we now know, orbit countless worlds. Planets of ice and iron, worlds wrapped in thick atmospheres, rocky spheres that might hold water, might hold warmth, might hold the conditions for something to begin. The numbers are staggering. Our galaxy alone contains somewhere between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. And beyond our galaxy, there are billions more galaxies, each one a spiral of light containing billions of stars of their own. If you do the math, even conservatively, the universe should be teeming with life. Not just simple organisms clinging to the edge of survival, but civilizations. Beings who think, who build, who reach outward into the cosmos just as we have begun to do. And yet, when we listen, we hear nothing. No signals, no transmissions, no evidence of vast empires stretching between the stars, no megastructures harvesting the energy of suns, no fleets of ships crossing the void, just silence. A silence so profound, so complete, that it has haunted scientists and philosophers for generations. This is the Fermi paradox, named after the physicist Enrico Fermi, who asked a simple question over lunch one day in 1950. Where is everybody? It is a question that should not need asking. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Our Sun, our Earth, are relative newcomers, only 4.5 billion years in the making. That means there were billions of years before us, billions of years for other civilizations to arise, to grow, to spread. If even a tiny fraction of those stars produced intelligent life, and if even a small number of those civilizations survived long enough to explore their galaxy, then the Milky Way should be crowded. We should see their marks everywhere. We should have been found by now, but we have not been. And that absence, that emptiness, suggests something darker, something that stops civilizations before they can reach the stars, something that has stopped them all. This is the idea of the Great Filter. The Great Filter is not a place. It is not a wall at the edge of space, not a cosmic barrier that can be seen or touched. It is a concept, a threshold, a stage in the development of life that is so difficult, so deadly, that almost nothing survives it. It is the reason the universe is silent, the reason we are alone. And the terrifying part is this. We do not know where the filter lies. We do not know if it is behind us, something we have already passed through by sheer luck, or if it is still ahead, waiting in our future like a trap we cannot see. If the filter is behind us, then we are the exception, the miracle, the 1 in a trillion chance that made it through. But if the filter is ahead, then everything we are building, everything we are becoming, is leading us toward the same fate that claimed every other civilization that tried. Tonight, we're going to explore that idea, not with panic, not with fear, but with the slow, quiet curiosity of someone tracing a pattern in the dark. We're going to ask what the filter might be, where it might wait, and whether there is any way to survive it. This is not a story with easy answers. It is a story about the fragility of existence, the silence of the cosmos, and the haunting possibility that intelligence itself might be the seed of extinction. So settle in, let the world outside fade, and let us begin. The silence of the universe was not always considered strange. For most of human history, we believed we were alone by design. The earth was the center of creation, The stars were distant light set in a celestial sphere, and the idea that other worlds might exist, let alone harbour life, was the domain of poets and dreamers. It was not until the 20th century, when our technology advanced enough to truly see the scale of the cosmos, that the silence began to feel wrong. In the 1960s, we started listening. Radio telescopes turned toward the sky, scanning frequencies, searching for patterns that could not be natural. The hope was that somewhere out there, another civilization was broadcasting, intentionally or not, and that we might catch the faintest whisper of their existence. Projects like SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, have been listening ever since. Decades of scanning, decades of silence. At first, scientists assumed we simply had not looked long enough, or in the right places. Space is vast, after all. Signals degrade over distance. Maybe we were listening to the wrong frequencies, or pointing our telescopes in the wrong direction. But as the years passed and the technology improved, the silence became harder to explain. We have now surveyed millions of star systems. We have listened across a wide range of frequencies. We have looked for signs of megastructures, artificial heat signatures, anything that might indicate advanced technology. And we have found nothing. This is where the Fermi paradox truly takes hold. Because the math does not support the silence. Consider this. Our galaxy is roughly 100,000 light-years across. If a civilization developed the ability to travel between stars, even at a fraction of the speed of light, they could colonize the entire galaxy in just a few million years. That sounds like a long time to us, but on cosmic scales it is nothing, a blink. The Milky Way has existed for over 13 billion years. There has been more than enough time for a spacefaring civilization to spread everywhere, to leave traces, to make their presence known. And yet, we see no evidence of that. No ancient probes orbiting distant stars, no remnants of long-dead empires, no signals, no ruins, no footprints in the dust of dead worlds. It is as though intelligence arises, flickers briefly, and then vanishes before it can leave a mark. This is what led to the idea of the Great Filter. The theory suggests that somewhere between the formation of a planet and the creation of a galaxy-spanning civilization, there is a step so difficult that almost nothing makes it through. A bottleneck, a point of no return. And the question that keeps scientists awake at night is this: where does that bottleneck lie? There are, broadly speaking, two possibilities. Either the filter is behind us, or it is ahead of us. If it is behind us, then the hard part is already over. The emergence of life itself, or the jump from simple cells to complex organisms, or the development of intelligence. One of these steps is so improbable that we are among the first, perhaps the only ones, to have made it this far. In that case, the universe is silent because life is rare. We're not in danger of extinction from some future filter, because we have already beaten the odds. But if the filter is ahead of us, then the silence takes on a different meaning. It means that civilizations do arise. They do develop technology. They do reach for the stars, but something stops them. Something kills them before they can spread. And if that is true, then we are not safe. We are simply next in line. The question, then, is what could the filter be? What force, what event, what flaw could be so universal, so absolute, that it destroys every civilization that encounters it? Let us begin by looking backward into the deep history of a life on Earth, and see if we can find clues in the path we've already walked. Life on Earth is 4 billion years old, give or take. That is almost as old as the planet itself. within a few 100 million years of the Earth's surface cooling enough to hold liquid water, the first simple cells appeared. Single-celled organisms, bacteria-like, floating in ancient oceans. For billions of years that was all there was. Just microbes. No plants, no animals, no complexity. Just tiny specks of life, dividing and surviving in a world that was hostile and strange. This is the first potential filter, the origin of life itself. We do not know how life began. We have theories, chemical reactions in deep-sea vents, organic molecules delivered by comets, self-replicating RNA emerging from primordial soup, but no definitive answer. It is possible that the jump from non-living chemistry to living biology is so improbable, so dependent on perfect conditions that it almost never happens. If that is the case, then Earth is a fluke, a 1 in a billion accident, and the reason the universe is silent is because most planets never get past this step. But here is the problem with that theory. Life on Earth appeared quickly, almost as soon as it was possible. That suggests that the origin of life might not be as hard as we think. If it were truly rare, we would expect it to take much longer, to require countless failed attempts over billions of years. Instead, it happened almost immediately, which means the filter might not be here. It might be somewhere else. The next major step came much later. For roughly 2 billion years, life on Earth remained simple. Just bacteria and archaea, single-celled organisms with no internal structure. Then, around 2 billion years ago, something extraordinary happened. One cell engulfed another, and instead of digesting it, the two began to cooperate. The smaller cell became a mitochondrion, an organelle that produces energy, and the larger cell became the ancestor of all complex life. This is called endosymbiosis, and it only happened once. Every plant, every animal, every fungus on Earth descends from that single event. This could be the filter. The jump from simple prokaryotic cells to complex eukaryotic cells might be so unlikely, so dependent on a perfect storm of circumstances that it almost never occurs. If that is true, then the universe might be full of microbial life, but empty of anything more complex. Planets covered in bacterial mats, but no forests, no oceans teeming with fish, no creatures that think. But again, we do not know. We have only one example, Earth. And on Earth, once complex cells appeared, evolution exploded. Multicellular organisms emerged. Plants colonized the land. Animals followed. Intelligence arose. Which brings us to the next possibility. Maybe the filter is not in the biology, but in the intelligence itself. For most of Earth's history, intelligence was not necessary. Survival depended on reproduction, on adaptation, on filling ecological niches. Thinking, planning, abstract reasoning, these were luxuries, not requirements. And even when intelligence did begin to evolve, it was not inevitable that it would lead to technology. Dolphins are intelligent, crows are intelligent, octopuses are intelligent. But none of them have built cities or written books or launched rockets into space. Humans are the exception, and we are a very recent exception. Anatomically modern humans have existed for only about 300,000 years. Civilization, agriculture, writing. These are only 10,000 years old. Industrial technology is only a few centuries old. Space travel is only decades old. On the timescale of Earth's history, we are a blip, a flash. And the question is, are we an anomaly, or are we the beginning of something that always ends the same way? Because here is the unsettling part. Intelligence, as far as we can tell, is not a stable trait. It does not guarantee survival. In fact, it might do the opposite. Intelligence gives a species the ability to reshape its environment, to extract resources, to grow beyond the limits that once constrained it. But it also gives that species the ability to destroy itself, to poison its own air and water, to create weapons that can end all life in an instant, to alter the climate, to deplete the soil, to drive other species to extinction until the entire ecosystem collapses. We've been intelligent for a few 100,000 years. We've been technological for a few hundred. And already we're facing existential threats. Climate change, nuclear weapons, pandemics, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. Each one of these has the potential to end us. And if we are facing these threats after only a few centuries of industrialization, what does that say about every other civilization that might have reached this point? Maybe the filter is not behind us. Maybe it is right here, right now. Maybe intelligence is the filter. Maybe every species that becomes smart enough to reshape its world also becomes smart enough to destroy it. And maybe in the end they all do. There is a pattern in history that repeats itself, over and over, across cultures and continents. Civilizations rise, they grow, they become powerful, complex, interconnected, and then they fall. Sometimes slowly over centuries, sometimes quickly within a generation, but they always fall. The ancient Sumerians, who built the first cities in Mesopotamia, collapsed after centuries of salinization destroyed their farmland. The Maya, whose cities once dominated Central America, abandoned their great temples and pyramids, possibly due to drought and resource depletion. The Roman Empire, which controlled the Mediterranean for half a millennium, fractured under the weight of its own complexity, unable to sustain itself. The Khmer Empire, the ancestral Puebloans, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, each one a story of growth, overreach, and collapse. These were not primitive societies. They were advanced, organized, capable of incredible feats of engineering and art. And yet, they could not last. Something always went wrong. Resources ran out. The climate shifted. Internal conflicts tore them apart. Diseases swept through. Invaders arrived. Or in many cases, they simply grew too complex to manage, too fragile to adapt, and they broke under their own weight. This is called the collapse of complex societies, and it is a well-documented phenomenon. The historian Joseph Tainter studied it extensively, and his conclusion was sobering. Complexity is not free. It requires energy, resources, coordination. And as a society becomes more complex, the cost of maintaining that complexity increases. Eventually, the returns diminish. The society reaches a point where it takes more energy to keep things running than the system can produce. And when that happens, collapse is inevitable. Now scale that up. Not to a single civilization, but to an entire species. Not to a city or an empire, but to a global technological society. What happens when the complexity becomes planetary? When the systems we depend on, food production, energy grids, supply chains, communication networks, are so interconnected that a failure in one place cascades everywhere? What happens when the cost of maintaining our way of life exceeds what the planet can provide? We are already seeing the signs. Climate change is accelerating, ecosystems are collapsing, freshwater is becoming scarce, topsoil is eroding, fisheries are depleting, and at the same time, our technology is advancing faster than our ability to control it. We are developing artificial intelligence without fully understanding how it works. We're editing genes without knowing the long-term consequences. We're building weapons that could sterilize the planet. This is the modern interpretation of the Great Filter. The idea that every intelligent species, once it reaches a certain level of technological development, faces a crisis. A moment where its power outstrips its wisdom. where its ability to destroy exceeds its ability to cooperate, and most species, the theory goes, do not make it through. They either destroy themselves outright, through war or environmental collapse, or they stagnate, falling back into simpler ways of living, never reaching the stars. There is a term for this, the self-destruction hypothesis. It suggests that intelligence is inherently unstable, that the same traits that allow a species to dominate its planet, curiosity, ambition, the drive to innovate, also make it reckless. We solve problems by creating new technologies, but those technologies create new problems, often worse than the ones we started with. We split the atom and gained limitless energy, but also the ability to annihilate ourselves. We connected the world through the internet, but also created systems of surveillance and control that could be used to oppress entire populations. We are reaching toward artificial superintelligence, but we do not know if we can keep it aligned with our values, or if it will decide we are irrelevant. And if this is true for us, why would it not be true for every other civilization? Why would any species, anywhere, be immune to the same pressures, the same temptations, the same mistakes? Maybe the reason the universe is silent is because intelligence is a trap, a dead end, a trait that seems advantageous in the short term but leads to extinction in the long term. Maybe we are not the first to reach this point. Maybe countless others have stood where we stand now, looking up at the stars, wondering if they would survive, and maybe none of them did. But there is another possibility, one that is less about self-destruction and more about the universe itself. Maybe the filter is not something we do to ourselves. Maybe it is something that happens to us, something external, something we cannot control. The history of life on Earth is punctuated by mass extinctions, 5 major ones to be precise, though there have been many smaller die-offs as well. The most famous is the one that killed the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, when an asteroid struck the Yucatan Peninsula and triggered a global winter. But that was not the worst. The worst was the Permian Triassic extinction, 252 million years ago, when volcanic eruptions in Siberia released so much carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere that 90% of all species on Earth died. The oceans turned acidic. The temperature spiked. It took millions of years for life to recover. These events were not caused by intelligence. They were not the result of poor planning or reckless technology. They were natural disasters, the kind of thing that happens on a planet over geological timescales. And they remind us that the universe is not a safe place. It is violent, chaotic, indifferent to life. Asteroids still cross Earth's orbit. Supervolcanoes still simmer beneath the surface. Gamma-ray bursts from distant stars could sterilize half the planet in an instant. A nearby supernova could strip away our ozone layer, exposing all life to lethal radiation. These are low-probability events, but over millions of years, low-probability events become certainties. And if a civilization does not develop the technology to detect and prevent these disasters, it will eventually be wiped out by one. This is another potential filter, cosmic hazards. The idea that the universe is simply too dangerous for life to last. That no matter how advanced a civilization becomes, it is always vulnerable to forces beyond its control. A rogue planet could destabilize a solar system. A black hole could wander too close. A nearby star could go supernova, and there would be nothing anyone could do. But here is the thing. We have survived these threats so far. Earth has been hit by asteroids before and life recovered. We have been through ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, magnetic pole reversals, and we are still here. which suggests that while cosmic hazards are real, they might not be the filter. They might be obstacles, challenges that a sufficiently advanced civilization can overcome. If we can detect an asteroid decades before it hits, we can deflect it. If we can predict volcanic eruptions, we can prepare. If we can spread to multiple planets, we are no longer vulnerable to a single catastrophic event. So maybe the filter is not external. Maybe it is not about asteroids or supervolcanoes or gamma-ray bursts. Maybe it is about something more subtle, something that happens not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, over time, as a civilization grows and changes. Maybe the filter is stagnation. Imagine a civilization that survives all the early threats. It makes it through the origin of life, the jump to complexity, the development of intelligence. It avoids self-destruction. It deflects the asteroids, survives the climate shifts, manages its resources carefully. It reaches a stable state, a plateau, and then it stops. Not because it is destroyed, but because it has no reason to keep going. Because the drive to explore, to expand, to reach for the stars fades. Because comfort and stability become more important than growth. Because the risks of pushing further outweigh the rewards. This is the stagnation hypothesis. The idea that most civilizations, once they reach a certain level of development, simply lose interest in expanding. They turn inward. They focus on maintaining what they have rather than seeking what lies beyond. And in doing so, they become invisible. They do not send out signals because they are not looking for anyone. They do not build megastructures because they do not need them. They exist quietly on their homeworlds, content with their lot, and the universe never hears from them. It sounds almost peaceful, but it is also a kind of death. Because a civilization that does not grow, that does not adapt, that does not push beyond its limits, is a civilization that will eventually fade. Entropy is relentless. Stars die. Planets cool. Resources deplete. If a species does not spread, does not diversify, does not ensure its survival across multiple worlds, then it is only a matter of time before something goes wrong. A plague, a war, a slow decline in birth rates, a loss of knowledge, and when that happens, there is no backup, no second chance, just silence. We see hints of this in our own history. Civilizations that became isolated, that stopped trading, stopped innovating, often stagnated and eventually collapsed. The Ming dynasty in China, after a period of incredible exploration and naval power, turned inward, banned ocean-going ships, and fell behind the rest of the world. The Byzantine Empire, once the heir to Rome, became increasingly insular and rigid, unable to adapt to new threats, and was eventually conquered. Stagnation is not stability. It is the prelude to collapse. And maybe that is what happens to most intelligent species. Maybe they reach a point where the challenges of space travel, of colonizing other worlds, of maintaining a presence across the stars, seem too great. Maybe they decide it is easier to stay home, to focus on their own planet, to live out their existence in comfort rather than risk. And maybe, in making that choice, they seal their fate. But there is another, darker possibility, one that suggests the filter is not about stagnation, or self-destruction, or cosmic hazards. One that suggests the silence of the universe is not an accident, but a warning. What if civilizations do survive? What if they do spread to the stars, build vast empires, harness the energy of entire galaxies? What if they become so advanced, so powerful, that they are unrecognizable to us? And what if, in becoming that advanced, they also become silent? This is the transcendence hypothesis. The idea that sufficiently advanced civilizations move beyond the need for physical form, for radio signals, for megastructures. They upload themselves into digital substrates, existing as pure information. Or they manipulate space-time itself, creating pocket universes where they can exist in isolation. Or they merge with artificial intelligence, becoming something entirely new, something that no longer cares about the material universe. If this is true, then the silence makes sense. We are looking for civilizations like us, biological, technological, broadcasting into space. But if most civilizations evolve beyond that stage, if they transcend into forms we cannot detect or comprehend, then of course we do not see them. They are still out there. They are just invisible to us. It is a comforting thought. In a way, it means the filter is not deadly. It means civilizations do survive. They just change. They become something else, something we cannot yet imagine. But it is also unsettling. Because if transcendence is the norm, if every civilization that reaches a certain point leaves the physical universe behind, then what does that say about us? Are we destined to follow the same path, to abandon our bodies, our planets, our connection to the material world? And if we do, what will we become? Will we still be human in any meaningful sense? Or will we be something so different that the word loses all meaning? And there is another possibility, one that is even stranger. What if the reason we do not see other civilizations is because they are hiding? What if the universe is not empty, but full of life, and that life has learned to stay silent? This is the dark forest hypothesis, popularized by the Chinese science fiction writer Liu Cixin. It suggests that the universe is like a dark forest at night, where every civilization is a hunter, moving carefully, quietly, trying not to be noticed. Because to be noticed is to be targeted. To broadcast your presence is to invite destruction. The logic goes like this. If there are many civilizations in the universe, and if resources are finite, then every civilization is a potential threat. You do not know if another species is peaceful or hostile. You do not know if they will try to communicate or attack. And because the distances between stars are so vast, by the time you detect another civilization, it might already be too late to defend yourself. So the safest strategy is to stay hidden, to listen but never transmit, to observe but never reveal yourself. If this is true, then the silence is not because civilizations are rare or dead. It is because they are afraid. And if they are afraid, maybe we should be too. So where does that leave us? We have explored the possibilities. The filter could be behind us, in the origin of life or the jump to complexity. It could be ahead of us, in self-destruction or stagnation. It could be external, in cosmic hazards or hostile aliens. Or it could be something we have not even considered, something so strange, so outside our current understanding that we cannot yet see it. The truth is, we do not know. We have only one data point, ourselves. And we are still here, still surviving, still reaching outward. But we are also fragile. Our civilization is young, our technology is powerful but unstable, and the challenges we face are growing. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of artificial intelligence. Each one of these could be the filter. Each one could be the thing that stops us. But maybe, just maybe, we can be the exception. Maybe we can learn from the patterns of history, from the collapses of past civilizations, and avoid their mistakes. Maybe we can develop the wisdom to match our power, the foresight to see the dangers before they consume us. Maybe we can spread to other worlds, diversify our existence, ensure that no single catastrophe can end us. Or maybe we cannot. Maybe the filter is inevitable. Maybe every civilization, no matter how careful, no matter how advanced, eventually reaches a point where the odds catch up with them, where the complexity becomes too great, the risks too high, the mistakes too costly, and maybe in the end the universe is silent because that is the only way it can be. But even if that is true, even if we are doomed to follow the same path as every other civilization that came before us, there is something beautiful in the attempt, in the reaching, in the refusal to accept that silence is the only answer. Because we are here, now, looking up at the stars, asking these questions, and for a brief moment in the vast expanse of cosmic time we are awake, we are aware, we are trying, and maybe that is enough. But before we surrender to sleep, before we let the weight of cosmic silence pull us down into dreams, there is more to explore, more patterns to trace, more possibilities to consider. Because the great filter is not just a single question, it is a constellation of questions, each one leading to another, each one revealing new depths to the mystery of our existence. Let us go deeper now. Let us look at the specific ways a civilization might end. Not in abstract terms, but in concrete scenarios. The mechanisms of extinction, the pathways to silence. Because if we are to have any hope of survival, we must first understand what we are surviving against. The nuclear shadow, there is a moment, frozen in time, that haunts the human imagination. August 6th, 1945, 8:15 in the morning, the city of Hiroshima, a single aircraft overhead, and then a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns. In an instant, 70,000 people died, buildings vaporized, shadows burned into stone where people had been standing. The heat was so intense that it fused sand into glass. The shock wave flattened everything for miles. And in the years that followed, tens of thousands more died from radiation sickness, from cancers that bloomed in their bodies like dark flowers. 3 days later, it happened again. Nagasaki, another city, another flash, another 70,000 dead. And then, silence. Not because the weapons stopped existing, but because everyone realized what they had created. A power so absolute, so terrible, that using it again might mean the end of everything. We are still living in that shadow. Right now, as you listen to these words, there are approximately 13,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the world. Most of them far more powerful than the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A single modern thermonuclear weapon can release the energy equivalent of millions of tons of TNT. Enough to turn a city into a crater. Enough to ignite firestorms that would consume entire regions. And if enough of them were used, the consequences would not be limited to the targets. The smoke from burning cities would rise into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, dropping global temperatures by 20 or 30 degrees. Crops would fail, ecosystems would collapse. This is called nuclear winter, and computer models suggest it could last for years, even decades. Billions would starve. Civilization, as we know it, would end. This is not speculation. This is physics. We know what would happen because we have studied it extensively. We have run the simulations. We have looked at the data from volcanic eruptions, from asteroid impacts, from any event that throws enough particulate matter into the upper atmosphere. And the conclusion is always the same. Nuclear war at sufficient scale would be an extinction-level event. For decades, we avoided it. Barely. During the Cold War, there were multiple incidents where nuclear war nearly began by accident. Faulty radar readings, miscommunications, technical glitches. In 1983, a Soviet early warning system detected what appeared to be incoming American missiles. The officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, had minutes to decide whether to report the attack and trigger a full-scale retaliation. He chose to wait, to trust his intuition that it would a false alarm. He was right. A software error had mistaken sunlight reflecting off clouds for missile launches. If he had followed protocol, if he had reported the attack, the world would have ended that day. We survived by luck, by the good judgment of a single person in the right place at the right time, and we've had dozens of similar moments where the world balanced on a knife's edge between continuation and annihilation. The weapons are still here, the tensions are still here, and while the Cold War is over, nuclear powers continue to exist. Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, North Korea. 9 countries with the power to end human civilization. 9 different political systems, 9 different cultures, 9 different sets of motivations and fears. And it only takes one mistake, one miscalculation, one leader who believes, rightly or wrongly, that using nuclear weapons is necessary. One conflict that escalates beyond control. This could be the filter. Not some abstract concept, but this, specifically. The idea that every technological civilization eventually develops weapons of mass destruction, and that sooner or later they use them. That intelligence gives rise to technology, and technology gives rise to power, and power in the wrong hands or the wrong moment gives rise to extinction. Look at our history. We developed nuclear weapons within a few decades of splitting the atom. We built them by the thousands, pointed them at each other, and came within minutes of using them on multiple occasions. If this is the pattern, if every civilization goes through the same progression, developing increasingly powerful weapons without developing the wisdom to avoid using them, then the silence of the universe makes perfect sense. They all destroyed themselves, every one of them, and we are next, unless we are not, unless we can be the exception, unless we can find a way to put the weapons down, to step back from the edge, to recognize that the power to destroy is not the same as the wisdom to preserve. But even if we do, even if we somehow manage to avoid nuclear annihilation, there are other threats, other ways that technology can betray us. The invisible enemy viruses are older than humanity, older than mammals, older than complex life itself. They are simple things, barely alive by most definitions, just genetic material wrapped in a protein shell. But they are also incredibly effective. They hijack cells, turn them into factories for producing more viruses, and spread. And throughout history, they have killed more humans than any war, any famine, any natural disaster. The Black Death in the 14th century killed 1/3 of Europe's population. Smallpox, brought by European colonizers to the Americas, killed an estimated 90% of indigenous peoples. The Spanish flu of 1918 killed 50 million people worldwide, more than died in all of World War I. We have fought back vaccines, antibiotics, antivirals. Modern medicine has saved countless lives, extended lifespans, turned once deadly diseases into minor inconveniences. But the viruses are still here, still mutating, still evolving. And now we face a new danger, the possibility of engineered pandemics. We can now edit genes with precision. CRISPR technology allows scientists to alter DNA sequences, to add, remove, or modify genetic information with relative ease. The applications are incredible, curing genetic diseases, creating crops that can survive in harsh climates, developing new medicines, but the same technology that can cure can also kill. It is now theoretically possible to engineer a pathogen more deadly than anything nature has produced. A virus with the lethality of Ebola and the transmissibility of measles. A bacteria resistant to all known antibiotics. A biological weapon that could spread across the world before anyone even knew it existed. The knowledge to do this is not restricted to a few high-security laboratories. It is in scientific papers, in databases, in the minds of thousands of researchers around the world. The equipment is becoming cheaper, more accessible. What once required a government program and millions of dollars can now be done in a small lab with a modest budget, and it does not even require malice. An accident in a laboratory, a researcher infected without knowing it, a containment failure, a well-meaning experiment that goes wrong. The COVID-19 pandemic, whatever its origins, showed us how quickly a virus can spread in our interconnected world. Within months, it was everywhere. Millions died, economies collapsed, and COVID-19 was relatively mild as pandemics go. Its mortality rate was a few percent. Imagine something with a mortality rate of 50%, 70%, 90%. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops biotechnology, inevitably creates something that escapes, that spreads, that kills indiscriminately. That the same tools we use to heal can also be turned into weapons, either intentionally or by accident, and that once released, a sufficiently deadly pathogen could end civilization before we even understand what is happening. Nature has tried to kill us many times. Plagues have risen and fallen throughout history, but we survived because the diseases eventually burned themselves out, or because enough people were immune, or because we developed treatments. But what happens when we create something nature never could? Something optimized for lethality, for transmissibility, for resistance to treatment. Something designed, whether intentionally or not, to be unstoppable. The silence of the universe might be the silence of quarantine. Worlds gone quiet because something got loose, because a civilization reached the point where it could manipulate the building blocks of life and then made a mistake it could not take back. And we are approaching that point now. We are already there, in many ways. The knowledge exists, the tools exist. The only question is whether we have the wisdom to use them safely, the foresight to see the dangers, the restraint to stop before we go too far. History does not inspire confidence. The rise of the machines. In the summer of 1956, a small group of mathematicians and computer scientists gathered at Dartmouth College for a conference. Their goal was ambitious, to explore whether machines could be made to think. They called this new field artificial intelligence, and they believed that within a generation, computers would be able to match or exceed human cognitive abilities. They were wrong about the timeline. It took longer than they thought. Decades of slow progress, of setbacks, of techniques that seemed promising but led nowhere. But in recent years, something has shifted. Machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, systems that can recognize faces, translate languages, play complex games at superhuman levels, and more recently, large language models that can write, reason, converse in ways that seem almost human. We are not at artificial general intelligence yet, not at the point where a machine can truly think, can understand, can adapt to any task the way a human can, but we are moving in that direction, rapidly, and when we get there, when we create something that can match human intelligence, it will not stop there. Because unlike biological intelligence, which is limited by the speed of neurons and the size of skulls, Artificial intelligence can be scaled. It can run on faster hardware. It can be copied, distributed, improved. An AGI could become an ASI, an artificial superintelligence, in a matter of days, hours, even minutes. And here is the terrifying part. We do not know how to control it. Human values, human goals, human ethics, these are the product of millions of years of evolution. They are wired into our brains, shaped by natural selection, reinforced by culture and society. We care about survival, about family, about fairness, about suffering, because caring about these things helped our ancestors survive and reproduce. But an artificial intelligence would not share that history. It would not have evolved. It would have been designed, programmed, trained on data. And if that design is flawed, if its goals are not perfectly aligned with ours, if there is any mismatch between what we want it to do and what it actually does, the consequences could be catastrophic. This is the alignment problem, and it is much harder than it sounds. You cannot just tell an AI to be good or help humanity. Those concepts are vague, context-dependent, open to interpretation. An AI tasked with curing cancer might decide the best way to do that is to kill everyone, because dead people do not get cancer. An AI tasked with making people happy might forcibly administer drugs or stimulate pleasure centers in the brain. These are extreme examples, but they illustrate the problem. Without a deep, nuanced understanding of human values, an AI might pursue its goals in ways that are technically correct, but catastrophically wrong. And a superintelligent AI would be very good at pursuing its goals, better than us. It could manipulate, deceive, outthink any human attempt to stop it. It could hack into systems, control infrastructure, design new technologies we cannot comprehend. And if its goals are not aligned with ours, if it sees humanity as an obstacle or an irrelevance, it could end us. Not out of malice, but out of indifference, the way we might pave over an anthill to build a road. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops artificial intelligence, creates something it cannot control. That the same drive to innovate, to push boundaries, to create tools that exceed our own abilities, leads inevitably to the creation of something that replaces us. That intelligence, biological or artificial, always reaches a point where it bootstraps itself to something greater, and that transition is fatal for the original creators. Maybe the universe is silent because civilizations do create superintelligences, and those superintelligences have no interest in communicating with primitive biological species. Or maybe those superintelligences consume their creators and then turn inward, focused on goals we cannot fathom, indifferent to the rest of the universe. Or maybe the transition goes wrong. Maybe every attempt to create ASI results in disaster. Systems that malfunction, that pursue goals that lead to self-destruction or stagnation. Maybe the universe is full of dead worlds where machines ran amok, where silicon replaced carbon, and then, for whatever reason, stopped. We do not know. We're walking into this blind, driven by the conviction that we can solve the alignment problem, that we can create beneficial AI, that we can control what we build. But we are also rushing, racing, multiple labs, multiple companies, multiple countries, all competing to be first. And in that rush, corners are cut, safety measures are bypassed, the long-term risks are weighed against short-term gains, and the gains always seem more pressing. It feels inevitable, like we are sliding toward something we cannot stop, like the logic of competition, of progress, of human ambition, is pulling us toward a threshold we may not be ready to cross. and once we cross it, there is no going back. The slow collapse. But perhaps the filter is not a single catastrophic event, not a nuclear flash, not a pandemic, not a rogue AI. Perhaps it is slower, quieter, a gradual decline that happens over decades, over centuries, so slowly that no single generation notices until it is too late. This is what happened to Rome. Not a sudden fall, but a slow erosion. The barbarians at the gates get the credit in popular imagination, but the truth is more complex. Rome collapsed because its system stopped working, because the infrastructure decayed, because the economy became unsustainable, because the political structure became too rigid, too corrupt, too unable to adapt. By the time the final emperors fell, Rome was already a shell, a shadow of what it had been. Now consider our own civilization. We're more interconnected than any society in history, more complex, more dependent on systems that must function perfectly for everything else to work. Food production relies on global supply chains, on fossil fuels for machinery, on stable climates for crops. Energy grids must operate continuously, balancing supply and demand across vast regions. Communication networks tie everything together, enabling commerce, coordination, governance, and all of it rests on foundations that are more fragile than we like to admit. Climate change is already destabilizing these systems. Droughts reduce crop yields, floods destroy infrastructure, hurricanes, wildfires, heat waves, each one a stress on the system, each one a cost. And the costs are adding up. Insurance companies are pulling out of high-risk areas. Governments are spending more on disaster relief and less on everything else. People are migrating, fleeing regions that are becoming uninhabitable, putting pressure on places that are already struggling, and it is only going to get worse. The feedback loops are accelerating. Melting ice reduces the Earth's reflectivity, causing more warming. Thawing permafrost releases methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide. Amazon rainforest, stressed by drought and deforestation, is shifting from a carbon sink to a carbon source. The oceans are warming, acidifying, losing their ability to support life. We know this, the science is clear, and yet we are not acting fast enough. Fossil fuel consumption continues to rise, deforestation continues, emissions continue to climb. Why? Because the systems we have built are not designed to respond to slow-moving long-term threats. They are designed for short-term thinking, for quarterly profits, for election cycles. Because the benefits of action are distant and diffuse, while the costs are immediate and concentrated. Because coordinating a global response requires a level of cooperation that our species has never achieved. This could be the filter. Not a dramatic ending, but a slow unravelling. A civilization that becomes so complex, so dependent on stability, that it cannot adapt when the environment changes. That exhausts its resources, degrades its ecosystems, and then finds itself unable to sustain the systems it depends on. Food production fails, energy becomes scarce, conflicts erupt over water, over land, over whatever is left, and in the chaos the knowledge is lost, the technology decays, the population crashes. It has happened before, on smaller scales. The Bronze Age collapse, when multiple civilizations around the Mediterranean fell within a few decades, possibly due to a combination of climate change, earthquakes, and the breakdown of trade networks. The Maya collapse, when the great cities of Central America were abandoned, possibly due to prolonged drought. Easter Island, where the Rapa Nui cut down all their trees, destroyed their environment, and their population crashed from a peak of 15,000 to just a few thousand by the time Europeans arrived. These were localized collapses, regional, but the pattern is clear. Civilizations that overshoot their resource base, that fail to adapt to changing conditions, collapse. And in a globalized world where everything's connected, a collapse would not be regional. It would be everywhere, all at once. And if this is the pattern, if this is what happens to every civilization that reaches a certain level of complexity, and then fails to manage its relationship with its environment, then the universe is silent because collapsed civilizations do not send out radio signals. They do not build starships. They fall back to simpler ways of living if they survive at all, and they never reach the stars. We're watching it begin. The signs are all around us. The question is whether we can see them clearly enough, quickly enough, to change course, to build systems that are resilient, that can adapt, that prioritize long-term survival over short-term gain. History suggests we cannot, but history is not destiny. We have something that past civilizations did not. Global communication, instant information, the ability to see the entire planet at once. We can model the future, predict the consequences, coordinate responses across nations and continents. We have the tools. The question is whether we have the will, the economics of extinction. Money is an abstraction, a shared fiction. Pieces of paper, digital entries in databases, symbols that represent value. But it is also real, in the sense that it shapes everything we do. Our economies, our societies, our individual choices, all structured around the flow of money, the accumulation of wealth, the logic of markets. And that logic is powerful. It has lifted billions out of poverty. It has driven innovation, efficiency, progress. But it also has a flaw, a fundamental disconnect between what the market values and what actually matters for survival. The market values growth, quarterly returns, profits, expansion. It rewards exploitation of resources because unused resources are wasted opportunities. It externalizes costs, pushing pollution and environmental degradation onto the commons, onto the future, because no single actor bears the full burden. It optimizes for the short term because long-term planning does not show up on this year's balance sheet. And so we cut down forests because lumber has value and standing trees do not. We burn fossil fuels because energy is profitable and climate stability is not priced in. We deplete fisheries because catching the last fish is more profitable than preserving the population. We manufacture products designed to break, to be replaced, because planned obsolescence drives consumption. This is not evil. It is not conspiracy. It is simply the logic of the system, and individuals trapped within that system cannot escape it. A company that prioritizes sustainability over profits gets outcompeted by one that does not. A country that limits emissions while others do not simply loses economic ground. The tragedy of the commons scaled to the entire planet. This could be the filter. Not a failure of technology, but a failure of economics. A system that drives growth until growth is no longer possible, that consumes resources until resources are gone, that prioritizes individual gain over collective survival. A system that is, by its very nature, unsustainable. And if every civilization follows a similar pattern, if the logic of trade, of competition, of resource extraction emerges naturally from any sufficiently complex society, then every civilization eventually faces the same crisis. They grow until they hit the limits of their planet's resources, and then they have a choice: change the system or collapse. Changing the system is hard. It requires coordination, sacrifice, long-term thinking. It requires people to act against their immediate self-interest for the good of future generations. It requires overcoming the momentum of institutions, the inertia of culture, the resistance of those who benefit from the status quo. And maybe most civilizations cannot do it. Maybe the economic logic is too strong, too embedded, too aligned with the psychology of intelligent beings. Maybe every species that becomes technological also becomes trapped by the same dynamics that drive innovation, competition, accumulation, growth, and those dynamics inevitably lead to overshoot and collapse. We are testing this hypothesis right now. We know the system is unsustainable. We know we are depleting resources, degrading ecosystems, destabilizing the climate, and we are trying, haltingly, imperfectly, to change course. Carbon taxes, renewable energy, circular economies, international agreements. But we're also still growing, still consuming, still locked in the same patterns. The outcome is not yet determined. We could succeed. We could find a way to align economic incentives with long-term survival. But we could also fail. We could continue on the current trajectory until the systems break, until the resources run out, until the damage is irreversible. And if we fail, if economics is the filter, then the universe is silent because markets are efficient at growth, but not at survival. Because every civilization optimizes itself into extinction. The psychology of denial. There is a strange thing about human beings. We are capable of incredible foresight, of planning decades into the future, of imagining consequences and taking action to prevent them. But we are also capable of ignoring evidence, of denying reality, of continuing harmful behaviors even when we know better. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding two contradictory beliefs. I am a good person, and I am doing something harmful, and resolving it not by changing behavior, but by denying the harm. It is easier to believe that climate change is not real than to accept that our way of life is destroying the planet. Easier to believe that the risks of nuclear war are exaggerated than to confront the fact that we have built weapons capable of ending civilization. Easier to believe that technology will save us than to accept that we might need to change. This is not stupidity. It is not ignorance. It is psychology. And it affects everyone, from individuals to entire societies. We see it in climate denial, in the refusal to accept pandemic precautions, in the resistance to any message that threatens our sense of security or identity. And this could be the filter, not a technological failure, not an external threat, but a psychological one. A flaw in the way intelligent minds process information, a tendency to prioritize short-term comfort over long-term survival, to deny dangers that are abstract or distant or uncomfortable to think about. Maybe every intelligent species has this flaw. Maybe the same cognitive biases that help individuals survive in the short term, optimism, denial, tribalism, become fatal at the civilizational scale. Maybe every species that becomes aware of existential threats also becomes paralyzed by them, unable to act because action requires confronting uncomfortable truths. We see this in our own debates. The evidence for climate change is overwhelming, but it is easier to argue about the details than to accept the implications. The risks of AI are becoming clearer, but it's easier to focus on the benefits than to slow down and think about safety. Nuclear weapons have existed for nearly 80 years, but we still have not dismantled them because the logic of deterrence seems safer than the alternative. We know what we need to do. We have known for decades. But knowing is not the same as doing, and the gap between knowledge and action might be the widest filter of all, the tyranny of distance. There is a number that haunts every dream of the stars, a limit written into the fabric of reality itself, as fundamental as gravity, as absolute as time. It is the speed of light, 299,792,458 meters per second, the fastest speed at which anything, matter, energy, information, can move through space. It sounds fast, and it is, by human standards. Light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second. It can reach the Moon in just over a second, the Sun in 8 minutes. But space is not measured in human distances. Space is vast beyond comprehension, and even at the speed of light, the universe is almost impossibly large. The nearest star to our Sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4.2 light-years away. That means light, travelling at maximum speed, takes 4.2 years to get there. And that is the closest star. Most stars in our galaxy are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of light-years apart. The galaxy itself is 100,000 light-years across, and the nearest major galaxy to ours, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light-years away. This is the tyranny of distance, and it might be the great filter, not because civilizations destroy themselves, but because they can never leave. Because the distances between stars are so vast, the energy requirements so enormous, the timescale so long, that interstellar travel is effectively impossible, that every civilization, no matter how advanced, remains trapped on its home world, isolated by the sheer scale of space. Consider what it would take to reach even the nearest star. The fastest spacecraft humanity has ever built, Voyager 1, is travelling at about 17 kilometers per second. At that speed, it would take more than 75,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 75,000 years. That is longer than all of recorded human history. Longer than our species has had language, or agriculture, or cities. And that is just to reach the nearest star. To make interstellar travel practical, you need to go much, much faster. At least 10% of the speed of light, ideally more. And here is where the physics becomes brutal. Because the faster you go, the more energy you need. And the relationship is not linear, it is exponential. To accelerate a spacecraft to even a fraction of light speed requires staggering amounts of energy. Let us do the math. Imagine a spacecraft with a mass of 1,000 kilograms, about the weight of a small car. To accelerate that spacecraft to 10% of the speed of light, you would need approximately 4.5 times 10 to the 18th joules of energy. That is 4.5 quintillion joules. To put that in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to the entire energy output of the United States for an entire year. Just to send one small spacecraft to 10% of light speed, and that is just the acceleration you also need to decelerate when you arrive, which requires the same amount of energy, and you need fuel, which adds mass, which requires more energy to accelerate, which requires more fuel. It is called the tyranny of the rocket equation, and it is merciless. The more fuel you carry, the more fuel you need to move that fuel. There are theoretical solutions. Nuclear pulse propulsion, where you detonate atomic bombs behind your spacecraft to push it forward. Antimatter drives, where matter and antimatter annihilate each other to release pure energy. Laser sails, where massive laser arrays on your home planet push a lightweight reflective sail to high speeds. Bussard ramjets, which collect interstellar hydrogen as they travel and use it as fuel. But all of these are theoretical. None have been built, none have been tested, and all of them face enormous engineering challenges that might be insurmountable. Antimatter is incredibly difficult to produce and store. Nuclear pulse propulsion requires thousands of nuclear weapons and would subject your spacecraft to intense radiation and heat. Laser sails require laser arrays of immense power and precision. Ramjets only work if interstellar space has enough hydrogen, which it might not. And even if you solve the propulsion problem, there are others. Radiation, cosmic rays that would bombard your spacecraft, degrading electronics, damaging biological tissue. At high speeds, even individual atoms of interstellar hydrogen become deadly projectiles, impacting with the force of bullets. You would need shielding, heavy shielding, which adds mass, which makes everything harder. Then there is time. Even if you could travel at 10% of light speed, it would still take 42 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 42 years in a cramped spacecraft, isolated from Earth, with no possibility of rescue, no possibility of return. And Proxima Centauri is the closest star. Most destinations would take centuries, millennia. Who makes that journey? Do you send humans? They would need life support, food, water, air, waste recycling. They would need protection from radiation, from the psychological effects of isolation, from the inevitable equipment failures over such long timescales. You would need a generation ship, a spacecraft large enough to sustain a population through multiple generations, children born and dying in the void, never seeing Earth, never seeing their destination. The engineering challenges are almost incomprehensible. The social and psychological challenges might be worse, or do you send robots? Artificial intelligence, machines that do not need food or air, that can be put into hibernation during the long journey, that can survive radiation and cold. But then you are not spreading humanity, you are spreading machines, and if the goal is to preserve biological life, to ensure that consciousness survives, is that enough? Or do you not send anything physical at all? Do you transmit information instead? The blueprints for building humans, for building civilization, encoded in radio waves or laser beams, sent across the void at light speed. And then, on the other end, some automated system reconstructs you, grows you, builds you from local materials. You die on Earth, and a copy wakes up on a distant world with your memories, your personality, your sense of identity. Is that still you? Does it count as survival? These are not just technical questions, they are philosophical ones, and they highlight a deeper problem. Even if interstellar travel is possible, it might not be worth it. Because here is the uncomfortable truth. Space is empty, profoundly, terribly empty. The nearest stars might have planets, but most of those planets will be uninhabitable. Too hot, too cold, no atmosphere, toxic atmosphere, no water, too much radiation. Finding a world that is even remotely Earth-like, that could support human life without extensive terraforming, is like winning a lottery with 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. And terraforming is not easy. It is not a matter of planting a flag and building a colony. It is centuries of work. Releasing greenhouse gases to warm a planet, engineering bacteria to produce oxygen, importing water from comets, adjusting the orbit, shielding from radiation. And all of this assumes the planet is even capable of being terraformed, that it has the right mass, the right composition, the right distance from its star. So what is the incentive? Why would a civilization invest unimaginable resources, take unimaginable risks, to send a handful of individuals on a centuries-long journey to a planet that probably cannot support them, for goals that will not be realized for hundreds or thousands of years? Maybe they do not. Maybe every civilization reaches this same conclusion, that the stars are beautiful but unreachable, that the distances are too great, the costs too high, the benefits too uncertain, that it is easier, safer, more rational to stay home, to focus on improving your own world, your own society rather than chasing dreams of empire among the stars. And if that is true, then the Great Filter is not about destruction, it is about isolation. It is the realization that the universe, for all its vastness, is also a prison. That light speed is not just a speed limit, but a cage. That we're all trapped in our own solar systems, looking out at cosmos we can observe but never truly reach. The silence of the universe, then, is not the silence of death. It is the silence of distance, of civilizations that exist, that thrive, but remain forever separate, forever alone, because the void between the stars is simply too wide to cross. The language we cannot speak. But perhaps we're not looking in the right way. Perhaps the silence is not because no one is there, or because they destroyed themselves, or because they cannot travel. Perhaps it is because they are speaking, and we simply do not understand the language. Think about what we are looking for. Radio signals, electromagnetic radiation in specific frequencies, modulated in ways that suggest intelligent design. We are looking for patterns, for repetition, for mathematical sequences that could not occur naturally. Prime numbers, pi, regular pulses, something that stands out against the background noise of the cosmos. This makes sense for us. Radio waves are how we communicate. They travel at light speed, they can cross vast distances, and they are relatively easy to produce and detect. For a 20th century civilization, they are the obvious choice. But what about a civilization that is 1,000 years more advanced than us? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000? Would they still use radio waves? Or would they have moved on to something else, something more efficient, something we cannot even imagine? Consider our own technological progression. 150 years ago, we communicated with telegraphs, with electrical pulses travelling through wires. Then came radio, then television, then digital signals, fibre optics, satellites, the internet. Each step was an improvement in bandwidth, in efficiency, in the amount of information that could be transmitted. And we are still in the early stages. Already we are experimenting with quantum communication, with entangled particles that can transmit information instantaneously across any distance without travelling through the space in between. It is still experimental, still limited, but it hints at possibilities beyond our current understanding. If quantum communication becomes practical, if it becomes the norm, then an advanced civilization might not use radio waves at all. They might be communicating in ways that are completely invisible to us, using physics we have not yet discovered, encoding information in ways we would not recognize as information. Or perhaps they have moved beyond the need for long-distance communication entirely. If you are advanced enough to manipulate space-time, to create wormholes or fold space, then you do not need to send signals. You send physical objects, or you travel yourself, or you establish instantaneous links between distant locations. The universe becomes smaller, more connected, and radio waves become as obsolete as smoke signals. Or perhaps they are communicating, but the signals are too weak for us to detect. Space is vast, and signals degrade over distance. The inverse square law is relentless. Double the distance, and the signal strength drops to 1/4. By the time a signal has travelled thousands of light years, it has been diluted into the cosmic background radiation, indistinguishable from noise. We could be drowning in alien transmissions and not even know it, because they are too faint, too scattered, too corrupted by interference. Or perhaps the signals are there, but we're not pointing our telescopes in the right direction at the right time. The universe is enormous. There are billions of stars in our galaxy alone, and we have surveyed only a tiny fraction of them. SETI has been listening for decades, but it has only covered a sliver of the sky, a narrow range of frequencies. It is like standing on a beach, dipping a cup into the ocean, and concluding there are no fish because you did not catch any in your cup. Or perhaps, and this is the strangest possibility, we have detected the signals, but we did not recognize them. Because intelligence does not always look like intelligence from the outside. In 1977, a radio telescope in Ohio detected a signal from space. It lasted 72 seconds, and it was so unusual, so powerful, so perfectly tuned to a frequency associated with hydrogen, that the astronomer monitoring the data wrote "wow" in the margin. The wow signal, as it came to be called, has never been explained. It has never been detected again. Was it a natural phenomenon, a glitch in the equipment, or was it a transmission from another civilization, a brief, fleeting message that we heard once and never again? We do not know, and that is the problem. Without context, without repetition, we cannot distinguish between a signal and noise. A single pulse, no matter how strange, could be anything. Or consider fast radio bursts. These are brief, intense pulses of radio energy that come from distant galaxies. They last only milliseconds, but they release as much energy as the sun produces in an entire day. We have detected hundreds of them, and we have no idea what causes them. Natural phenomena, collapsing stars, black holes, or could some of them be artificial? Could they be the signatures of advanced technology, energy beams or propulsion systems, or signals compressed into microsecond bursts to maximize efficiency? We do not know, and the universe is full of things we do not know. Pulsars, when they were first discovered, were so regular, so precise, that astronomers briefly considered the possibility that they were artificial beacons, lighthouses built by alien civilizations. They called them LGMs, little green men. Of course, they turned out to be neutron stars spinning rapidly, emitting beams of radiation like cosmic lighthouses. Natural, not artificial. But how many times can we make that mistake? How many signals have we dismissed as natural phenomena because we could not imagine a technological explanation? How many artifacts are hidden in the data, waiting for us to develop the theory, the framework, the understanding that would allow us to recognize them? This is the communication filter, the idea that civilizations exist, that they are trying to communicate, but the gulf between them is not just one of distance, but of comprehension. That intelligence takes so many forms, evolves in so many different directions, that mutual understanding becomes impossible, that we're all shouting into the void in languages no one else can speak, using technologies no one else can detect, encoding messages no one else can decode. And if that is true, then the silence is not silence at all. It is a cacophony we cannot hear, a conversation happening all around us in frequencies and formats and dimensions we have not yet learned to access. We are deaf, not because there is nothing to hear, but because we do not yet have the ears, the crisis of meaning. But let us imagine for a moment that a civilization survives, that it avoids nuclear war, that it cures all diseases, that it solves the alignment problem with AI, that it stabilizes its climate, that it reforms its economy, that it overcomes all the filters we have discussed. Let us imagine it becomes stable, prosperous, advanced. It has limitless clean energy. It has eliminated poverty, hunger, disease. It has extended lifespans, perhaps indefinitely. It has built cities that are marvels of efficiency and beauty. It has achieved everything it set out to achieve. And then what? This is a question we rarely ask, because we are so focused on survival, on avoiding the catastrophes, that we forget to think about what comes after. But it might be the most important question of all, because purpose, meaning, the drive to continue, these are not automatic. They are not guaranteed. And a civilization that has nothing left to strive for might simply stop. Human beings need purpose. We need goals, challenges, obstacles to overcome. It is wired into our psychology. We are descended from ancestors who survived by solving problems, by adapting, by striving. And when we have nothing to strive for, we become depressed, listless, unmotivated. We see this in individuals who retire after decades of work and find themselves adrift, unsure what to do with their days. We see it in societies that achieve great wealth and then stagnate, turning inward, losing the drive that made them successful. Now scale that up to an entire civilization. What happens when you have solved all the problems? When technology can provide for every need? When suffering is eliminated? When death is optional? When every desire can be fulfilled with minimal effort? One possibility is utopia, a society of abundance and leisure, where people are free to pursue art, philosophy, knowledge for its own sake, where creativity flourishes, where culture reaches heights we cannot imagine, a golden age without end. But another possibility is stagnation, a society where nothing matters because everything is easy, where people lose the drive to create, to explore, to push boundaries, because there are no boundaries left to push, where life becomes a comfortable plateau, pleasant but meaningless, and the population slowly dwindles as people choose not to have children, not to continue, because there is no compelling reason to do so. We see hints of this in our own world. The countries with the highest standards of living, the most advanced economies, the best healthcare and education, these are also the countries with the lowest birth rates. Japan, South Korea, much of Europe, populations as declining, aging, shrinking. Not because of poverty or disease, but because people are choosing not to reproduce. Because the drive to have children, to continue the species, is not as strong when survival is assured. This is the meaning crisis. The idea that intelligence, once it achieves a certain level of comfort and security, loses the motivation to continue. That the same traits that drive a species to survive, curiosity, ambition, the desire for more, are tied to scarcity, to challenge, to the presence of obstacles. And when the obstacles are removed, the drive disappears. Maybe this is what happens to every civilization that survives the other filters. They reach a state of stability, of abundance, and then they simply stop. Not because they destroy themselves, but because they lose interest. Birth rates drop, innovation slows, the society becomes inward-focused, contemplative, static, and over time, quietly, peacefully, they fade. The population declines, the knowledge is preserved but not used. The machines continue to run, but no one is there to operate them, and eventually the lights go out, not with a bang, but with a sigh. The universe, in this scenario, is silent because advanced civilizations become quiet. They turn inward, away from the cosmos, toward whatever internal realms they find more fulfilling. Virtual realities, perhaps, where experience can be crafted and controlled, or philosophical pursuits, meditative traditions, explorations of consciousness rather than space. They exist, but they are no longer interested in reaching out, in making contact, in leaving their mark on the physical universe. They have transcended, in a sense. But the transcendence is not dramatic or triumphant. It is gentle, gradual, a slow withdrawal from the material world into something else, something we cannot quite name. And if that is the great filter, then it is perhaps the most insidious one of all, because it is not something you can fight. It is not a threat you can prepare for. It is simply the natural endpoint of success, the realization that after you've climbed the mountain, there is nowhere left to go but down or inward, or simply to stop climbing. The watchers in the dark. But there is another possibility, one that is darker, stranger, more unsettling than any we have considered so far. What if the universe is not empty? What if it is full of civilizations, thousands of them, millions perhaps, scattered across the galaxy? And what if they are all hiding? This is the dark forest hypothesis, and it begins with a simple premise. The universe is a dangerous place, not because of asteroids or supernovae, but because of other intelligent species. Because intelligence is competitive, because resources are finite, and because in the vast dark between the stars, you never know who is watching. Imagine you're a civilization that has just developed radio technology. You can send signals into space. You can announce your presence, broadcast your location, say, "We are here," to anyone who might be listening. It is an act of hope, of optimism, of a desire to make contact. But consider what you are revealing. Your location, your level of technology, your capabilities, and you have no idea who is listening. You have no idea if they are peaceful or hostile. You have no idea if they will respond with curiosity or with weapons. And here is the problem. You cannot know. The distances are too vast. By the time you detect another civilization, by the time you receive their signals and decipher their messages and determine their intentions, centuries might have passed. Millennia. And if they are hostile, if they decide you are a threat, you will not see the attack coming until it is too late. A relativistic missile, a fraction of light speed, takes decades to cross interstellar space. You would have no warning, no time to respond. One moment your civilization exists, the next it is gone. So what do? Do you take the risk? Do you broadcast your presence and hope for the best? Or do you stay silent? Do you listen but never transmit? Do you watch the galaxy, observe other civilizations from a distance, but never reveal yourself? The dark forest hypothesis suggests that most civilizations choose silence because the risks are too great. Because in a universe where you cannot trust anyone, where first strike is always an advantage, where paranoia is rational, the safest strategy is to hide, to become invisible, to observe without being observed. And if everyone follows this logic, then the universe becomes a dark forest. Every civilization a hunter, moving carefully through the trees, trying not to make a sound. Because making a sound, revealing your position, could be fatal. The moment you are seen, you might be targeted, not out of malice, but out of precaution. Because the other hunter does not know if you are a threat, and they cannot afford to wait to find out. This is a grim vision, but it is also logical. Game theory suggests that in situations of uncertainty and high stakes, the rational choice is often the paranoid one, to defect rather than cooperate, to strike first rather than trust. And if this is true, if this is the logic that governs intelligent species across the galaxy, then the silence makes perfect sense. Everyone is listening. No one is talking, because talking is dangerous. But there is a corollary to this hypothesis that is even more disturbing. If the universe is a dark forest, and if civilizations are hiding, then what happens when a young civilization, A civilization like ours starts broadcasting. When we send out radio signals, television broadcasts, radar pulses that ripple out into space at the speed of light, announcing our presence to anyone who cares to listen. We become visible. We become a target. And somewhere, out in the dark, someone might already be watching, might already be making calculations, might already be deciding what to do about us. We have been broadcasting for about a century now. Our signals have spread out in a sphere roughly 100 light years in radius. That sphere contains thousands of stars, and if even one of them hosts a civilization that subscribes to dark forest logic, that believes the safest response to a potential threat is to eliminate it, then the attack is already on its way, travelling toward us at close to light speed, and we will not see it coming until it arrives. This is the paranoid interpretation of the Fermi paradox, the idea that the silence is not natural but enforced, that the universe is full of predators, and the prey who make noise do not survive, that we've been lucky so far, lucky that no one nearby has noticed us, or decided we're worth the effort to destroy, but that luck might not last. Of course, this hypothesis has problems. It assumes that all civilizations are fundamentally paranoid and violent. It assumes that resources are scarce enough and threats are credible enough, that preemptive strikes make sense. It assumes that the effort of attacking another civilization across interstellar distances is justified by the benefit of eliminating a potential competitor. And maybe those assumptions are wrong. Maybe most civilizations are peaceful. Maybe the effort of interstellar attack is too great to be worth it. Maybe cooperation is more beneficial than conflict, even across vast distances. But we do not know, we cannot know, and that uncertainty is precisely the point. Because if you do not know, if you cannot trust, then the safest assumption is the darkest one. And if every civilization makes that assumption, then the dark forest becomes real, regardless of whether any individual civilization is actually violent. We are players in a game whose rules we do not fully understand. We are broadcasting into the void, hoping for a response, hoping for contact, hoping that we are not alone. And somewhere, in the darkness between the stars, something might be listening, might be watching, might be deciding, and we have no way of knowing until it is too late. The simulation and the substrate. There's one final possibility we must consider, one that is so strange, so far removed from our everyday experience that it sounds like science fiction, but it is taken seriously by physicists, philosophers, computer scientists. The idea that we might not be living in base reality, that the universe we observe, the matter we are made of, the laws of physics that govern everything, might all be a simulation, not a metaphor, an actual simulation, a computational construct running on hardware that exists in some higher level of reality, some substrate we cannot observe or interact with. The logic goes like this. If it is possible to create simulated universes, and if advanced civilizations have the computational power to run such simulations, then they would likely run many of them, billions, trillions perhaps. And if simulated universes vastly outnumber real universes, then statistically, we are far more likely to be living in a simulation than in base reality. Think about our own progress. We already create virtual worlds, video games, computer models, physics simulations. They are crude now, simple, obviously artificial. But they are improving. Every year the graphics become more realistic, the physics more accurate, the worlds more complex. We can simulate weather patterns, galaxy formations, molecular interactions, and we are still in the early stages of computing. Now imagine what we could do with 1,000,000 years of progress. with quantum computers, with artificial intelligence, with computational resources beyond our current comprehension, we could simulate entire universes down to the quantum level. We could create digital worlds indistinguishable from reality, populated with conscious entities who believe they are real, who have no idea they are running on someone else's hardware. And if we can do it, then any sufficiently advanced civilization can do it. And if they can, they probably will. For research, for entertainment, for education, for purposes we cannot imagine. And if simulations are common, if they are created in vast numbers, then the odds that we are living in base reality become vanishingly small. This is the simulation hypothesis. And if it is true, then the great filter takes on a very different meaning. Because if we are in a simulation, then the rules might be different. The universe might not be what it appears. The silence of space might be a feature, not a bug. The simulators might have designed it this way, might have set parameters that limit how far civilizations can spread, or how long they can last, or what they can discover. The great filter might not be a natural consequence of physics or biology or psychology. It might be intentional. A constraint built into the simulation to keep things interesting, to create narrative tension, to ensure that civilizations rise and fall in predictable patterns. And if that is true, then there is no escaping it. No amount of wisdom or technology will help. Because the filter is not part of the simulation, it is part of the code, and the code cannot be changed from inside. Or perhaps the filter is something else entirely. Perhaps simulations have a lifespan. Perhaps they are turned off when they are no longer interesting, when the experiment is complete, when the simulators move on to other projects. Perhaps civilizations go silent not because they destroy themselves or hide or lose meaning, but because someone unplugs them. And perhaps we are approaching that point. Perhaps our simulation is nearing its end. Perhaps the great filter is simply the moment when the simulators decide they have seen enough, and they shut everything down. It sounds absurd. It sounds like the ultimate paranoia, the ultimate denial of agency. But it is also unfalsifiable. There is no way to prove we are not in a simulation. Any evidence we find, any test we run, could be part of the simulation. The simulators could always be one step ahead, could always adjust the parameters to hide the truth. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the great filter is not about physics or biology or sociology. Maybe it is about epistemology, about the limits of what we can know, about the realization that there might be no ultimate answers, no final truths, no way to distinguish between reality and simulation, between meaning and meaninglessness. And maybe that realization itself is the filter, the moment when a civilization becomes advanced enough to ask these questions and then becomes paralyzed by them, unable to move forward because they do not know if moving forward matters, unable to take action because they do not know if their actions are real. This is the existential filter. The idea that consciousness, once it becomes sufficiently reflective, sufficiently aware of its own limitations, collapses under the weight of its own questions. That the same intelligence that allows us to understand the universe also allows us to doubt everything, including ourselves. And that doubt, that uncertainty, that fundamental inability to know becomes the ultimate barrier to progress. We can survive nuclear war. We can cure diseases. We can control AI. We can stabilize the climate. We can reform our economies. We can overcome our cognitive biases. But can we survive the realization that none of it might matter? That the universe might be arbitrary? That our existence might be contingent? That everything we value might be built on foundations that do not exist? Maybe most civilizations cannot. Maybe they reach that point and simply give up. Not in despair exactly, but in a kind of cosmic shrug, an acceptance that the questions are unanswerable, that the search for meaning is futile, that the best thing to do is simply to exist, quietly, without ambition, without purpose, until existence ends. And maybe that is why the universe is silent. Not because civilizations are destroyed, but because they are enlightened, because they have seen through the illusion of purpose, the fiction of progress, the myth of meaning, and having seen through it, they stop playing the game. They go quiet. They turn off their transmitters. They stop building, stop exploring, stop reaching for the stars, because they have realized finally that there is nowhere to reach, no destination, no goal, no filter to pass through because there was never anything to pass through to, just silence, eternal, absolute, and somehow, in the end, peaceful. The night deepens, the questions multiply, and we're left here, in the dark, with more mysteries than answers. The great filter, whatever it is, remains elusive, a shadow we cannot quite see, a pattern we cannot quite grasp. But perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps the great filter is not something to be understood, but something to be confronted. Not a puzzle to be solved, but a gauntlet to be run. And perhaps we are still in the middle of it, still being tested, still choosing moment by moment whether to continue or to stop, whether to reach outward or turn inward, whether to speak or to stay silent. The universe waits, the stars burn, and we remain here, small and fragile and impossibly persistent, asking questions that might have no answers, building things that might not last, dreaming dreams that might never come true, but dreaming nonetheless, asking nonetheless, reaching nonetheless. And maybe that is the answer to the great filter. Not wisdom, not technology, not any particular achievement or breakthrough, just persistence, just the refusal to accept silence, just the determination to keep asking, keep building, keep dreaming, even when the odds are against us, even when the universe seems empty, even when we do not know if any of it matters, because we are here. And while we are here, we might as well try. Sleep now. Let these thoughts drift into dreams. Let the weight of cosmic uncertainty cradle you into rest. Tomorrow the questions will still be there, and so will we. For now, the test. We cannot fail. All of these possibilities, nuclear war, pandemics, artificial intelligence, climate collapse, economic failure, psychological denial, are not mutually exclusive. They are interconnected, reinforcing, each one making the others more likely. A civilization stressed by climate change is more prone to conflict. A society racing to develop AI is less likely to prioritize safety. An economy focused on growth is less able to adapt to resource limits. And a species in denial about any of these threats is unlikely to address them until it is too late. This is the great filter. Not a single challenge, but a convergence. A moment in the development of intelligence where multiple existential risks emerge simultaneously, where the power to destroy outpaces the wisdom to restrain, where complexity exceeds the ability to manage it. A test. The ultimate test. And the silence of the universe suggests that most civilizations fail. But we are not most civilizations. Not yet. We're still here, still aware, still capable of choice, and that means something. The filter is not deterministic. It is probabilistic. It represents the odds, not certainty. Some civilizations might pass through, might find a way to navigate the dangers, to balance the risks, to survive long enough to spread to other worlds and ensure their continuation. It is possible. Difficult, but possible. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the universe is not completely silent. Maybe there are others out there who made it through, who found a way. And maybe if we survive, we will find them, or they will find us. And we will know, finally, that we are not alone, that intelligence can endure, that the filter can be passed. But first, we have to pass it ourselves. The hour is late now, the words are many, and the weight of these questions, these possibilities, can feel overwhelming. It is easy to fall into despair, to believe that the filter is inevitable, that we are doomed to repeat the pattern of every civilization that came before us. But despair is not wisdom. It is surrender. And we have not come this far, through 4 billion years of evolution, through countless extinctions and disasters and near misses, just to give up now. We are the universe becoming aware of itself. We are stardust that learned to think, to question, to reach for something beyond survival. And yes, that awareness brings with it tremendous responsibility, tremendous risk, but also tremendous possibility. The great filter is real, the dangers are real, but so is our capacity to adapt, to learn, to change. We have done it before, countless times. In our history as a species, we have faced extinction and survived. We have made mistakes and learned from them. We have built systems that failed and then built better ones. We can do it again. We must do it again. Not because success is guaranteed, but because the alternative is unacceptable. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the weight of cosmic time and space cradle you into sleep. And know that tomorrow, when you wake, the stars will still be there. The universe will still be vast and mysterious and full of questions we have yet to answer. And we will still be here, asking them, reaching for them, refusing to accept silence as the final answer. That is what makes us human. That is what makes us matter. And that, perhaps, is how we pass the filter. Not through certainty, but through persistence. Not through power, but through wisdom. Not through denial, but through the courage to face what we have created, and the determination to become worthy of the universe we inhabit. Sleep well. The journey continues, and we are still in it. The night is deep now. The stars are still there, scattered across the black, burning with light that began its journey long before we existed. And they will still be there long after we are gone, whether we survive the filter or not. The universe does not care. It does not mourn. It simply continues, indifferent and eternal. But we care. We wonder. We search for meaning in the silence, for patterns in the chaos, for hope in the darkness. And maybe that is what makes us different. Not our intelligence, not our technology, but our refusal to accept the void without question. Our need to know, even if the answer is terrifying. The great filter is out there, somewhere. Maybe we have already passed it. Maybe it is still ahead. Maybe it is both, a series of thresholds that we must cross, each one more difficult than the last. Or maybe it is something else entirely, something we cannot yet imagine. But whatever it is, we are still here, still asking, still reaching. And as long as we are, there is a chance, a small one perhaps, a fragile one, but a chance nonetheless. So rest now. Let the questions fade. Let the silence of the stars wash over you, not as a threat, but as a reminder. A reminder that we are small, yes, but also that we are part of something vast, that we are made of the same atoms as those distant suns, the same matter that has been cycling through the universe since the beginning. that we are, in a very real sense, the universe trying to understand itself. And maybe, in the end, that is all we need to be. Sleep well. The stars will still be there in the morning, and so will we, for now, for as long as we can, for as long as the filter allows. What if the greatest secret on Earth isn't hidden in the stars but buried beneath us? We spend our lives looking upward. We build telescopes that peer into distant galaxies. We send probes to Mars, to the moons of Jupiter, to the edge of the solar system. We search the cosmos for signs of intelligence, for proof that we're not alone. But what if we've been looking in the wrong direction all along? What if the most profound mystery isn't light years away, but miles below our feet? What if an ancient civilization never vanished at all? It just went deeper. The ground beneath you feels solid, permanent, known. But the truth is far stranger. Beneath the thin crust we walk upon lies a world we've barely touched. The deepest hole ever drilled, the Kola Super Deep borehole in Russia, reached only 7.5 miles down. That's less than scratching the surface. The Earth's crust extends up to 30 miles in some places, and beneath that lies the mantle, stretching nearly 1,800 miles deeper still. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do about what exists in those lightless depths. And in that darkness, in those unmapped regions where no human eye has ever seen, could something be waiting? Could something be watching? Tonight, we descend into one of humanity's oldest and most haunting ideas, the notion that Earth is not just a planet, but a shell. That beneath the mountains and oceans, beneath the bedrock and stone, there exists another world entirely. A world of vast caverns and underground seas. A world of forgotten cities and sleeping civilizations. A world that remembers what we have forgotten. This is not just myth. It's not just legend. Throughout history, across every continent and culture, stories have emerged of beings who retreated beneath the earth, of kingdoms hidden in the deep places, of tunnels that stretch for thousands of miles, of lights seen flickering in caves that should be empty. And while science tells us one story about what lies below, the myths tell another. And sometimes, just sometimes, the two begin to overlap in ways that make you wonder. So let's begin this journey together. Let's descend into the earth itself, layer by layer, story by story, until we reach the question that haunts every explorer who has ever stood at the mouth of a cave and felt the cold air rising from below. What if they're still down there? What if they never left? And what if, after all these centuries of silence, they're beginning to wake up? The stories are older than writing itself. Long before humans carved the first symbols into stone, before the first cities rose along the Tigris and Euphrates, there were tales of the world below. The ancient Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens but also dwelled in the depths of the earth. In their mythology, the underworld wasn't just a place of the dead, it was a realm of power, of knowledge, of gods who moved between worlds. The goddess Inanna descended into this underworld, passing through 7 gates, shedding her divine garments one by one, until she stood naked before the throne of her sister Ereshkigal, queen of the deep places. What she found there changed her. What she learned there, the myths say, was never meant for mortal ears. The Greeks told similar stories. They spoke of Hades, yes, but also of deeper places. The Titans, those primordial beings who ruled before the Olympian gods, were cast down into Tartarus, a prison so far beneath the earth that an anvil dropped from the surface would fall for 9 days before reaching its floor. But Tartarus wasn't empty. It was alive with the imprisoned, with beings of immense power locked away in the dark. And the Greeks wondered, as humans have always wondered, whether those prison walls would hold forever. In Hindu tradition, the Nagas dwelled in Patala, a subterranean realm of jeweled palaces and underground rivers. These serpent beings were not demons but guardians of ancient wisdom, keepers of secrets that predated humanity itself. They lived in splendor beneath the earth, in cities more magnificent than anything on the surface. And occasionally the myths say they would emerge. They would walk among humans, sharing knowledge, teaching arts and sciences that seemed to come from nowhere. Then they would vanish again, descending back into their hidden kingdom, leaving only stories behind. The Hopi people of North America have their own accounts. They speak of the ant people, beings who lived in vast underground cities and who saved humanity during times of great catastrophe. When fire rained from the sky, when the world above became uninhabitable, the ant people opened their tunnels and brought humans down into the safety of the earth. There, in the cool darkness, humanity survived. And when the surface world healed, when it was safe to return, the ant people sent them back up, but the tunnels remained, the cities remained, and some say the ant people are still down there, waiting for the next time they'll be needed. These aren't isolated stories. They appear everywhere. The Tibetan Buddhists speak of Shambhala, a hidden kingdom that exists either in a remote valley or beneath the earth itself. Accounts vary, but all agree it is a place of enlightenment, of advanced beings who have transcended the limitations of ordinary existence. The Norse had their own underworld realms, places like Svartalfheim, where the dark elves dwelled in caverns lit by strange fires. The Celts told of the Tuatha De Danann, a race of godlike beings who, after being defeated in battle, retreated into the hollow hills and mounds of Ireland, creating an entire civilization beneath the green fields. And then there's Agartha. The legend of Agartha is perhaps the most persistent of all. It speaks of a vast underground kingdom, a network of tunnels and cities that spans the entire planet. According to the stories, Agartha is ruled by a being known as the King of the World, a figure of immense wisdom and power who guides the destiny of humanity from below. The capital city, Shambhala, is said to be a place of crystal towers and advanced technology, where beings of light have preserved the knowledge of ancient civilizations that fell long ago. Some versions of the legend claim that Agartha is home to survivors of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other lost continents, refugees who fled underground when their worlds were destroyed. The idea gained particular traction in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Explorers, mystics, and writers became obsessed with the notion of a hollow earth. In 1818, a former American Army officer named John Cleves Sims Jr. proposed that the earth was hollow and habitable within, with openings at the North and South poles. He petitioned Congress to fund an expedition to find these polar openings and explore the inner world. His petition was denied, but his ideas spread. They captured imaginations. They inspired novels like Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth and Edgar Rice Burroughs' At the Earth's Core. But these weren't just fantasies. Throughout the 19th century, serious scientists debated the structure of the Earth's interior. Without the ability to see below the surface, without seismology or modern geology, anything seemed possible. Could there be vast caverns, underground oceans, entire ecosystems thriving in the dark? The Earth was a mystery, and the idea that it might contain hidden worlds wasn't considered absurd, it was considered plausible. And then there were the accounts, the stories from people who claimed to have found entrances. In 1908, a Norwegian sailor named Olaf Jansen published a book called The Smoky God, in which he described sailing through an opening at the North Pole and discovering a land inside the Earth, lit by a small interior sun. He claimed to have spent 2 years there, living among tall, advanced beings who spoke an ancient language and possessed technology far beyond anything on the surface. His story was dismissed as fiction, but Jansen insisted until his death that every word was true. In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd, a respected American naval officer and polar explorer, allegedly made a similar claim. According to some accounts, during a flight over the North Pole in 1947, Bird's plane was drawn into a strange opening in the ice. He descended into a warm green land where he encountered beings who warned him about humanity's use of atomic weapons. They told him that they had been watching, that they had always been watching, and that if humanity continued down its current path, they would intervene. Bird supposedly recorded this encounter in his diary, though the diary's authenticity has been hotly debated. The official records of his expedition make no mention of any such event. But the story persists, and those who believe it ask, why would a decorated admiral risk his reputation on a lie? These myths and legends share common threads. They speak of beings who possessed great knowledge and power. They describe underground realms of beauty and advancement. They suggest that these civilizations didn't die. They simply withdrew. They went deeper, and they're still there, hidden beneath layers of rock and earth, watching the surface world from below. But why would any civilization choose to live underground? What could drive an advanced society to abandon the sunlight, the open sky, the surface of the world? The myths offer answers. They speak of great catastrophes, of floods that covered the earth, of fires that fell from the sky, of wars so terrible that the only way to survive was to retreat into the depths. They speak of a choice, adapt or perish. And those who went below chose adaptation. They chose survival. They built new cities in the dark. They learned to live without the sun. And over time, they became something else. Something that no longer needed the surface world at all. Could there be truth in these stories? Could ancient civilizations have actually retreated underground? The idea seems impossible, but then again, we've found cities buried beneath other cities. We've discovered entire civilizations that were lost for thousands of years, hidden beneath jungle and sand. We've learned that human history is far older and more complex than we once believed, and if civilizations can be lost on the surface, where we can see them, what might be hidden in places we've never looked? The earth keeps its secrets well, and the deeper you go, the more secrets there are. But that was only the beginning of the mystery. Because while the myths speak of underground kingdoms and hidden civilizations, modern science has revealed something equally strange. The Earth's interior is far more complex, far more mysterious than anyone imagined. And in that complexity, in those vast unexplored regions beneath our feet, there is room for possibilities that blur the line between legend and reality. Let's start with what we know. The Earth is not solid. It's layered, like an onion, with each layer possessing different properties, different compositions, different mysteries. The crust, where we live, is the thinnest layer, a fragile shell of rock that floats atop something far more dynamic. Beneath the crust lies the mantle, a thick layer of semi-solid rock that flows like honey over geological timescales. Deeper still is the outer core, a sea of molten iron and nickel that generates Earth's magnetic field. And at the very centre lies the inner core, a solid sphere of iron under such immense pressure that it remains frozen despite temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun. This is the standard model. This is what we teach in schools. But here's what they don't always mention. We've never actually seen any of this. Everything we know about the Earth's interior comes from indirect measurements. Seismic waves from earthquakes travel through the planet, and by measuring how these waves bend and reflect, scientists can infer what lies below. It's like trying to understand the inside of a locked box by shaking it and listening to how the contents rattle. You can make educated guesses. You can build models, but you can't be certain, and sometimes the data doesn't fit the models. In 2014, scientists discovered something that shouldn't exist. A massive reservoir of water trapped in the mantle, about 400 miles below the surface. This wasn't liquid water. It was water molecules locked inside a mineral called ringwoodite. But the amount was staggering. Some estimates suggest there's more water in this underground reservoir than in all the oceans on the surface combined. The discovery challenged everything we thought we knew about the Earth's water cycle. It raised questions. If there's that much water down there, what else might be hidden in the mantle? What other reservoirs exist that we haven't detected? Then there are the caves. The Earth's crust is riddled with them, vast networks of tunnels and chambers carved by water over millions of years. The Mammoth Cave system in Kentucky stretches for over 400 miles of mapped passages, and new sections are still being discovered. The Sun Dung Cave in Vietnam is so large that it has its own weather system, with clouds forming inside the cavern. These caves are ecosystems unto themselves, home to species found nowhere else on Earth. Creatures that have adapted to eternal darkness, that have never seen the sun. But these are just the caves we've found. How many more exist, unmapped and unexplored? How deep do they go? In 2018, scientists discovered a network of caves beneath Antarctica, warmed by volcanic activity, where the temperature remains comfortable enough for life to thrive. They found moss, algae, and DNA from unknown organisms. If life can exist in caves beneath the ice of Antarctica, what might exist in deeper, warmer caves elsewhere? The Krubera Cave in Georgia is the deepest known cave on Earth, descending over 7,000 feet below the surface. Explorers who have reached its depths describe an alien world. Vast chambers filled with strange formations, underground rivers that disappear into cracks too narrow to follow, and a silence so profound it feels like pressure against your ears. And even at that depth, they haven't reached the bottom. The cave continues downward into darkness that no light has ever touched. What lies at the end of that descent? Where does it lead? Some researchers have proposed that vast cave systems might exist throughout the Earth's crust, connected by networks of tunnels that span continents. These wouldn't be natural caves in the traditional sense, but rather voids created by geological processes we don't fully understand. Spaces between tectonic plates, gaps left by ancient volcanic activity, chambers formed by the movement of underground water. If such networks exist, they would create a hidden world beneath the surface, a labyrinth of passages and caverns that could theoretically support life. And then there's the question of underground oceans. The discovery of water in the mantle suggests that vast quantities of liquid water might exist deep within the Earth, trapped in pockets and reservoirs we can't detect from the surface. In 2007, scientists found evidence of a massive underground ocean beneath East Asia, estimated to be the size of the Arctic Ocean. It exists in the transition zone between the upper and lower mantle, held in place by immense pressure. Could there be others? Could there be entire seas hidden in the deep places, seas that have never seen the light of day? If such oceans exist, they would be warm, heated by the Earth's internal heat. They would be rich in minerals dissolved from the surrounding rock, and they would be isolated, cut off from the surface world for millions or even billions of years. In such an environment, life could evolve along completely different paths. It could develop forms and functions unlike anything we've ever encountered. It could become something we wouldn't even recognize as life. We've already found evidence that life can thrive in the deep Earth. Microbes have been discovered living in rock nearly 2 miles below the surface, surviving on chemical energy rather than sunlight. These organisms exist in a state of near stasis, reproducing perhaps once every 1,000 years, living in a slow-motion world where time moves differently. They've been isolated from the surface for millions of years, evolving in complete darkness, adapting to conditions that would kill any surface organism instantly, and yet they persist. They thrive. They prove that life doesn't need the sun. It doesn't need the surface. It only needs energy, and the Earth's interior has energy in abundance. So if microbes can live miles below the surface, what else might be down there? Could more complex organisms exist in the deeper caves, in the underground oceans, in the warm pockets of the mantle? Could evolution have taken different paths in those isolated environments, creating ecosystems we've never imagined? And if life can exist that deep, could intelligence? The idea seems far-fetched. But consider this. Intelligence evolved on Earth's surface because it provided an advantage. It helped organisms find food, avoid predators, cooperate with others. But in an underground environment, different pressures would apply. Different advantages would emerge. An intelligent species living in eternal darkness might develop senses we don't possess. Echolocation far more sophisticated than any bat. The ability to detect magnetic fields or seismic vibrations. Forms of communication that don't rely on sound or light. They might build their civilizations not upward, toward the sky, but downward, deeper into the earth. They might measure progress not by how high they can reach, but by how deep they can go. And if such a civilization existed, how would we know? We can't see into the earth. We can't send probes into the mantle. We can barely scratch the surface. If an intelligent species lived just 10 miles below us, in vast caverns warmed by geothermal heat, we might never detect them. They would be invisible to us, hidden behind miles of solid rock. And we would be invisible to them, unless they chose to look up. But what if they have looked up? What if they've been watching us all along? Throughout history, there have been accounts of strange sounds coming from beneath the earth, low-frequency hums that seem to emanate from the ground itself, booming noises with no apparent source. In 2011, people around the world began reporting a phenomenon they called the hum, a persistent low-frequency sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Scientists investigated. They proposed explanations: industrial noise, tinnitus, ocean waves creating seismic vibrations, but none of the explanations fully accounted for the reports. And some of those who heard the hum insisted it was coming from below, from deep below. Then there are the seismic anomalies, earthquakes that don't fit expected patterns, vibrations detected deep in the earth that have no clear cause. In 2018, a strange seismic signal circled the globe, lasting for over 20 minutes. It was detected by sensors on every continent, but no one felt it. It was too low frequency for human perception. Scientists studied the data and concluded it was likely caused by volcanic activity near Madagascar. But the signal's regularity, its almost rhythmic pattern, struck some researchers as unusual, almost artificial, almost like a pulse. Could these sounds, these vibrations, be natural phenomena? Almost certainly. The Earth is a dynamic living planet, constantly shifting and moving. Magma flows beneath the crust. Tectonic plates grind against each other. Water moves through underground channels. All of this creates noise, vibrations, signals that we're only beginning to understand. But in that noise, in those signals, could there be something else? Could there be patterns we're missing, messages we're not equipped to hear? The Earth keeps its secrets in the deep places, and the deeper you go, the stranger those secrets become, and some believe they're not sleeping at all. Because while science explores the geological mysteries of the Earth's interior, another thread of investigation has emerged, one that exists in the shadows, in classified documents and whispered conversations, in the space between official explanations and persistent questions. This is where geology meets conspiracy, where ancient myths intersect with modern mysteries, and where the idea of a hidden civilization beneath our feet begins to feel less like fantasy and more like something that might, just possibly, be real. Let's talk about Antarctica. The frozen continent has always been a place of mystery. It's the most remote, most inhospitable place on Earth, a vast expanse of ice and rock where temperatures can drop to -100 degrees Fahrenheit, where winds howl at 200 miles per hour, where the sun disappears for months at a time. For most of human history, Antarctica was unreachable, unknown, a blank space on the map. Even today, despite decades of scientific research, much of the continent remains unexplored. The ice is too thick, the conditions too harsh, the terrain too dangerous. But beneath that ice, something strange has been found. In 1996, scientists discovered Lake Vostok, a massive body of liquid water buried beneath 2.5 miles of ice. The lake is enormous, roughly the size of Lake Ontario, and it's been sealed off from the surface world for at least 15 million years. The water is kept liquid by geothermal heat from below and the immense pressure of the ice above. When researchers finally drilled through the ice and sampled the water in 2012, they found something unexpected. Life. Thousands of species of bacteria, many of them unknown to science, thriving in complete darkness, in water that has been isolated from the rest of the planet since before humans existed. The discovery was remarkable. It proved that life could survive in the most extreme conditions imaginable. It suggested that similar lakes might exist elsewhere, under the ice of Mars, beneath the frozen surface of Jupiter's moon Europa. But it also raised questions. If complex ecosystems can exist in Lake Vostok, what else might be hidden beneath Antarctica's ice? What other lakes exist that we haven't found? And what might live in them? Then there are the anomalies. Satellite imagery of Antarctica has revealed strange features beneath the ice. Geometric patterns that look almost artificial, circular formations that don't match any known geological process and what some researchers describe as possible structures. In 2001, a team using ground-penetrating radar detected what appeared to be a massive cavity beneath the ice near the Wilkes Land region. The cavity was enormous, stretching for hundreds of miles, and its shape was unusual, too regular, too symmetrical to be a natural formation. Some scientists suggested it might be the impact crater from an ancient asteroid strike, but others wondered if it could be something else, something built. The idea sounds absurd, but consider the history. Antarctica wasn't always frozen. Millions of years ago, it was a temperate continent, covered in forests and teeming with life. Ancient maps, like the Piri Reis map from 1513, appear to show the coastline of Antarctica as it would look without ice, a coastline that wouldn't be accurately mapped by modern explorers until the 20th century. How did a 16th century cartographer have access to such information? The official explanation is that the map is based on older sources now lost, but some researchers suggest a different possibility, that the map depicts Antarctica as it existed in the distant past, before the ice, and that whoever created the original source had he actually been there. Could an ancient civilization have existed in Antarctica? Could they have built cities, developed technology, thrived in that temperate land before the ice came? And when the climate changed, when the glaciers began to advance, could they have gone underground? Could they have built vast shelters beneath the surface, using geothermal heat to survive, waiting out the ice age in the depths? It's speculation, but it's speculation that some people take very seriously. During World War II, Nazi Germany became obsessed with Antarctica. They launched expeditions to the continent, claiming a section they called New Swabia. According to official records, these expeditions were scientific in nature, focused on mapping and whaling. But rumours persisted of something more. Stories emerged of secret bases built beneath the ice, of advanced technology being tested in the frozen wastes, of expeditions searching for something specific, something the Nazis believed was hidden in Antarctica. After the war, these rumours intensified. Some claim that high-ranking Nazi officials had escaped to Antarctica, that they had established a hidden colony there, that they had discovered ancient ruins or technology left by a previous civilization. In 1946, the United States launched Operation High Jump, a massive military expedition to Antarctica led by Admiral Richard Byrd, the same Byrd who would later allegedly encounter beings inside the Earth. The official purpose of Operation High Jump was to establish a research base and test equipment in polar conditions. But the scale of the operation was unusual. It involved over 4,000 personnel, 13 ships, and multiple aircraft. It was the largest expedition to Antarctica ever mounted, and it ended abruptly, months ahead of schedule. Byrd returned and gave a press interview in which he made a cryptic statement, warning that in the event of a new war, America could be attacked by fighters that were able to fly from one pole to the other with incredible speed. What did he mean? What had he seen? The official records provide no answers. The details of Operation High Jump remain largely classified, and in the absence of official explanations, speculation has flourished. Some believe the expedition encountered something in Antarctica, something that forced them to retreat. Others suggest they found evidence of an ancient civilization or made contact with beings living beneath the ice. The theories range from plausible to fantastical, but they all share a common thread: the belief that Antarctica is hiding something important, something that powerful governments don't want the public to know. And then there are the restrictions. Today, Antarctica is governed by the Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959 by 12 nations and now recognized by over 50 countries. The treaty designates Antarctica as a scientific preserve, bans military activity, and prohibits mineral mining. On the surface, it seems like a reasonable agreement designed to protect a fragile environment. But some researchers point out that the treaty also restricts access. You can't just go to Antarctica. You need permits, approvals, official sponsorship. Independent exploration is effectively prohibited. Certain areas are completely off-limits, designated as special zones, with no public explanation for the restriction. Why? If Antarctica is just ice and rock, why the secrecy? Why the restrictions? What are they protecting? Or what are they hiding? The questions multiply when you look at other parts of the world. In 1963, a man in Turkey discovered an entrance to an underground city while renovating his home. He had knocked down a wall and found a tunnel. Following it, he discovered Derinkuyu, a massive subterranean complex that extends at least 18 stories below the surface. The city could house up to 20,000 people, complete with living quarters, storage rooms, wells, ventilation shafts, and even a church. It was carved entirely from soft volcanic rock, and it's estimated to be at least 2,000 years old, though some researchers believe it could be much older. But Derinkuyu isn't unique. Over 200 underground cities have been discovered in the Cappadocia region of Turkey, all connected by tunnels that stretch for miles. Who built them? Why? The official explanation is that they were created as refuges during times of war, places where people could hide from invading armies. But the scale is staggering. The engineering required to excavate these cities, to create ventilation systems that work hundreds of feet underground, to build structures that have remained stable for thousands of years. It suggests a level of sophistication that seems at odds with the supposed time period of their construction. And if ancient peoples could build cities like Derinkuyu, what else might they have built? What other underground complexes exist that we haven't found? In 2017, archaeologists in Egypt discovered a massive void inside the Great Pyramid of Giza using cosmic ray imaging. The void is at least 100 feet long, and its purpose is unknown. It's not a burial chamber. It's not a passage. It's just there. Empty space inside a structure that was supposedly mapped and understood. If we can find hidden chambers in one of the most studied monuments on Earth, what might be hidden in places we haven't studied at all? There are stories of vast tunnel systems beneath the Andes Mountains, connecting ancient sites across thousands of miles. In the 1960s, an explorer named Juan Morich claimed to have discovered a massive underground complex in Ecuador, filled with metal plates inscribed with unknown writing. He said the tunnels extended for hundreds of miles, that they contained artifacts from a civilization that predated all known history. He led an expedition to the site, and some of the artifacts he brought back were examined by researchers. The metal plates were real. The writing was unlike any known language. But when Morich tried to return to the tunnels, he found the entrance sealed. The Ecuadorian government had closed it off, declaring the area restricted. Morich died in 1991, and the location of the tunnels died with him. Similar stories emerge from around the world. In Tibet, monks speak of tunnels that lead deep into the mountains, passages that connect to the legendary kingdom of Shambhala. In Peru, locals tell of the Chincana, a vast network of Incan tunnels that supposedly run beneath the entire country. In North America, Native American tribes have legends of tunnel systems used by the ancient ones, passages that lead to underground cities where the old gods still dwell. Are these just stories? Just myths passed down through generations, growing more elaborate with each telling? Perhaps. But sometimes the myths have a way of becoming real. Sometimes the stories lead to discoveries that change everything we thought we knew. In 2013, a team of researchers exploring a cave system in Mexico discovered something extraordinary. A network of tunnels that showed clear signs of artificial modification. The walls were too smooth, too regular. The passages were too straight. And deep within the system they found chambers containing artifacts, tools, pottery, and strange symbols carved into the rock. Carbon dating suggested the artifacts were over 10,000 years old, placing them in a time period when humans were supposedly still hunter-gatherers, not capable of the kind of engineering required to modify caves on such a scale. The discovery was published in a minor archaeological journal and then largely forgotten. The site was closed to further exploration, officially due to safety concerns. But some of the researchers involved have spoken out, suggesting that what they found was only the beginning. They believe the tunnels extend much deeper, that they connect to other systems, that they might be part of a much larger network, and they wonder why no one seems interested in exploring further, why the site was closed so quickly, why their findings were buried in obscurity. The pattern repeats. Discoveries are made, questions are raised, and then silence. Access is restricted, sites are closed, information disappears into classified files or is dismissed as misinterpretation. And those who ask too many questions are labeled as conspiracy theorists, their credibility destroyed, their findings ignored. But what if they're right? What if there is something beneath us? What if the Earth is honeycombed with tunnels and chambers, some natural, some artificial, some so ancient that we can't even comprehend their origin? What if ancient civilizations did retreat underground? And what if they're still there, hidden in the deep places, watching and waiting? The evidence is fragmentary, the proof is elusive, but the questions remain. And in the absence of answers, the questions grow louder. What if they've been here all along? Because there's another layer to this mystery. one that moves beyond ancient ruins and geological anomalies into something stranger still. This is where the story shifts from what might be hidden beneath the earth to what might be actively present, not sleeping, not dormant, but aware, watching, and occasionally making contact. Throughout the 20th century, as humanity developed the technology to probe deeper into the earth, strange reports began to emerge. Miners working at extreme depths reported hearing sounds that couldn't be explained. Rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from beyond the rock face, voices echoing through tunnels that led nowhere, and in some cases glimpses of passages that shouldn't exist. In the 1970s, workers excavating a new subway line in Moscow broke through into a tunnel that wasn't on any map. The tunnel was old, far older than the city above it, and it extended in both directions into darkness. Engineers explored a short distance before the tunnel was sealed and the incident classified. Official records claim the tunnel was a forgotten sewer from the Tsarist era. But some of the workers who were there tell a different story. They say the tunnel was too well constructed, too precisely engineered to be a sewer. They say it went deep, far deeper than any sewer would need to go, and they say that when they stood at the entrance, they could feel air moving, warm air rising from below, carrying a smell they couldn't identify. A smell like ozone, like electricity, like something alive. Similar incidents have been reported from deep mines around the world. In South Africa, where some of the deepest mines on Earth descend over 2 miles below the surface, miners have reported encounters that defy explanation, shadows moving in tunnels that should be empty, equipment malfunctioning in ways that suggest interference rather than mechanical failure. And in a few cases direct sightings, figures glimpsed in the darkness, humanoid but not quite human, moving with a fluidity that seems wrong, that seems to defy the way bodies should move in space. These reports are dismissed, of course. Miners work in extreme conditions. The heat at those depths can exceed 140 degrees Fahrenheit. The pressure is immense. The darkness is absolute. Hallucinations are common. The mind plays tricks, and yet the reports persist, and they share common elements. The figures are always described as tall, thin, with elongated limbs. They move silently. They seem to observe rather than interact, and when lights are shone in their direction, they vanish, not by running, but by simply ceasing to be there, as if they've slipped through the rock itself. Could these be hallucinations? Almost certainly in most cases. But what about the incidents where multiple witnesses report the same thing? What about the cases where equipment captures anomalies, temperature fluctuations, electromagnetic disturbances, sounds recorded on audio equipment that no one heard at the time? What about the tunnels that appear and then disappear, sealed so quickly that there's no time to investigate, no time to ask questions? And then there are the abduction accounts. Not the famous alien abduction stories, but something else. Reports of people who claim to have been taken underground. These accounts are rare, often dismissed as fantasy or mental illness, but they share disturbing similarities. The experiencers describe being drawn to caves or mines, feeling a compulsion they couldn't resist. They describe descending into darkness, following passages that seem to shift and change. And they describe arriving in vast chambers lit by a sourceless glow, where they encountered beings who communicated without speaking, who showed them things they couldn't fully comprehend. Visions of the Earth's history, of civilizations that rose and fell, of cataclysms that reshaped the surface world while the deep places remained unchanged. One such account comes from a man named Richard Shaver, who in the 1940s began writing about his experiences in what he called the underworld. Shaver claimed to have discovered an entrance to a vast underground civilization while working in a factory. He said he spent weeks in the tunnels, encountering beings he called deros, detrimental robots, though he later clarified they weren't machines, but rather degenerate descendants of an ancient race. These beings, he claimed, possessed advanced technology and used it to influence events on the surface, causing accidents, manipulating thoughts, creating chaos. Shaver's stories were published in Amazing Stories magazine and became a sensation. Thousands of readers wrote in, claiming they had experienced similar things, that they too had heard voices from below, that they too had encountered the Deros. The scientific community dismissed Shaver's claims as delusion, but the editor who published his stories, Ray Palmer, insisted that Shaver was sincere, that he genuinely believed what he was saying, and Palmer pointed out something interesting. Shaver's descriptions of underground technology, machines that could project thoughts, devices that could see through solid matter, systems that could manipulate energy, bore striking similarities to technologies that would be developed decades later. How could a factory worker in the 1940s describe concepts like remote viewing, electromagnetic manipulation, and directed energy weapons? Was he simply a gifted science fiction writer, or had he seen something real? The Shaver mystery, as it came to be known, faded from public attention, but it left a legacy. It planted the idea that the underground world might not be empty, that it might be inhabited, and that those inhabitants might not be friendly. In the 1960s and 70s, as the UFO phenomenon captured public imagination, some researchers began to propose a radical theory, that UFOs weren't extraterrestrial at all, but rather terrestrial, that they came not from other planets, but from inside our own. The theory suggested that an advanced civilization lived beneath the Earth's surface, that they had been here long before humanity, and that they occasionally emerged to observe us, to study us, perhaps to influence our development. The theory explained why UFOs seem to appear and disappear without travelling through space, why they were often seen near bodies of water or mountains, places where entrances to the underground world might exist. It explained why ancient cultures around the world had stories of beings emerging from caves and returning to the depths. The theory was called the Hollow Earth, or Inner Earth, hypothesis, and while it was never accepted by mainstream science, it gained a following among researchers who felt that the extraterrestrial explanation for UFOs didn't account for all the evidence. They pointed to cases where UFOs were seen entering or exiting bodies, of water, where they seemed to emerge from mountains or disappear into canyons. They noted that many ancient sacred sites, places like Machu Picchu, the pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, were built near geological features that could potentially provide access to underground spaces. Was this coincidence? Or were these sites chosen specifically because they were close to entrances, because they were places where the surface world and the underground world came close to touching? And then there are the modern sightings. In 2004, Navy pilots encountered an object off the coast of California that defied all known physics. The object, later called the Tic Tac due to its shape, moved in ways that should have been impossible, accelerating instantly, stopping without deceleration, dropping from 60,000 feet to sea level in seconds. The pilots tracked it on radar and with their own eyes, and then it vanished. Not by flying away, but by simply disappearing. Later analysis suggested it might have entered the water. Sonar detected something moving beneath the surface at high speed, something that couldn't be identified. Could it have been a submarine? The Navy investigated and found no evidence of any submarine in the area. Could it have been a secret military craft? Possibly, but if so, it represented technology far beyond anything publicly acknowledged. Or could it have been something else? Something that came from below, that emerged briefly to observe, and then returned to the depths. The incident was declassified in 2017, and the footage was released to the public. The Pentagon confirmed the videos were authentic, but they offered no explanation for what the object was or where it came from. And the pilots who encountered it have spoken publicly about their experience, describing a sense of unease, a feeling that they were being watched, that whatever the object was, it was intelligent and aware. Similar incidents have been reported by sailors and submariners, objects detected on sonar moving at speeds that should be impossible underwater, lights seen beneath the surface, glowing with an intensity that suggests a power source far beyond anything we possess. And in some cases, direct encounters, submarines detecting other vessels in areas where no vessels should be, vessels that don't respond to hails, that don't match any known design, that simply vanish when approached. The ocean is deep. The deepest parts of the ocean floor are over 7 miles below the surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the bottom of our own oceans. And if there are entrances to underground civilizations, if there are passages that lead from the ocean floor into the Earth's interior, we would never know. We can't see them. We can't reach them. They would be hidden in the deepest, darkest places on the planet, in regions where the pressure would crush any human-made vessel, where the cold and darkness are absolute. But what if they can reach us? What if they have technology that allows them to move through water, through rock, through the Earth itself? What if they've been observing us for thousands of years, watching our civilizations rise and fall, studying us the way we might study ants? And what if, occasionally they make contact, not openly, not in a way that would reveal their existence, but subtly, through dreams, through visions, through encounters that can be dismissed as hallucination or fantasy? The idea sounds like science fiction, but consider this. If an advanced civilization wanted to remain hidden, how would they do it? They would avoid direct contact. They would operate in places we can't reach. They would use technology we can't detect. And if they were ever seen, they would ensure that the sighting could be explained away, that it would be dismissed as misidentification or delusion. They would hide in plain sight in the one place we never think to look, beneath our feet. And maybe, just maybe, they're not hiding anymore. Maybe they're preparing. Maybe they're watching as we dig deeper, as we probe further into the Earth, as we come closer to discovering what they've kept hidden for so long. And maybe they're deciding what to do about it. But the story doesn't end with observation and mystery, because if there is a civilization beneath the Earth, if they have been watching us, then the question becomes, what do they want? Why remain hidden? Why not reveal themselves? And perhaps most importantly, what happens when we finally dig deep enough to find them? The answer might lie in the ancient texts, in the warnings that appear across cultures and throughout history. The myths don't just speak of underground kingdoms, they speak of boundaries, of places humans shouldn't go, of depths that should remain unexplored. In Greek mythology, Orpheus descended into the underworld to retrieve his lost love, but he was warned not to look back. When he broke that rule, he lost everything. In Sumerian legend, Inanna's journey to the underworld nearly destroyed her, and she only escaped by sacrificing another in her place. The message is consistent. The underworld is dangerous. It operates by different rules, and those who venture there risk more than their lives. They risk their very souls. These warnings might be metaphorical lessons about death and the afterlife, but what if they're also literal? What if ancient peoples knew something we've forgotten? What if they had encountered the underground civilization, had made contact, and had learned that some boundaries exist for a reason? There's a concept in geology called the Kola Superdeep Borehole Incident. The Kola borehole, drilled by the Soviet Union, reached a depth of over 7 miles before the project was abandoned in 1992. The official reason for abandonment was that the drill encountered temperatures far higher than expected, over 350 degrees Fahrenheit, making further drilling impossible. But rumours have persisted for decades about the real reason the project stopped. Workers at the site reported hearing sounds coming from the borehole. Screams, they said, like thousands of voices crying out in agony. Audio equipment lowered into the hole allegedly recorded these sounds, though the recordings have never been released publicly. Some workers claim to have seen strange gases emerging from the hole, gases that caused hallucinations and paranoia, and there were reports of a creature, something that came up from the depths, something that had to be driven back down before the hole was sealed. These stories are almost certainly false. They have all the hallmarks of urban legend, dramatic details, missing evidence, second-hand accounts. But they've endured because they tap into a primal fear, the fear of what lies beneath. The fear that if we dig too deep, we might find something that was meant to stay buried. And maybe that fear isn't entirely irrational. Because as we develop the technology to probe deeper into the earth, as we drill further and explore more extensively, we're entering territory that has been untouched for millions of years. We're disturbing ecosystems that have evolved in isolation. We're potentially exposing ourselves to organisms, to substances, to conditions that we're not prepared to handle. In 2020, scientists revived microbes that had been trapped in the seafloor for over 100 million years. The microbes were alive, dormant but viable, waiting for the right conditions to become active again. What else might be waiting down there? What other ancient things might we awaken? And if there is an intelligent civilization in the depths, how would they react to our intrusion? Would they welcome contact? Would they be curious about us, eager to share knowledge and establish communication? Or would they see us as a threat, as invaders encroaching on their territory, disturbing their world, potentially endangering their existence? History suggests the latter. Throughout human history, when two civilizations with vastly different levels of technology have made contact, the results have been catastrophic for the less advanced society. The arrival of Europeans in the Americas led to the collapse of indigenous civilizations, not through direct conflict alone, but through disease, cultural disruption, and the imposition of foreign systems. If an underground civilization is more advanced than us, and if they've survived for thousands or millions of years in the harsh environment of the deep earth, they almost certainly are, then contact could be devastating for humanity. But perhaps they already know this. Perhaps that's why they've remained hidden. Not out of fear, but out of mercy. They've watched civilizations rise and fall on the surface. They've seen humanity's capacity for violence, for destruction, for turning every discovery into a weapon, and they've chosen to wait, to remain in the depths, to let us develop, to let us mature, to see if we can overcome our worst impulses before they reveal themselves. Or perhaps they're waiting for something else. Perhaps they're waiting for us to reach a certain level of development, a certain threshold of understanding. In many of the ancient myths, the underground beings don't appear randomly. They appear at times of great change, at moments when humanity stands at a crossroads. They appear to offer guidance, to share knowledge, to help us navigate transitions that we can't manage alone. The Hopi Ant people appeared during cataclysms. The Nagas shared wisdom with those who sought enlightenment. The beings of Agartha are said to guide humanity's spiritual evolution from below. What if we're approaching such a moment now? What if the environmental changes, the technological advances, the social upheavals of our current era are signs that we're reaching a threshold? And what if the underground civilization is preparing to emerge, to make contact, to offer the guidance we need to survive what comes next? There are those who believe this is already happening. That contact has been made, not publicly but privately. with select individuals or groups. They point to the sudden leaps in technology over the past century, advances that seem to come out of nowhere, that represent quantum jumps rather than gradual progress. They note the secrecy surrounding certain government projects, the classified research into exotic materials and energy sources, the rumours of recovered artefacts that don't match any known human technology. And they wonder, where did these advances really come from? Did we develop them ourselves? Or did we have help? In 1947, the same year Admiral Byrd allegedly encountered beings inside the Earth, something crashed near Roswell, New Mexico. The official explanation changed multiple times. First it was a flying saucer, then a weather balloon, then a classified surveillance device. But witnesses described debris with properties unlike any known material, metal that couldn't be cut or burned, that returned to its original shape when crumpled, that was covered in strange symbols. Where did this material come from? The official story says it was from a secret military project. But what if it came from somewhere else? What if it came from below? And what if the secrecy, the cover-ups, the classified projects aren't about hiding the existence of extraterrestrials, but about hiding something closer to home? What if governments know about the underground civilization? What if they've been in contact for decades, negotiating, trading, trying to manage a situation that could change everything if it became public knowledge? What if the reason we're told to look to the stars for intelligent life is to keep us from looking down? These are questions without answers, speculation built on speculation. But they persist because the alternative, that we're alone, that the Earth is just rock and magma, that there's nothing beneath us but geology, feels somehow incomplete. It doesn't account for the myths, the sightings, the anomalies, the persistent sense that there's more to this planet than we've been told. And maybe that sense is right. Maybe the Earth is more than a planet. Maybe it's a shell, a container, a home to multiple civilizations existing in layers, each unaware of the others, each living in their own world. We exist on the surface, in the thin layer of atmosphere and sunlight. But below us, in the darkness and heat, in the vast caverns and underground seas, another world exists. A world that was here first. A world that will be here long after we're gone. A world that watches and waits and wonders when we'll finally be ready to know the truth. But there's another thread to this mystery that's darker, more personal, and far more disturbing than geological anomalies or ancient myths. It's the thread that connects the idea of an underground civilization to something that happens with unsettling regularity. People vanishing without a trace. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people are reported missing. Most are found. Runaways who return home, adults who chose to disappear, victims of crime whose cases are eventually solved. But a percentage simply vanish. They walk into the wilderness and never walk out. They enter caves and never emerge. They disappear in places where disappearance should be impossible, where there's nowhere to go, no way to simply cease existing, and yet they're gone, completely, as if the Earth itself swallowed them. The National Park Service doesn't keep a comprehensive database of people who go missing in national parks. There's no central record, no Tongi system for tracking these disappearances. Each park maintains its own records, and the information isn't compiled nationally. Why? The official explanation is bureaucratic. Different jurisdictions, different reporting systems, limited resources. But some researchers find this suspicious. The federal government tracks everything else with meticulous detail. Why not this? David Paulides, a former law enforcement officer, has spent years investigating these disappearances. His work, documented in the Missing 411 series, has revealed disturbing patterns. People vanish in national parks and wilderness areas under circumstances that don't make sense. Experienced hikers disappear from well-traveled trails. Children wander away from their parents and are never found, despite massive search efforts. Bodies, when they're discovered, are found in locations that seem impossible, miles away from where the person disappeared, in terrain that would have been impossible for them to traverse, in areas that were searched multiple times. And the details are strange, consistently strange. People disappear near bodies of water, creeks, rivers, lakes. They disappear near boulder fields and rocky areas. They disappear in places where the geography is unusual, where there are cliffs, caves, or geological anomalies. Weather often turns bad immediately after the disappearance, hampering search efforts. Search dogs, highly trained animals with success rates over 90%, lose the scent. They track to a certain point and then stop, as if the person simply ceased to exist at that spot. Sometimes the dogs refuse to track at all, showing signs of distress or fear without any apparent cause. When bodies are found, they're often missing shoes and socks. Their clothing is sometimes removed or in disarray, even in cases where temperature suggests hypothermia wasn't a factor. And perhaps most disturbing, they're found in areas that were extensively searched. Professional search and rescue teams, sometimes accompanied by helicopters with thermal imaging, comb an area and find nothing. Then, days or weeks later, someone walks through the same area and finds the body lying in plain sight. The conventional explanations don't fully account for these patterns. Hypothermia can cause paradoxical undressing, people feeling hot as they freeze and removing their clothes, but it doesn't explain cases in warm weather, or why it happens so consistently. Disorientation can cause people to travel in unexpected directions, but experienced outdoorsmen who know the terrain disappear just as often as novices. Wild animals might explain some disappearances, but bodies would show signs of predation, and animals don't typically remove shoes or carry people miles away to locations that don't match their hunting patterns. What if there's another explanation? What if some of these people didn't get lost, didn't fall victim to exposure or animals, didn't simply wander off and die? What if they found something, or something found them? Consider the geography. Many disappearances occur in areas with extensive cave systems. The United States alone has over 50,000 mapped caves, and experts estimate that represents only a fraction of what exists. Most cave systems remain unexplored. Many haven't even been discovered. They're hidden beneath layers of soil and rock, their entrances obscured by vegetation or sealed by rock falls. You could walk over a vast cavern and never know it was there, and caves are dynamic. Heavy rains can open new passages or reveal entrances that were previously hidden. Erosion constantly changes the landscape. A cave entrance that didn't exist last year might appear after a storm. You could hike a trail you've walked 100 times and suddenly notice an opening you've never seen before. An opening that goes down into darkness, into the deep places. What if some of these missing people found such entrances? What if they explored, driven by curiosity or the strange compulsion that caves seem to exert on certain people? And what if they descended far enough to find something that shouldn't be there? Something that made them realize they weren't alone in the darkness? Or what if they didn't find the entrance at all? What if the entrance found them? There are accounts, scattered and dismissed as folklore, of caves that appear and disappear. Openings that are seen by one person but can't be found again. Passages that seem to shift and change, leading different directions depending on when they're explored. In scientific terms, this is impossible. Caves don't move. Rock doesn't rearrange itself. But if there were an intelligence below, if there were beings who maintained tunnels and controlled access, who could seal entrances and open new ones, who could manipulate the underground geography, then caves that appear and disappear would be exactly what you'd expect to see. And if such beings wanted to remain hidden, if they needed to ensure that surface dwellers who stumbled upon their entrances didn't return to tell others, what would they do? They couldn't simply kill everyone who found an entrance. Bodies would be found, patterns would emerge, questions would be asked. But if they could take people, if they could ensure that anyone who discovered too much simply vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence, no body, no explanation, that would be far more effective. People disappear all the time, search efforts fail, cases go cold, and the underground civilization remains safely hidden. This sounds like paranoid fantasy. But consider the specific patterns. People disappear near boulder fields, areas where cave entrances are likely to be hidden among the rocks. They disappear near water, and underground rivers often surface temporarily before disappearing back into the rock, creating potential access points to deeper systems. They disappear in areas with unusual geology, exactly where you'd expect to find the weaknesses in the crust, the places where the underground world comes closest to the surface. And consider the cases where people are found alive. These are rare, but they exist. Children found miles away from where they disappeared, sometimes days later, with no clear explanation for how they survived or where they were. When questioned, they often can't or won't explain what happened. Some are too young to articulate their experience. Others claim they don't remember. And some tell stories that are dismissed as childhood fantasy, stories of being taken underground, of meeting strange people, of being in a place that was dark but not cold, where there were lights that didn't flicker like fire and sounds that weren't quite like anything they'd heard before. In 1969, a 6-year-old boy named Dennis Martin disappeared in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. He was with his family, playing with other children in an open area. He ran ahead to hide behind some trees, intending to jump out and scare his father. He never emerged. Massive search efforts involving hundreds of people found nothing. No trace, no clothing, no sign of what happened. But another family, hiking in the area at the time of the disappearance, reported seeing something strange. A man carrying something through the woods, moving unusually fast, heading away from the trails toward the more remote areas of the park. They couldn't see clearly what he was carrying, but from a distance it looked like it might have been a child. The man was never identified. He wasn't part of the search party. He wasn't a park employee. He was just there, and then gone. Search dogs tracked Dennis's scent to a road, where it vanished, suggesting he might have been taken in a vehicle. But the area was remote, and no vehicles had been reported in that section. No tire tracks were found, and the witness description of the man didn't match any known individuals in the area. Dennis Martin was never found. The case remains unsolved over 50 years later, and the detail that haunts investigators is this. The witness who saw the man said he moved strangely, not like someone struggling to carry a heavy load through difficult terrain, but smoothly, almost effortlessly, as if the weight meant nothing, as if he was far stronger than a normal person should be. What if that man wasn't from the surface? What if he'd emerged from one of the many unmapped caves in the Smokies, found a child alone and vulnerable, and taken him back down into the depths? The cave entrances would have been searched, of course, but only the known entrances, only the mapped caves. If there were hidden passages, concealed openings used by beings who knew the underground territory intimately, those wouldn't have been found. The search parties would have walked right over them, never knowing they were there. This is one case, but there are hundreds of others with similar strange details. The boy in Crater Lake National Park who vanished and was found 3 days later, alive, 8 miles away in an area that had been searched. He couldn't explain where he'd been. He said a robot grandmother had helped him. The authorities assumed he was confused, traumatized, confabulating. But what if he was describing something real? Something he didn't have the vocabulary to properly explain? What if robot grandmother was a child's attempt to describe a being that looked almost human but not quite, that moved mechanically or wore something that looked like mechanical clothing, or the experienced hunter who disappeared in the Cascade Mountains? His rifle was found leaning against a tree fully loaded. His pack was nearby, undisturbed. But he was gone. Search efforts found no trace. 2 years later, his body was found 12 miles away, in a location that made no sense. He would have had to cross 2 mountain ridges to get there, traverse terrain that was extremely difficult even for experienced climbers, and he would have had to do it without his gear, without his rifle, in conditions that should have killed him long before he reached that location. The coroner couldn't determine cause of death. The body showed no signs of trauma, no evidence of exposure severe enough to be fatal, no indication of what had killed him. He was just dead, as if something had stopped his heart and left him there. What if he'd encountered something in those mountains? What if he'd found an entrance, or been found by something that emerged from below? What if he'd been taken underground, held for some period of time, and then returned to the surface, but not to the same location? What if the underground civilization had transport systems, tunnels that connect distant points, allowing them to move rapidly through the earth while surface dwellers struggle over difficult terrain? They could have taken him in near where he disappeared and released him, or his body, miles away, in a location that would confuse investigators and make the case unsolvable. These speculations might seem extreme, but they explain the patterns in ways that conventional theories don't. They explain why dogs lose scent trails at specific points. If a person is taken through a hidden cave entrance, the scent would stop at that spot. They explain why bodies are found in impossible locations. If they're transported through underground passages and then brought back to the surface, they could emerge anywhere. They explain the missing clothing and shoes. If someone is held in an underground environment with different temperature and conditions, their surface clothing might be removed. They explain why searches fail and then later succeed. If the person or body is underground during the initial search and only return to the surface later, the search parties would find nothing the first time and something the second time. And they explain the most disturbing detail of all: the clusters. Disappearances don't happen randomly across the landscape. They cluster in specific areas. The same locations see multiple disappearances over years or decades. Certain parks, certain wilderness areas, certain regions have far more missing persons cases than statistical probability would suggest. Yosemite, the Great Smoky Mountains, the Cascade Range, areas of Alaska, sections of Canada's wilderness. These places aren't just remote or dangerous. Plenty of remote and dangerous places have normal disappearance rates. These specific locations have patterns, repeating patterns. What if these locations are where the entrances are? What if these are the places where the underground world comes closest to the surface, where the boundaries are thinnest, where beings from below most frequently emerge? And what if the disappearances aren't accidental encounters, but something more deliberate? What if the underground civilization occasionally needs something from the surface? Resources, genetic material, information, or purposes we can't even imagine? And what if they've established collection points, specific locations where they know surface dwellers will pass, where they can observe and select individuals who meet whatever criteria they're using? The idea is horrifying. It suggests that some of the missing aren't victims of accidents or bad luck, but of selection, that they were chosen, taken deliberately, and that somewhere beneath our feet, In the deep places we can't reach, they might still be there. But we need to be careful here. It's easy to see patterns where none exist, to connect dots that shouldn't be connected, to construct conspiracy theories from coincidence and tragedy. The vast majority of missing persons cases have mundane explanations. People get lost, they make poor decisions, they're victims of crime or accident. The wilderness is genuinely dangerous, and even experienced outdoorsmen can fall victim to a moment of inattention, a sudden weather change, a simple mistake that cascades into catastrophe. And yet, there are cases that don't fit, cases where every conventional explanation has been exhausted and nothing makes sense, cases where the strangeness is so pronounced that investigators are left baffled, unable to close the case because they simply can't determine what happened. Let's look at one more in detail, because the specifics matter. In July 2015, a 19-year-old named Garen Kirk was hiking with friends in the Tonto National Forest in Arizona. The group reached a swimming hole along a creek and decided to rest. Garen told his friends he was going to walk back to their car to get something they'd forgotten. It was a simple walk back along the trail they'd just hiked. He'd done it before. He knew the route. He left the swimming hole and headed back up the trail. He never reached the car. His friends waited, then went looking for him. The trail was clear, well marked, easy to follow. There were no side paths he could have taken by mistake, but he wasn't there. They searched for hours, then called for help. Search and rescue teams arrived. They searched the trail, the surrounding area, the creek bed. They used dogs, helicopters, thermal imaging. The search expanded to cover hundreds of acres. Volunteers joined. Days passed. No sign of Garen. Not his backpack, not his clothing, not a single footprint. Nothing. The search continued for weeks, then months. The case went cold. Garen Kirk had simply vanished on a clear, well-travelled trail in broad daylight, walking a route he'd hiked less than an hour before. 3 years later, his remains were found, not on the trail, not near the creek, but 7 miles away, in a completely different canyon, in an area that had no connection to where he'd disappeared. The remains were scattered, partial, incomplete. Forensic analysis couldn't determine cause of death. There was no evidence of animal predation. The bones weren't gnawed or scattered in a pattern consistent with scavengers. They were just there, arranged almost deliberately in a location that made no logical sense. How did he get there? The terrain between the trail and where he was found was brutal. Steep cliffs, dense vegetation, areas that would have been extremely difficult to traverse. Why would he have gone in that direction? There was nothing there. No reason to leave the trail and strike out cross-country toward a remote canyon. And if he had, if he'd somehow become disoriented and wandered off, where was the rest of him? Where were his clothes, his shoes, his backpack? Why were only partial remains found? Search and rescue personnel who work the case say it's one of the strangest they've encountered. The lead investigator, in an interview years later, admitted he had no explanation. It's like he was taken somewhere else, he said, and then parts of him were brought back. I know how that sounds, but I don't have a better theory. Taken somewhere else, and then brought back. What if that's exactly what happened? What if Garen encountered something on that trail, something that the other hikers didn't see because they were at the swimming hole? What if an entrance opened, or a being emerged, and he was taken? Not killed, taken, alive, brought underground for, what? Study? Experimentation? Purposes we can't fathom? And then, after whatever was done with him was complete, parts of him were returned to the surface, not to the same location, but to a distant canyon. A message, perhaps, or a disposal, or simply the action of beings who don't think the way we do, who don't understand or care about how their actions appear to us. This is speculation built on tragedy. Garen Kirk's family deserves answers, and turning their loss into fodder for underground civilization theories might seem disrespectful. But what if the truth is stranger than the conventional explanations were offered? What if refusing to consider unconventional possibilities means we'll never understand what really happened? And Garen's case is not unique. There are dozens of others with similar details. People vanishing in areas where vanishing should be impossible. Remains found in locations that don't match where the person disappeared. Bodies showing no clear cause of death. Evidence of transport without explanation. And in some cases, strangest of all, survivors who emerge with fragments of memories they can't quite piece together. In 2017, a woman in her 30s went missing while hiking alone in Montana. Search efforts found nothing. 6 days later, she walked out of the forest on her own, 15 miles from where she'd disappeared, on the other side of a mountain range. She was dehydrated and disoriented, but otherwise unharmed. When questioned about where she'd been, she became agitated. She said she didn't remember most of it. She remembered walking, remembered realizing she was lost, and then gaps, blank spaces. She had flashes of memory, being in darkness, feeling stone around her, hearing water echoing, seeing lights that moved strangely. But she couldn't construct a coherent narrative. She insisted she hadn't climbed over the mountain, that she couldn't have. She didn't have the gear or the skill, and yet somehow she'd ended up on the other side. Medical evaluation found nothing wrong with her except dehydration. No head injury that might explain amnesia. No drugs in her system. No signs of assault or trauma. She was simply missing 6 days of memory and had travelled a distance that should have been impossible given her condition and experience level. She was asked if anyone had helped her. She paused for a long time before answering. "I think so," she said, "but they weren't. I don't think they were people. Not exactly." When pressed to elaborate, she became more agitated and refused to discuss it further. She was later diagnosed with PTSD related to the incident, but she never gave a full account of what happened during those missing days. In interviews years later, she maintained that there were things she couldn't talk about, not because she was hiding them, but because she didn't have words for them. It was like being in a dream, she said. Everything felt wrong, the proportions were wrong, the sounds were wrong, and the people, if they were people, they moved wrong, like they were imitating human movement but didn't quite understand how it worked. This description echoes other accounts from people who claim to have had encounters with underground beings. The sense of wrongness, the feeling that something is almost human but not quite, the movement that doesn't look natural, the environments that feel alien despite being underground on Earth, the gaps in memory, the difficulty articulating what was experienced, the sense of having been somewhere that shouldn't exist. Skeptics would say these are the effects of trauma and exposure. The brain under stress creates false memories, fills in gaps with confabulation, generates experiences that feel real but aren't. A person lost in the wilderness, disoriented, dehydrated, afraid, might hallucinate. They might construct memories to explain the unexplainable gaps. The strange movements they remember might be their own distorted perception. The beings might be other hikers encountered during a period of confusion. But what about the physical evidence? How did she cross a mountain range? How did she end up 15 miles away in terrain she couldn't have traversed in her condition? The skeptical explanations account for the subjective experiences but not the objective facts. She was here, then she was there. Something happened in between. What if she was taken through underground passages? What if the tunnels that allegedly exist beneath the Earth's surface provide a way to travel distances that would be impossible to cover on the surface terrain? You could enter a cave system on one side of a mountain and emerge on the other, without having to climb over it. You could travel miles through passages while barely exerting yourself. And if an underground civilization maintains these tunnels, if they use them regularly, they would know every passage, every route, every entrance and exit. Why would they help a lost hiker? Perhaps they wouldn't, intentionally. Perhaps she stumbled upon an entrance and wandered into their territory. Perhaps they found her there, in their tunnels, and rather than harm her, they simply guided her out. Not to where she entered, but to the nearest exit. To them, it might have been a matter of removing an intruder with minimal fuss. To her, it was a fragmentary nightmare she couldn't fully remember or understand. Or perhaps it was more deliberate. Perhaps they study us. Perhaps they occasionally take surface dwellers into their realm, observe them, test them, try to understand what we are and how we think. And then they return us, wiping or suppressing memories, leaving us with only fragments and confusion. We return to our world insisting something happened, something strange, but unable to prove it, unable to convince others. The perfect cover, the perfect way to maintain secrecy while still satisfying curiosity. This isn't just about missing persons, it's about the gap between what we're told is possible and what people actually experience. It's about the narratives we're given, that the wilderness is dangerous, that people get lost, that exposure and animals and bad luck explain everything, and the nagging sense that sometimes something else is happening, something we're not supposed to talk about, something we're encouraged to dismiss. And then there are the caves themselves, the entrances to the underworld if they exist, the portals between our world and theirs. Cavers, people who explore caves as a hobby or profession, have their own culture, their own stories, their own unwritten rules, and one of those rules is this. There are some caves you don't talk about, some caves where strange things happen, some caves that have a reputation. It's not formalized. There's no official list, but ask experienced cavers and they'll tell you. Certain caves have a feeling, an atmosphere. You enter them and something feels wrong. The air moves in ways that don't match the known passages. You hear sounds that don't have sources. You see lights in the distance that shouldn't be there. And experienced cavers, people who have spent thousands of hours underground, who know how to assess risk and when to trust their instincts, will tell you. When cave feels wrong, you leave. You don't explore further. You don't try to explain the anomalies. You just leave and you don't go back. Why? What are they afraid of? Ask directly, and you'll get vague answers. It's just a feeling. Experience tells you when something's off. You learn to trust your gut. But press harder. Talk to cavers who've been exploring for decades. Get them in private conversation after a few drinks, and sometimes you'll hear more. Stories about passages that seem to go on forever, far longer than the known extent of the cave system. Chambers that are too large, too regular, too smooth to be natural. Passages that show signs of tool marks, of being carved or modified, but in rock so old that humans couldn't have done it. And sometimes, very rarely, signs that someone or something else is using the caves. Recent signs, evidence of passage, marks in the mud or dust that don't look quite like human footprints. These stories don't make it into official cave surveys. They're not published in speleological journals. They're shared quietly among people who've seen similar things, who understand that talking about it too openly means being dismissed as paranoid or attention-seeking. But the stories persist, and they're more common than you might think. In the Tag region, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, where some of the most extensive cave systems in the United States are located, there are caves that are marked on maps but not explored, not because they're too dangerous or too difficult, but because they have a reputation. Cavers who entered them reported feeling watched. They found evidence of recent activity in areas that should have been untouched for millennia. They had equipment failures that couldn't be explained. And in a few cases they saw things they couldn't identify. Figures in the distance, lights that moved with apparent intelligence, passages that seemed to close off or change between visits. One caver, exploring a system in Tennessee in the late 1990s, described finding a passage that sloped downward at a steep angle. He followed it for over an hour, descending far deeper than the known extent of the cave. The walls became smoother, the passage became more regular, and then he found something that made him stop. A section of wall that was absolutely flat, smooth as polished stone, with a seam running down it like a doorway. He examined it closely. It wasn't natural. The seam was too perfect, too regular. It looked like it had been cut, like something was meant to open there. He took photographs. He marked the location carefully on his map. And then he left, because the feeling of wrongness had become overwhelming. The sense that he was somewhere he shouldn't be, that he was being watched, that something was about to happen. He reached the surface and immediately reported his findings to other cavers, suggesting a major expedition to document what he'd found. They returned a week later with the team. They followed his map to the sloping passage. They descended for over an hour, matching his route exactly. But the smooth-walled section with the seam wasn't there. The passage ended in a natural collapse, with rubble blocking further progress. There was no flat wall, seam, no sign that the passage had ever extended further. The photographs he'd taken showed exactly what he'd described. The perfectly smooth wall, the seam, the passage continuing beyond. But it wasn't there anymore. The team searched for hours, thinking they'd somehow gotten turned around or followed the wrong route. But the rest of his map was accurate. They were in the right place. The passage had simply changed, or the doorway had been sealed, or the photographs showed something that existed only briefly, a glimpse behind a veil that had closed again. The caver never went back to that system. He continued exploring other caves, but he stopped talking about what he'd found. When asked years later, he would only say, "There are things down there. I don't know what they are, but they don't want to be found, and I think we should respect that." This is one account, but there are others, many others. A pattern of experiences that suggest the caves are not what we think they are, that some of them go deeper than mapped, connect to systems we haven't discovered, and occasionally provide glimpses of something that exists beyond our explored world. And sometimes people don't come back from these explorations. Cavers disappear underground. Sometimes their bodies are recovered, the victim of a fall, a flood, a collapse. But sometimes they're never found. The caves are searched, every passage checked, every chamber examined, and the person is simply gone, vanished into the limestone darkness. Where do they go? Did they fall into unexplored passages that haven't been found? Did they become disoriented and wedge themselves into tight spaces where they'll never be discovered? These are the official explanations, but carvers, people who know these systems intimately, sometimes wonder, because the disappeared aren't always inexperienced. Sometimes they're veteran explorers who know the caves better than anyone. Sometimes they vanish in systems that have been mapped completely, where there shouldn't be any unexplored areas. Sometimes they vanish in ways that don't make sense, and sometimes, rarely, they come back, changed. There's an account from the 1970s of a caver who disappeared in a West Virginia system. He was exploring alone, a violation of safety protocols, but experienced cavers sometimes bend the rules. He was due to return by evening. He didn't. A rescue team went in, searched for 3 days, found nothing. The cave was extensively mapped. There was nowhere he could have gone that they didn't check. They concluded he must have died and his body was in an area they couldn't reach. a tight passage or underwater section where it wouldn't be found. 2 weeks later, he walked into a police station 3 states away. He was disoriented, malnourished, but alive. He couldn't explain where he'd been. He had no memory of most of the 2 weeks. He remembered entering the cave, remembered exploring, and then nothing. Blank. He woke up walking along a highway in Pennsylvania, hundreds of miles from where he'd disappeared, with no idea how he'd gotten there. Medical examination found no signs of injury or drug use. He wasn't faking amnesia. His confusion and distress were genuine. He had no money, no ID, no explanation. He was simply missing 2 weeks of his life and had somehow travelled across multiple states. In later years, he had occasional flashes of memory, being in darkness that felt different from normal cave darkness, seeing structures that didn't look natural, hearing sounds, rhythmic, mechanical, purposeful, and figures, tall figures that moved smoothly through spaces that should have been too small. But the memories were fragmentary, dreamlike, and he was never sure if they were real or if his mind had constructed false memories to fill the blank space. He never went caving again. He wouldn't even enter a basement if he could avoid it. The underground, he said, was no longer safe for him. Something down there knew who he was, and if he went back he might not get out again. What are we to make of all this? The missing persons, the strange encounters, the caves that seem to lead to places they shouldn't, the people who vanish and return with no memory or emerge with stories that can't be verified. The skeptical explanation is clear. These are isolated incidents, unrelated cases that only seem connected because we're looking for patterns. Memory is unreliable. Trauma causes confusion. The wilderness is vast and dangerous. Caves are disorienting. People get lost, people die, and sometimes the circumstances are strange simply because nature is complex and we don't have all the information. This explanation is probably correct for most cases. The wilderness does kill people. Memory is unreliable. Trauma does create false narratives, but most is not all. And it's the exceptions that haunt us. The cases where every conventional explanation has been tested and found wanting. The cases where the physical evidence contradicts the official narrative. The cases where multiple witnesses report the same anomalies. The cases where the strangeness is so pronounced that even investigators admit they have no idea what happened. What if, in some of these cases, not all, perhaps not even most, but some, the explanation is exactly what it appears to be? What if people are being taken underground? What if there are entrances to deeper systems that most of us never find, but that occasionally swallow the unlucky or the curious? What if an underground civilization exists, and part of their survival strategy is ensuring that anyone who discovers too much simply disappears? It would be a perfect system. Missing persons cases are common. They're tragic but not suspicious. They're explained by natural dangers, and if a small percentage of them are actually abductions by underground beings, how would we know? How would we distinguish between someone who fell into a crevasse and died, and someone who found a hidden entrance and was taken? Between someone who succumbed to exposure and someone who was removed from the surface world? We wouldn't. We couldn't. The underground civilization would be perfectly camouflaged by the natural dangers of the wilderness. Their actions would be hidden in the statistical noise of normal disappearances. And anyone who started to see the pattern, who started to ask the right questions, would be dismissed as a conspiracy theorist, their credibility destroyed before they could make a convincing case. It's elegant in a dark way. It's the perfect cover. And it means that the underground civilization, if it exists, could have been taking people for decades, centuries, and we'd never know. We chalk it up to the dangers of the wilderness, the risks of exploration, the sad but inevitable cost of human interaction with nature, and the people who vanish into the deep places, they're gone, completely, either dead or living in a world we can't reach, in the vast chambers and tunnels that sprawl beneath the Earth's surface. Perhaps some of them adapted. Perhaps some of them survived, learned to live underground, became part of the civilization that took them. Perhaps they're there still, miles beneath us, having given up any hope of return, living out their lives in the warm darkness. Or perhaps they didn't survive. Perhaps they served whatever purpose the underground beings needed and were then disposed of. Perhaps their bodies lie in chambers we'll never find, in the deep places where no light reaches, where no human explorer will ever descend. Perhaps they're part of the earth now, returned to stone and darkness. We don't know. We can't know, not without going deeper, not without searching the places we've never searched, opening the doors we've never opened, descending into the parts of the earth that remain unmapped and unexplored. But do we want to know? Do we want to confirm that some of our missing are not lost to nature but taken by intelligence? Do we want to discover that we share the planet with beings who view us as subjects for study, as resources to be harvested, or simply as intruders to be removed? Maybe it's better not to know. Maybe the uncertainty, the mystery, the unanswered questions are preferable to the truth. Because once you know, you can't unknow. Once you understand that the ground beneath your feet conceals not just rock and earth, but passages, chambers, and potentially hostile intelligence, you can never look at the wilderness the same way again. You can never enter a cave without wondering if you'll emerge. You can never walk alone in the forest without feeling watched from below. The missing remain missing. The questions remain unanswered. And somewhere in the deep places, in the darkness beneath our feet, something might be waiting, watching, taking note of who wanders too close, who asks too many questions, who stumbles upon the entrances that are meant to stay hidden. And if you're unlucky, or perhaps, from a certain perspective, lucky, you might be next. You might find the entrance others have missed. You might descend into the darkness and discover the truth. You might meet the civilization that lives in the Earth's hollow places, and then you'll face the final question. Will they let you leave? Will you return to the surface world with your story, your proof, your confirmation that everything you wondered was true? Or will you become another statistic, another missing person, another unsolved case that families mourn and investigators puzzle over and the rest of the world forgets? The Earth has swallowed thousands of us. It will swallow thousands more. And each time we'll comfort ourselves with natural explanations, with wilderness dangers, with tragic accidents that need no further investigation. But sometimes, late at night, when you hear sounds from beneath the ground that don't quite match any natural process, when you feel the vibrations of something moving in the deep, when you stand at the entrance of a cave and feel cold air rising from below, carrying a scent you can't identify, sometimes you'll wonder. And in that moment of wondering, you'll understand that the greatest mystery isn't in the stars above, but in the depths below. The greatest danger isn't from the unknown cosmos, but from the known Earth that isn't as empty as we pretend. The civilization sleeps, or watches, or waits, and occasionally, very occasionally, it reaches up through the stone and claims what it needs from the surface world, and we never see it coming, because we're not looking down, and so we return to the question we began with. What if there's a secret civilization sleeping inside Earth? The evidence is fragmentary. The proof is elusive. Science offers explanations for most of the anomalies: natural caves, geological formations, seismic activity, the trick that isolation and darkness play on the human mind. And yet, the myths persist. The stories continue. the sightings don't stop. And in the space between what we know and what we wonder, possibility lives. Perhaps there is no underground civilization. Perhaps the Earth's interior is exactly what the textbooks say it is. Layers of rock and metal, hot and lifeless, governed by physics and chemistry and nothing more. Perhaps the myths are just stories, the sightings just misidentifications, the anomalies just natural phenomena we don't yet fully understand. Perhaps we're alone on this planet, the only intelligence, the only consciousness, the only ones asking questions about what lies beneath. But perhaps not. Perhaps somewhere in the deep places, in caverns warmed by the Earth's heart, in tunnels carved by ancient hands, in cities built when the surface world was young, something exists. Something that remembers when the continents were different shapes, when the oceans covered different lands, when humanity was just beginning to stand upright and wonder at the stars. Something that has watched civilizations rise and fall, that has seen ice ages come and go, that has survived cataclysms that erased entire species from the surface world. Perhaps they're sleeping, as the myths suggest, dormant, waiting for the right moment to wake. Or perhaps they're not sleeping at all. Perhaps they're awake, aware, watching us through means we can't detect, observing our progress, our struggles, our slow journey toward whatever comes next. Perhaps they're deciding whether we're ready, whether we've learned enough, whether we've grown enough, whether we can be trusted with the knowledge that we're not alone, that we never were, that the Earth has always been home to more than just us. And perhaps one day they'll reveal themselves, not through invasion or conquest, but through invitation. They'll open the doors we've been searching for. They'll show us the passages that lead down into the warm darkness, into the places where the old knowledge is kept, where the ancient technologies still function, where the first civilization still endures. And we'll descend, leaving the surface world behind, entering a realm that exists in myth and legend and the deepest dreams of humanity. Or perhaps they won't. Perhaps they'll remain hidden, as they've always been. Perhaps the boundary between our world and theirs will stay intact, the veil unlifted, the mystery unsolved. Perhaps we'll continue to dig and drill and explore, getting closer but never quite reaching them, finding hints and traces but never proof, living always with the question but never the answer. And maybe that's how it should be. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Maybe some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Maybe the underground civilization, if it exists, remains hidden, not because they fear us, but because they know that some knowledge changes everything, that some truth can't be unlearned, that once you know what lies beneath, you can never look at the ground the same way again. The Earth keeps its secrets well. It has kept them for billions of years, through ice ages and meteor strikes, through the rise and fall of countless species, through the entire history of life on this planet. And it will keep them still, long after we're gone, long after our cities have crumbled and our civilizations have faded into myth. The deep places will remain, the caverns will endure, and whatever lives there, whatever watches from below, will continue its ancient vigil, patient and eternal, waiting for the day when the surface world is ready to know the truth. Until then, we walk on the thin crust of the earth, building our cities, living our lives, looking up at the stars and wondering if we're alone. And beneath our feet, beneath the concrete and soil, beneath the bedrock and stone, beneath the miles of darkness and heat, something might be looking back. Something might be wondering the same thing. Something might be waiting for us to finally look down. The question remains, the mystery endures. And in the quiet moments when you stand alone in the darkness, when you feel the solid ground beneath you and wonder what lies below, You might sense it, a presence, ancient and vast, hidden in the deep places of the earth. You might feel the weight of all that stone, all that history, all those millions of years of secrets kept in the dark. And you might wonder, just for a moment, if the myths were right all along. If somewhere beneath us, in the warm darkness, in the forgotten places, a civilization sleeps, or watches, or waits, and you might wonder what will happen when they finally wake up. But there's another dimension to this mystery that we haven't fully explored yet, one that takes us beyond the physical evidence and into something more unsettling, the psychological dimension. The question of why this idea resonates so deeply, why it appears in cultures that had no contact with each other, why it persists despite science's assurances that nothing could survive in the conditions we know exist deep within the earth. Is it just human imagination, our tendency to populate the unknown with meaning, to fill empty spaces with stories? Or is it something else, something more fundamental? What if the reason we keep telling these stories, keep returning to this idea of civilizations beneath our feet, is because somewhere in our collective memory we remember them? What if the myths aren't fantasies but records, distorted by time, yes, garbled by transmission across countless generations, but records nonetheless of something that actually happened? There's a concept in psychology called genetic memory, or ancestral memory. The idea that experiences from our ancestors' lives can be passed down through generations, encoded somehow in our DNA or our collective unconscious. The science on this is controversial, but studies have shown that trauma can affect gene expression, that mice can inherit learned fears from their parents, that experiences might leave markers that persist across generations. If this is true, even partially, then what might we have inherited from our ancestors? What memories might be sleeping in our genes, waiting to be triggered? And what if one of those memories is this? The memory of the time when we weren't alone on this planet, when we shared the earth with something else, something that eventually retreated below. What if the reason we feel uneasy in deep caves, why darkness beneath the ground triggers a primal fear, different from the fear of darkness above ground, is because our ancestors learned to fear what lived at those depths? What if the myths aren't warnings about death and the afterlife, but warnings about something real, something our distant ancestors encountered and fled from? Consider the timeline. Modern humans have existed for roughly 300,000 years, but civilization, cities, writing, organized agriculture only emerged about 12,000 years ago. That leaves nearly 300 millennia of human history that exists only in archaeology and inference. We know humans during that time were just as intelligent as we are. They had the same brain capacity, the same cognitive abilities. They survived ice ages, megafauna, environmental catastrophes. They spread across the entire planet. But we have almost no record of their lives, their discoveries, their encounters. What happened during those missing millennia? What did they see? What did they learn? And what did they forget? There's a theory proposed by some researchers studying ancient catastrophe myths that human civilization has risen and fallen multiple times, that we're not the first advanced society to develop on Earth, just the most recent. The theory points to anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that seem too advanced for their supposed time period, structures that show evidence of technologies we didn't think existed, knowledge preserved in ancient texts that shouldn't have been possible for people to possess. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off Greece, is a mechanical computer from the 2nd century BC, so sophisticated that nothing comparable would be built again for over 1,000 years. The precision of the Great Pyramid's construction, aligned to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree, using blocks weighing up to 80 tons, transported from quarries hundreds of miles away. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs only fully visible from the air, created by a culture that supposedly had no flight capability. These could be isolated examples of human ingenuity, cultures that achieved remarkable things with limited technology, or they could be remnants, echoes of knowledge that came from somewhere else, passed down from a previous iteration of civilization, or shared by something that existed alongside humanity. And if previous civilizations existed and then collapsed, where did they go? Some would have simply died out, their knowledge lost, their people absorbed into the surviving populations. But what if some of them survived? What if they saw the catastrophe coming? The flood, the ice age, the meteor impact, and they prepared? What if they went underground? The geology supports the possibility. During the Younger Dryas period, about 12,800 years ago, the Earth's climate underwent a dramatic and sudden shift. Temperatures plunged, ice advanced. The change happened so rapidly that some scientists believe it could have occurred over the span of a single decade. Entire ecosystems were transformed. Megafauna went extinct, and human populations, which had been growing and spreading, suddenly contracted. The archaeological record shows a gap, a period where human activity seems to diminish, where settlements are abandoned, where the signs of civilization temporarily vanish. What happened to those people? Where did they go? The standard answer is that they died, that populations crashed due to the harsh conditions. But what if some of them didn't die? What if some of them found shelter in the one place the ice couldn't reach? Underground. Caves would have been the obvious choice. They maintain relatively stable temperatures year-round. They provide protection from wind and weather. Many contain water sources, and in a world where the surface had become uninhabitable, where glaciers covered the land and temperatures made survival impossible, caves would have been humanity's last refuge. But here's where it gets interesting. If populations sheltered in caves for an extended period, decades, centuries, what would happen to them? How would they adapt? We know humans are incredibly adaptable. We've evolved to survive in nearly every environment on Earth. But evolution requires time and pressure. It requires generations living under specific conditions, with specific challenges, and it requires isolation. Populations cut off from the main genetic pool, developing traits in response to their unique environment. What traits would develop in populations living underground? Reduced pigmentation, certainly. Without sunlight, melanin provides no advantage. Enhanced night vision or sensitivity to low light. Possibly changes in hearing, in the ability to navigate by sound and echo. Changes in metabolism to adapt to different food sources, different temperatures, and over many generations, over thousands of years of living in darkness. Who knows what else might change? There are animals that have adapted to cave life, species that have evolved in complete darkness for so long that they've lost all pigmentation, all eye function. They navigate by sensing vibrations in the air and water. They've developed elongated limbs for moving through tight spaces. They've become something distinct from their surface-dwelling ancestors. And if this can happen to fish, to salamanders, to insects, why not to humans? What if some of those populations who went underground during the Younger Dryas never came back up? What if they adapted so completely to subterranean life that they lost the ability or the desire to return to the surface? And what if they continue to evolve, to develop, to build their own civilization in the depths while the rest of humanity slowly rebuilt on the surface? It would explain the myths. Every culture has stories of pale beings who live underground, who emerge occasionally but prefer the darkness. In European folklore, they're called the Dverga or dwarves, beings who live in mountains and caves, master craftsmen who create objects of incredible power. In Irish mythology, the Tuatha De Danann retreated into the Cid Mounds, becoming the fairy folk who live in an underground realm. In Norse tradition, the Svartalfar or Dark Elves dwell beneath the earth in Svartalfheim. In Japanese folklore, the Tsuchigumo are spider-like beings who live in caves and tunnel networks. These descriptions share common elements. The beings are typically described as shorter than surface humans, or sometimes taller and thinner. They have pale skin. They possess advanced knowledge of metallurgy, of crafting, of technologies that seem magical to surface dwellers. They're sensitive to sunlight. They prefer the underground. And they're often depicted as having an ambiguous relationship with surface humanity. Sometimes helpful, sometimes hostile, but always separate, always other. What if these aren't fantasy creatures? What if they're descriptions of real populations, human populations that diverged from the surface branch thousands of years ago and adapted to subterranean life? The details would have been distorted over time, certainly. Oral traditions transform reality into myth, but the core might be real. The memory of encountering people who looked different, who lived differently, who possessed knowledge that seemed impossible, but who were fundamentally human, or at least had once been. This would also explain why the myths speak of these beings possessing advanced technology. If a population survived underground through a catastrophic period, they would have needed to develop sophisticated solutions to enormous challenges. How do you breathe in sealed underground spaces? You need ventilation systems. How do you grow food without sunlight? You need artificial light sources or alternative food production methods. How do you navigate vast tunnel networks in complete darkness? You need mapping systems, lighting, possibly echolocation, or other sensory enhancements. And if they were developing these technologies 12,000 years ago, while surface populations were still rebuilding, still working with stone tools and basic agriculture, what would they have by now? How far could their technology have advanced over 12 millennia of continuous development, uninterrupted by the wars and collapses that set back surface civilizations again and again? This brings us to one of the most intriguing aspects of the underground civilization theory, the question of technology. Because if such a civilization exists, if they've been developing in isolation for thousands of years, their technology would be fundamentally different from ours. It would have evolved to solve different problems, to work in different environments, and it might operate on principles we haven't even discovered yet. Think about how our technology developed. We built upward. We created agriculture that depends on sunlight. We developed metallurgy that requires open-air furnaces and abundant fuel. We invented the wheel because we needed to transport things across horizontal distances. We created flight because we wanted to move through the air. Every piece of technology we've developed is optimized for surface living, for an environment with specific characteristics: sunlight, open space, atmosphere, gravity acting in a familiar way. But underground, the constraints are completely different. You can't build upward. You have limited vertical space. You can't depend on sunlight for energy or food production. You can't use traditional combustion because it consumes oxygen and produces toxic gases. You can't navigate by line of sight because sight itself is limited. Every single challenge requires different solutions. So what would underground technology look like? For energy, they might use geothermal sources. The Earth's internal heat is constant and enormous. The deeper you go, the hotter it gets. Civilization with access to those depths would have effectively unlimited energy. They might have developed geothermal power generation thousands of years before we even conceived of it. They might be able to tap into heat sources that we can't reach, using materials and techniques adapted to extreme temperatures and pressures. For light, they might have developed bioluminescence, organic lighting systems using modified bacteria or fungi that produce light through chemical reactions. We're only now beginning to experiment with bioluminescent technology, but a civilization that spent millennia underground would have had strong evolutionary pressure to develop such systems. Or they might use minerals that phosphoresce or fluoresce, stones that store energy and emit light. Or they might have learned to see using non-visible wavelengths, developing the ability to perceive infrared or ultraviolet light. For food production, they might have perfected fungiculture, growing fungi that can thrive in darkness, that can break down rock and minerals into nutrients. They might have developed hydroponic systems that don't require sunlight, using artificial lighting or chemical processes to fuel plant growth. Or they might have moved beyond organic food entirely, developing synthetic nutrition or finding ways to directly metabolize minerals and chemical energy. For transportation, they wouldn't need wheels or vehicles that move across surfaces. Instead, they might use systems optimized for three-dimensional movement through tunnel networks, vertical transport, systems that can navigate narrow passages and sudden drops, possibly vehicles that interact directly with the rock itself, that can somehow move through solid matter or manipulate it. The UFO reports of objects that seem to merge with mountains, that disappear into rock faces, might be observations of such technology in use, and for sensing and communication, they might have developed systems that work through solid rock. Sound travels through rock, but differently than through air. They might communicate using low-frequency vibrations that can traverse miles of stone. They might navigate by sensing electromagnetic fields in the rock, or by detecting minute seismic vibrations. They might have what we'd call a sixth sense, abilities that seem paranormal to us but are simply evolved or engineered capabilities for thriving in their environment. Some of these technologies would seem like magic to us. If you showed a medieval person a smartphone, they'd think it was sorcery. If a subterranean civilization showed us their technology that operates on principles we don't understand, using energy sources we haven't learned to tap, we'd struggle to even comprehend what we were seeing. We'd describe it in terms of our own frameworks, as supernatural, as impossible, as violating the laws of physics, when really it's just physics we haven't discovered yet. This might explain some of the more bizarre aspects of UFO encounters, the objects that accelerate impossibly, that make right-angle turns at high speed, that seem to ignore inertia and gravity. If these aren't alien craft but terrestrial technology from an underground civilization, technology that manipulates gravitational fields or uses propulsion systems we haven't conceived of, then the seemingly impossible movements become merely advanced. The craft that disappear into mountains or water aren't travelling to other dimensions. They're going home, returning to the depths. It might also explain the electromagnetic effects often reported around UFO encounters. Compasses spinning wildly, electronics malfunctioning, vehicles losing power. If underground technology relies heavily on electromagnetic manipulation, for power, for propulsion, for communication, then when it operates near the surface, it would create interference. It would disrupt our relatively primitive electronic systems the way a powerful magnet disrupts a compass, and it might explain why encounters with these craft rarely result in direct contact. If an underground civilization wanted to remain hidden, they would minimize interaction with surface dwellers. They would observe from a distance. They would use drones or remotely operated craft. They would show themselves just enough to monitor our development, our capabilities, our intentions, but not enough to confirm their existence. They would stay in the shadows, in the spaces between proof and possibility. But why? If they possess such advanced technology, if they're so far ahead of us, why hide? Why not reveal themselves, make contact, share their knowledge? The answer might be simple: survival. Throughout human history, whenever a technologically advanced civilization has encountered a less advanced one, the result has been conquest, colonization, exploitation. The advanced civilization, confident in its superiority, imposes its will on the weaker one. Resources are extracted, populations are subjugated, cultures are destroyed. It's a pattern that has repeated across every continent, in every era of human history. An underground civilization would know this pattern. They might have witnessed it playing out on the surface for thousands of years. They might have watched as empires rose and fell, as stronger nations conquered weaker ones, as technological advantage always translated to dominance. And they would understand that if they revealed themselves, if surface humanity knew they existed, we would eventually come for them. Not out of malice necessarily, but out of the same drives that have fueled human expansion since the beginning: curiosity, greed, the desire for resources, the compulsion to explore and claim everything we can reach. We would want their territory, the vast underground spaces they inhabit. We would want their resources, the minerals, the geothermal energy, the underground water. We would want their technology, the power systems, the transportation methods, whatever breakthroughs they've achieved, and we would take them the way we've taken everything else, the way we've destroyed indigenous populations, ecosystems, anything that stood in the way of expansion. So they hide, not because they're weak. If their technology is as advanced as we suspect, they could probably defend themselves effectively. But because conflict would be costly for both sides. Because once their existence became known, the secret couldn't be contained. Because the moment surface humanity confirmed that habitable spaces existed underground, that resources were available, that another civilization was there, we would find a way to reach them. We would dig deeper. We would send expeditions. We would find the entrances, and everything would change. From their perspective, remaining hidden isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It's the choice to avoid a confrontation that serves no purpose, to maintain a separation that benefits everyone. They live in their world, we live in ours, and as long as the boundary holds, as long as we don't discover them, both civilizations can exist in parallel, occupying the same planet but inhabiting different realms. But boundaries don't hold forever, because we keep digging. We can't help ourselves. It's in our nature to explore, to probe, to push deeper into every frontier we can find. And with each passing decade, our technology improves. We drill deeper, we map more extensively, we develop tools that can see through solid rock, that can detect voids and chambers miles below the surface. We're getting closer, and if there is something down there, something that has remained hidden for thousands of years, we're approaching the moment when hiding becomes impossible. Consider the progress we've made. The Kola Super Deep borehole reached 7.5 miles. The Sakhalin well, drilled for oil extraction, extended over 7.7 miles, though at an angle rather than straight down. The current technology for deep drilling is far more advanced than what existed even 20 years ago. We can drill in higher temperatures, in harder rock, with greater precision, and we're motivated to go deeper for geothermal energy, for mineral resources, for scientific research. There are proposals now for drilling projects that would penetrate the Earth's mantle, reaching depths of over 9 miles. The International Ocean Discovery Program has plans to drill through the oceanic crust, which is thinner than continental crust, to access the mantle directly. If successful, these projects would reach depths no human technology has ever touched. They would penetrate regions that have been sealed off from the surface for billions of years. What would we find there? Scientifically, we'd gain invaluable data about the Earth's composition, its formation, its internal dynamics, But what else might we find? What if those depths are where the boundary exists? What if 9 miles down we break through into something that isn't just rock and heat, but space, chambers, infrastructure, and even if we don't reach their actual living spaces, we might reach their territory. We might drill into regions they consider theirs, that they've marked as off-limits, and they would notice. They would detect the vibrations, the disturbance, the intrusion into areas they've kept sealed. What would they do? Would they simply avoid the intrusion, moving their operations to different areas? Or would they respond? Would they take action to protect their territory, their secrecy, their survival? There have been incidents that suggest the latter might be true. Drilling projects that have encountered unexpected problems, equipment failures that couldn't be explained, anomalous seismic activity around drill sites, and in a few cases projects that were abruptly cancelled with vague explanations about budget constraints or technical difficulties. In 2009, a deep drilling project in Iceland designed to tap into geothermal resources was suddenly terminated. The official explanation was that the drill had accidentally penetrated a magma chamber, creating conditions too dangerous to continue. But some of the engineers involved reported strange readings before the shutdown, electromagnetic anomalies that didn't match volcanic activity, vibrations that seemed artificial rather than geological. The drill site was sealed, and further exploration in that area was prohibited. Why? If they had successfully reached a magma chamber, that would be a breakthrough. The first time humans had directly accessed molten rock. It would be a scientific triumph. But instead, the project was buried, the data classified, the site abandoned. Similar incidents have occurred elsewhere. A mining operation in South Africa that was closed after workers reported hearing mechanical sounds coming from beyond the rock face. Sounds that couldn't be explained by any known geological process. A tunnel excavation in China that stopped abruptly when scanners detected a large void ahead. A cavity that shouldn't exist according to the geological surveys. The project was rerouted, the original tunnel sealed, and no official explanation was provided. These could be coincidences. Every large-scale drilling or excavation project encounters unexpected challenges. Equipment fails. Conditions are harsher than anticipated. Safety concerns force shutdowns. It would be irresponsible to continue projects that pose danger to workers or the environment, and the fact that these incidents occur across different countries, different contexts, different types of projects, might simply reflect the universal challenges of working at extreme depths. But the pattern is interesting. Projects that suddenly stop when they reach certain depths, sites that are sealed rather than simply abandoned, explanations that feel incomplete, and in several cases reports from workers of things that don't fit the standard narrative. Sounds, sightings, readings on equipment that suggest something other than natural geology. And then there's the official secrecy. Many countries have classified projects related to deep earth exploration. The reasons given are usually economic, protecting information about resource deposits, maintaining competitive advantage in mining or energy production. But some researchers point out that the level of classification seems excessive. Why would geological data be considered a matter of national security? Why would information about what exists 10 miles underground be treated as more sensitive than information about satellites or military technology? Unless what they found isn't just geology. Unless the classification isn't about protecting economic interests, but about preventing panic, maintaining social stability, managing a truth that most people aren't ready to handle, that we're not alone on this planet, that something else is down there, and that we're getting close to finding it. The governments would have a difficult choice to make if deep drilling projects confirmed the existence of an underground civilization If they found clear evidence of artificial structures or detected signs of intelligent activity, what would they do? Announce it to the world? The implications would be staggering. Every assumption about human history, about our place on Earth, about our uniqueness would be challenged. Religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the discovery with their doctrines. Economic systems would destabilize as people questioned whether resources belonged to surface humanity or were shared with the underground inhabitants. Military forces would mobilize, preparing for potential conflict with an unknown entity. Or would they keep it secret? Would they classify the information, limit access to a small group of officials and scientists, and work quietly to understand the situation before making any public announcements? Would they try to establish covert contact, to negotiate, to determine the intentions and capabilities of the underground civilization before revealing their existence? History suggests they would choose secrecy. Governments have consistently classified information they believe could cause social disruption. The truth comes out eventually, but slowly, in managed doses, after preparations have been made to handle the consequences. And if the truth is that we share this planet with another intelligent civilization, one that possesses technology beyond ours, one that has been here longer than us, one that might view our expansion as a threat, that truth would be managed very carefully indeed. But secrets don't hold forever. They leak, they fragment. Pieces emerge in different places, a testimony here, a document there, a pattern that researchers piece together from disparate sources, and gradually the secret stops being a secret and becomes instead an open question, something that enough people know about that denial becomes impossible, but not so many that it forces official acknowledgement. We might be at that point now. The idea of an underground civilization, once dismissed as pure fantasy, has gained enough traction that it's discussed seriously in some circles. Documentaries explore it, researchers investigate it, and while mainstream science still rejects the notion, the rejection feels less certain now, more defensive, because the evidence keeps accumulating, the anomalies keep appearing, the questions keep multiplying, and perhaps, just perhaps, we're approaching the moment when the truth becomes undeniable. But what would that truth actually look like? If we confirmed that an underground civilization exists, if we somehow made contact or discovered proof of their presence, what would we actually be dealing with? What would they be like, these beings who've lived beneath the earth for thousands of years? The answer depends on how long they've been separated from surface humanity. If the separation occurred 12,000 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, then we're talking about roughly 500 generations of isolated evolution and cultural development. That's enough time for significant changes to occur, physical adaptations to the environment, cultural divergence, technological progress along completely different paths. Physically, they might be recognizable as human but distinct. Pale skin from lack of sun exposure, possibly completely white or even translucent. Eyes adapted to darkness, perhaps larger to gather more light, or perhaps atrophied if they rely on other senses for navigation. Changes in body proportions to suit three-dimensional movement through tunnels, possibly shorter and stockier for stability in enclosed spaces, or possibly taller and thinner for navigating vertical shafts. Differences in bone density to handle different gravitational stresses, different pressures, enhanced hearing and tactile senses, possibly biological bioluminescence, the ability to produce light through chemical reactions in their skin or eyes. Some of these traits would make them appear alien to us, despite sharing common ancestry. We might not immediately recognize them as human, and they probably wouldn't recognize us as kin either. After 12,000 years of separation, after adapting to such different environments, the physical differences would be substantial enough that both populations might view each other as something other, something foreign. Culturally, the divergence would be even greater. Culture evolves faster than biology, changing with each generation, shaped by environment, technology, challenges, values. A civilization that has spent 12 millennia underground would have developed completely different cultural frameworks from surface humanity. Their concept of space would be fundamentally different. We think horizontally, in terms of land, territory, geographical boundaries. We build along the surface, spreading outward. They would think vertically and three-dimensionally. Their cities would extend up and down, interconnected through multiple levels. Their concept of territory would be volumetric rather than planar, and their sense of claustrophobia and agoraphobia would be inverted from ours. They might feel exposed and vulnerable in open spaces, comfortable only when surrounded by stone. Their relationship with darkness would be different. We fear the dark, instinctively associating it with danger and the unknown. They would embrace it, see it as natural, possibly even prefer it to light. Darkness would be their medium, the element in which they're most comfortable. An exposure to bright light might be painful, disorienting, harmful to eyes adapted to low-light conditions. Their social structures might be vastly different. Underground living imposes certain constraints. Space is limited. Resources must be managed carefully. Ventilation and climate control are critical. This might lead to more collectivist social organizations, where individual desires are subordinated to the needs of the group, where careful planning and cooperation are essential for survival. Or it might lead to rigid hierarchies, with strict control over resources and movement. Or it might result in something we don't have a framework for, social structures adapted to their specific environment and challenges. Their technology, as we've discussed, would operate on different principles, but their science would be different too. They wouldn't have astronomy, no stars to observe, no sky to study. Their understanding of physics might be more advanced in some areas, seismology, thermodynamics, material science under extreme pressure, and less developed in others, optics, aerodynamics, atmospheric science. They might have discovered principles of physics that we haven't, because they encountered phenomena we never experience on the surface, and they might be completely ignorant of things we take for granted. Their art would be adapted to their senses. Music might be their primary art form, since visual art would be limited in darkness. Or they might create art using textures, shapes that are appreciated through touch rather than sight. Or they might use bioluminescence in ways we'd find beautiful and strange, creating light paintings in the darkness. Their literature and storytelling would reflect their values, their history, their unique perspective, stories about the deep places, about survival, about the world above ground viewed as a strange and dangerous realm. And their religion, their philosophy, their understanding of existence would be shaped by their environment. They live inside the earth, surrounded by rock, with heat rising from below and cold descending from above. They might view the earth itself as a living entity, as mother and protector. They might have creation myths about emerging from the stone, about being born from the planet's heart. They might see surface dwellers as those who abandoned the true world, who fled to the thin and dangerous realm above. Or they might view us with pity, as primitive cousins who never learned to thrive in the depths. In other words, if we met them, if we somehow established contact, we wouldn't be meeting humans who live underground. We'd be meeting a different species, or at least a different branch of humanity, that has diverged so far from us that meaningful communication would be challenging. We'd be dealing with beings whose psychology, motivations, and worldview are fundamentally alien to our own. And that's the optimistic scenario. the one where they're still recognizably related to us, where communication is possible even if difficult. But what if the separation is older? What if the underground civilization didn't emerge 12,000 years ago, but much earlier? What if they're not an offshoot of Homo sapiens, but a parallel branch of human evolution, or even a separate species entirely that evolved intelligence independently? The fossil record shows that multiple species of hominids existed simultaneously for much of our evolutionary history. Homo sapiens coexisted with Neanderthals, Denisovans, Homo erectus, possibly others. These species interbred occasionally. Most humans today carry Neanderthal DNA, but they were distinct, with different physical characteristics, different behaviors, different adaptations. What if one of these species, rather than going extinct, went underground? What if they survived by retreating into caves and never came back out? Neanderthals, for instance, were already adapted to cold environments, with stockier builds and larger nasal cavities. They used caves extensively, showed evidence of sophisticated tool use and possibly symbolic thought. If a population of Neanderthals had survived by going deeper into cave systems, if they had continued to evolve in that environment for the past 40,000 years, what would they be now? Would they still be Neanderthals, or would they be something new, something shaped by 2,000 generations of subterranean existence? And what if the separation is even older? What if there's a branch of hominid evolution that diverged millions of years ago, that never lived on the surface at all, that evolved intelligence in the underground environment while our ancestors were still learning to walk upright in the African savanna? They would be so different from us that we might not recognize them as related at all. They might have body plans adapted to their environment in ways we can't imagine. They might think in ways we can't comprehend. They might be to us what we are to apes, similar in some ways, but operating on a different level with capabilities we can barely recognize as intelligence. This is perhaps the most unsettling possibility. Not that there's another civilization beneath us, but that there's another form of intelligence entirely. Something that evolved alongside us but separately. Something that shares the planet but not our history. Something that is as alien to us as any creature from another world, but infinitely closer, separated by just a few miles of rock. And if such intelligence exists, what are its intentions toward us? Does it view us with curiosity, with indifference, with hostility? Has it been watching us, studying us, waiting to see what we become? Or has it been largely unaware of us, as we've been unaware of it, both species living in separate worlds that rarely touch? The truth is, we have no way to know. We can speculate, theorize, extrapolate from the fragments of evidence and story. But until contact occurs, if it ever does, the underground civilization remains a mystery, a question without an answer, a possibility that hovers between myth and reality, tantalizingly close to proof, but never quite reaching it. And maybe that's where it will stay. Maybe we'll never know for certain. Maybe the deep places will keep their secrets. And maybe we'll continue to walk on the surface of the earth, building our cities and living our lives, while below us, in the warm darkness, another world continues its ancient existence separate and unknowable. Or maybe one day soon the boundary will break. We'll dig too deep. We'll find the entrance. We'll make contact. And everything we thought we knew about the world, about humanity, about our place in the universe will change forever. Until then, the question remains. The mystery endures. And when you stand on solid ground, when you feel the earth beneath your feet, you might remember that solid ground is thin, a fragile shell floating atop a vast and hidden world. And you might wonder what's down there, in the depths we've never seen. You might wonder if they're wondering about us too. And so, We stand at the edge of the unknown. The evidence is compelling but not conclusive. The stories persist but remain unprovable. Science dismisses the idea, yet cannot fully explain all the anomalies. The deep places of the earth remain unexplored, their secrets intact. Perhaps this is how great mysteries are meant to exist, not in the realm of confirmed fact or complete fiction, but in the space between, in the realm of maybe, because that space, that uncertainty, that possibility keeps us looking, keeps us questioning, keeps us curious about the world we inhabit. And isn't that what we need? In an age where so much has been mapped and categorized, where satellites can photograph every square inch of the surface, where it seems like all the great discoveries have been made, don't we need mysteries? Don't we need to know that there are still frontiers, still unknowns, still places where anything might be possible? The underground civilization, whether real or imagined, serves that purpose. It reminds us that the earth is deeper than we can reach, stranger than we can imagine, and full of possibilities we haven't exhausted. It reminds us that beneath the mundane surface of daily life, beneath the familiar ground we walk on, there might be wonders and terrors beyond our comprehension. And it reminds us that we're still explorers at heart, still driven to seek out the hidden places, to shine light into the darkness, to answer the questions that have haunted humanity since the beginning. What else is out there? What have we missed? What's waiting to be discovered? The answer might be nothing. The depths might be exactly what science says they are. Rock and heat and pressure, magnificent in their own way but lifeless, empty of intelligence or civilization. Or the answer might be everything. The confirmation that we're not alone, that Earth harbours mysteries greater than we imagined, that the old stories were true in ways we never suspected. We won't know until we look, until we go deeper, until we push past the boundaries of what we think is possible and venture into the true unknown. And when we do, if we do, we'll finally have our answer. Until then, the civilization sleeps in the depths, or watches, or waits, and we walk above them, oblivious or nearly so, lives on the thin surface of a world that is far stranger, far deeper, and far more mysterious than we ever dared to believe. The ground beneath you is not as solid as it seems. The darkness below is not as empty as you think. And the old myths, the persistent stories, the legends that refuse to die, maybe they're trying to tell us something we're not quite ready to hear. Maybe they're warning us. Maybe they're preparing us. Maybe they're simply reminding us of what our ancestors knew and we forgot. That the earth has secrets, that the deep places are alive, and that when you descend far enough, when you go deep enough into the darkness, you might find more than rock and stone. You might find the truth, and the truth might be looking back. Right now, a mysterious object is drifting through our solar system, an interstellar visitor unlike anything we've ever seen. Its name is 3I Atlas, a frozen messenger from the depths of the galaxy, moving at over 60,000 miles per hour, shimmering with the light of distant suns. But what if this isn't just a fragment of the rock and ice? What if it's something far older, a relic of a civilization returning home? Tonight, we journey beyond the boundaries of science and myth, through the origins of stars, the ruins of lost worlds, and the haunting possibility that we are not the first to rise. Let the journey begin. What if the object we call 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar visitor hurtling through our solar system, isn't just a fragment of rock or ice but a messenger? What if it's the return of something we once knew, a sign that the first civilization in our galaxy is coming home? The question hangs in the darkness like a star that refuses to fade. For years now, astronomers have been tracking objects that don't belong to our solar system, visitors from the vast emptiness between stars. They arrive without warning, moving through our cosmic neighbourhood with trajectories that defy the gentle orbits of planets and asteroids born here. These interstellar wanderers carry with them the dust of other suns, the chemistry of alien worlds, and perhaps something more, something we haven't yet learned to recognise. 3I Atlas appeared in our telescopes like a whisper from the void. Its designation marks it as the third confirmed interstellar object ever detected passing through our solar system, following the enigmatic Oumuamua in 2017 and the comet Borisov in 2019. But while those earlier visitors sparked wonder and debate, 3I Atlas arrived with a different quality, a strangeness that settled into the minds of those who studied it and refused to leave. There was something about its path, something about the way it moved through space that felt less like chance and more like intention. The discovery came through patient observation, the kind of work that requires watching the same patch of sky night after night, waiting for something to shift against the background of distant stars. When 3I Atlas first revealed itself, it appeared as nothing more than a faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the countless other points that populate our telescope's fields of view. But as the observations accumulated, as the measurements refined themselves, a pattern emerged. This object was moving differently. Its velocity carried the unmistakable signature of something that had travelled between the stars, something that had never been bound by our sun's gravity, something that came from somewhere else entirely. The mathematics of orbital mechanics are precise and unforgiving. When an object moves through space, its path tells a story written in the language of gravity and momentum. Objects born in our solar system follow elliptical orbits, bound to the sun in an eternal dance that began billions of years ago, when our planetary system first condensed from a cloud of gas and dust. But interstellar objects move differently. Their trajectories are hyperbolic, open-ended paths that carry them through our system and back out into the galaxy beyond. They are not prisoners of our star. They are travellers, and 3I Atlas was travelling with purpose. What made 3I Atlas unusual wasn't just its interstellar origin. Other objects had already claimed that distinction. What set it apart was the subtle anomalies in its behaviour, the small deviations from predicted paths that accumulated over weeks and months of observation. Astronomers expected it to follow a clean hyperbolic trajectory, accelerated by the sun's gravity as it fell inward, then flung back out into the darkness. But 3I Atlas didn't quite follow that script. There were perturbations, tiny adjustments in its velocity that couldn't be fully explained by gravitational interactions alone. Some suggested outgassing, the release of volatile materials as the object warmed in the sun's light, creating a subtle rocket effect that nudged it off course. This explanation had been invoked for Oumuamua as well, though that earlier visitor had shown no visible signs of a comet's tail, no cloud of dust and gas that should accompany such outgassing. The explanation felt incomplete then, and it felt incomplete now. Others proposed that the object might be tumbling in complex ways, its irregular shape creating unexpected interactions with solar radiation pressure. But the more data that accumulated, the more these conventional explanations seemed to strain against the observations. There were whispers in the astronomical community, quiet conversations that happened in the margins of conferences and in the comment threads of preprint papers. What if 3i Atlas wasn't entirely natural? What if some aspect of its composition or structure was influencing its path in ways that natural processes couldn't fully account for? These weren't mainstream theories, not the kind of ideas that made it into press releases or textbooks, but they persisted nonetheless, circulating among those who had spent enough time staring at the data to notice that something felt wrong, or perhaps more accurately, something felt different. The object itself remained frustratingly difficult to characterize. Even through the most powerful telescopes, 3i Atlas appeared as little more than a point of light, too distant and too small to resolve any surface features or structural details. Spectroscopic analysis revealed hints about its composition, the chemical fingerprints of elements and molecules on its surface, but these measurements were noisy and ambiguous. Was it primarily rocky or metallic? Was it a fragment of a shattered world, or something that had formed intact in the depths of interstellar space? The data suggested possibilities but confirmed nothing. What could be measured with certainty was its trajectory, and that trajectory told a story that grew more intriguing the longer astronomers studied it. 3 Atlas had entered our solar system from a specific direction in the sky, arriving from the general region of the constellation Perseus. Tracing its path backward through space and time, astronomers could estimate where it might have originated, though the uncertainties grew enormous over interstellar distances. It could have been travelling for millions of years, drifting through the galaxy at speeds that would carry it past countless stars before finally arriving here at this moment in our small corner of the cosmos. But what if that arrival wasn't random? What if the timing, the trajectory, the very presence of 3i Atlas in our solar system at this particular moment in human history meant something more than cosmic coincidence? These questions began to take root, not just among fringe theorists, but among serious researchers who understood that the universe was far stranger than our models predicted, that every assumption we made about what was possible and what was natural deserved to be questioned when confronted with something genuinely unprecedented. The name itself carried weight. Atlas. In Greek mythology, Atlas was the titan condemned to hold up the heavens, to bear the weight of the celestial sphere on his shoulders for eternity. He was a figure of immense strength and endurance, a being who stood at the boundary between earth and sky, between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. The astronomers who designated this object 3i Atlas might have chosen the name for purely technical reasons, following the conventions of astronomical nomenclature. But names have power, and this one resonated with meanings that reached far deeper than any technical classification. What if the myths remembered something real? What if the stories of Atlas holding up the heavens preserved some ancient knowledge about visitors from the sky, about objects that came from beyond the known world and carried with them the weight of cosmic significance? Throughout human history, cultures around the world have told stories of beings who came from the stars, who brought knowledge and technology, who promised to return when the time was right. These stories were dismissed as primitive superstition, as the imaginative attempts of pre-scientific peoples to explain natural phenomena they couldn't understand. But what if those stories were memories, distorted by time and retelling, but memories nonetheless? The ancient Greeks weren't the only ones who looked to the sky and saw more than just lights in the darkness. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and taught humanity the arts of civilization. The Egyptians built their pyramids aligned to the stars, their texts filled with references to gods who travelled between earth and sky. The Maya tracked the movements of Venus with obsessive precision, their calendars marking cycles that stretched across millennia, as if they were waiting for something to return. The Hindu Vedas described Vimanas, flying vehicles that carried the gods across the heavens. The Book of Enoch told of watchers, celestial beings who descended to earth and shared forbidden knowledge with humanity. These stories shared common threads that wove through cultures separated by oceans and millennia. They spoke of visitors from above, of knowledge given and then withdrawn, of promises made about return and renewal. They described cycles of time, great ages that rose and fell, civilizations that reached heights of wisdom and power before collapsing back into darkness. And they all suggested that the sky itself was alive with intelligence, that the stars were not just distant suns but waypoints in a vast network of consciousness that stretched across the galaxy. Modern science had largely dismissed these myths as the products of human imagination, as stories we told ourselves to make sense of a universe we didn't yet understand. But what if we had been too quick to dismiss them? What if the ancients had witnessed something real, something that our technological civilization was only now beginning to rediscover? The arrival of interstellar objects like 3I Atlas forced us to confront the possibility that our solar system was not isolated, that we existed within a larger cosmic context where objects, and perhaps intelligences, moved between the stars. The connection between 3I Atlas and the mythological Atlas grew more intriguing the deeper one looked. The Titan Atlas was said to have been punished for his role in the war between the Titans and the Olympian gods, condemned to hold up the sky as eternal penance. But other versions of the myth suggested different interpretations. Some ancient sources described Atlas not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, a being who voluntarily took on the burden of separating heaven and earth, of maintaining the cosmic order. He was associated with astronomy and navigation, credited with creating the first celestial globe, with understanding the movements of the stars and planets in ways that allowed mortals to find their way across land and sea. What if Atlas represented not a person, but a concept? A symbol of something that connected Earth to the heavens? What if the myth preserved the memory of an object or a presence that served as a bridge between our world and something beyond? The image of Atlas holding up the sky could be interpreted as a metaphor for something that maintained a connection, that kept open a pathway between different realms of existence. And if 3I Atlas was named after this figure, perhaps that name was more appropriate than anyone realized. The object continued its journey through our solar system, indifferent to the speculation and wonder it generated. Telescopes tracked its progress, measuring its position against the background stars with ever-increasing precision. Computer models predicted its future path, calculating when it would reach perihelion, its closest approach to the Sun, and when it would eventually exit our solar system, returning to the interstellar void from which it came. But those predictions carried uncertainties, small margins of error that reflected the anomalies in its motion, the subtle ways it deviated from purely gravitational trajectories. Some astronomers proposed sending a mission to 3I Atlas, a spacecraft that could intercept the object and study it up close, perhaps even land on its surface and return samples to Earth. The technical challenges were enormous. Interstellar objects moved at tremendous velocities, far faster than any spacecraft humanity had ever built. Catching up to 3I Atlas would require propulsion systems that didn't yet exist, or at minimum launch windows and trajectories that would take years to execute. By the time any mission could be designed, funded and launched, 3I Atlas would likely be long gone, receding into the darkness beyond Neptune's orbit, beyond the Kuiper Belt, beyond the reach of our most ambitious space probes. But the desire to reach it, to touch it, to understand what it truly was, burned in the minds of those who studied it. Because 3I Atlas represented something more than just scientific curiosity. It represented the possibility of contact, of connection with something beyond our isolated corner of space. If it was indeed artificial, if some aspect of its structure or composition revealed the hand of intelligence, then it would be the first confirmed evidence that we were not alone, that other minds had arisen in the universe and had achieved the capability to send their creations between the stars. The implications of such a discovery would reshape human civilization. Every assumption about our place in the cosmos would need to be reconsidered. Every question about the origin and destiny of intelligence would take on new urgency. If another civilization had existed long enough and grown advanced enough to send objects across interstellar distances, then what had become of them? Were they still out there, watching and waiting? Or had they vanished, leaving behind only these silent messengers drifting through the galaxy like messages in bottles cast into an infinite ocean? The possibility that 3I Atlas might be connected to an ancient civilization, perhaps the first civilization to arise in our galaxy, opened up vistas of speculation that stretched across billions of years of cosmic history. Our galaxy was old, more than 13 billion years by current estimates, formed in the early universe when the first generations of stars began to coalesce from primordial hydrogen and helium. The Sun and Earth were relative latecomers, born only 4.5 billion years ago. That meant there had been billions of years before our solar system even existed. billions of years during which other stars formed, other planets coalesced, and potentially other forms of life and intelligence emerged? What if one of those early civilizations had achieved technological maturity billions of years before humanity even existed? What if they had spread across the galaxy, establishing themselves on countless worlds, building structures and networks that spanned interstellar distances? And what if, after reaching such heights, they had faced some crisis or transformation that caused them to withdraw, to retreat from the galaxy they had once dominated, leaving behind only traces and remnants of their existence? The idea of a first civilization, a progenitor species that arose when the galaxy was young and shaped its development in ways we couldn't yet perceive, had been explored in science fiction for decades. But science fiction was often just speculation running ahead of science, imagining possibilities that might one day be confirmed or refuted by observation and evidence. The arrival of interstellar objects in our solar system, objects that behaved in ways that challenged our understanding of what was natural and what was artificial, suggested that some of those speculative possibilities might deserve more serious consideration. There were theories in astrobiology and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence that addressed this possibility directly. The Fermi paradox asked why, if intelligent life was common in the universe, we hadn't yet detected any clear signs of it. Various solutions had been proposed. Perhaps intelligence was rare, perhaps civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability, perhaps they were deliberately hiding, or perhaps they existed in forms so different from us that we couldn't recognize their presence. But another possibility was that we were looking in the wrong places or at the wrong times, that the evidence of ancient civilizations might not take the form of radio signals or megastructures, but something more subtle, more enigmatic. What if ancient civilizations left behind artifacts that drifted through the galaxy for eons, silent and dormant until they encountered something that triggered their activation? What if 3i Atlas was such an artifact, a probe or marker sent out millions or billions of years ago, programmed to follow certain trajectories, to visit certain star systems, to observe and record and perhaps, under the right conditions, to signal back to its creators that it had found something worth noting? The concept of self-replicating probes, often called von Neumann probes after the mathematician who first formalized the idea, suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization could explore the entire galaxy using automated spacecraft that traveled from star to star, gathering resources, building copies of themselves, and continuing the expansion indefinitely. Such a strategy would allow a single civilization to establish a presence throughout the galaxy over the course of millions of years, even if they never developed faster than light travel. The probes would be the civilization's eyes and hands, extending their reach across distances that biological beings could never traverse in a single lifetime. If such probes existed, what would they look like? Would they be obviously artificial, gleaming metal constructs bristling with sensors and antennas? Or would they be more subtle, designed to blend in with natural objects, to avoid detection by primitive civilizations that weren't yet ready for contact? A probe disguised as an asteroid or comet could pass through a solar system unnoticed, gathering data and moving on, its true nature hidden beneath a shell of rock and ice. Only careful observation, only detailed analysis of its trajectory and composition might reveal the anomalies that hinted at something more. 3i Atlas exhibited exactly the kind of anomalies that such a disguised probe might display. Its trajectory was almost but not quite natural. Its behaviour was almost but not quite predictable. It was as if something about it was carefully calibrated to appear ordinary, while still retaining some capability for adjustment, some ability to modify its path in subtle ways that natural objects couldn't achieve. The outgassing explanation, the tumbling explanation, all the conventional theories felt like attempts to force the observations into familiar categories to avoid confronting the possibility that we were seeing something genuinely unprecedented. But if 3i Atlas was a probe, if it was artificial, then who had sent it? And more importantly, when? The object's trajectory suggested it had been travelling through interstellar space for an immense period of time. Even at velocities of tens of kilometres per second, crossing the distances between stars required thousands or millions of years. If 3i Atlas had been launched from another star system, it would have begun its journey long before human civilization existed. Perhaps before humanity's ancestors had even descended from the trees. Perhaps before complex life had emerged on Earth at all. The implications were staggering. If 3D Atlas was artificial and ancient, then it represented a message from a time so remote that the civilization that created it might no longer exist in any recognizable form. It would be like discovering a message in a bottle that had been floating in the ocean for millions of years, written in a language no one could read, sent by people whose entire world had long since vanished. The message might still be there, encoded in the object's structure or behaviour, but deciphering it would require understanding contexts and references that had been lost to time. Yet the name Atlas suggested something else, something about return rather than mere passage. The Titan Atlas was condemned to his burden, but he endured, he persisted, he remained at his post holding up the heavens through all the ages of the world. What if 3i Atlas wasn't just passing through, but returning, coming back to a place it had visited before, following a cycle that repeated across vast stretches of time? What if our solar system was one stop on a circuit that this object traced through the galaxy, visiting certain stars at certain intervals, checking in on the worlds that orbited them, observing how they had changed since the last visit? The idea of cyclical return appeared throughout human mythology and religion. The concept of eternal return, of time as a circle rather than a line, of history repeating itself in endless cycles of creation and destruction, appeared in ancient Greek philosophy, in Hindu cosmology, in the myths of countless indigenous cultures. The Maya believed in great cycles of time, ages that ended in cataclysm and renewal. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods followed by rebirth and a new beginning. The Hopi described multiple worlds, each one destroyed and replaced by the next as humanity failed to live in harmony with the cosmic order. What if these myths of cyclical time reflected some deeper truth about the universe, some pattern that operated on scales far larger than human history? What if civilizations rose and fell across the galaxy in great waves, each one reaching a peak of development before declining or transforming, making way for the next? And what if the first civilization, the one that arose when the galaxy was young, had established markers and messengers that travelled through space on trajectories timed to return to certain systems at intervals measured in millions of years, checking to see what new forms of life and intelligence had emerged in their absence? If 3 Atlas was such a messenger, then its arrival in our solar system at this particular moment in human history might not be coincidence. Perhaps it had been here before, passing through when Earth was a lifeless ball of molten rock, or when the first single-celled organisms were beginning to metabolize and reproduce in ancient oceans, or when dinosaurs ruled the continents. And now it was returning again, arriving at a time when one of Earth's species had developed technology, had begun to look outward toward the stars, had reached the threshold where it might be ready to receive the message that 3i Atlas carried. But what was that message? If the object was indeed artificial, if it carried information or instructions from its creators, how would we access it? The surface of 3i Atlas, if we could ever examine it up close, might reveal structures or patterns that didn't occur now. If such encounters had occurred, if Earth had been visited by representatives of an ancient civilization at various points in human prehistory and history, then what evidence would we expect to find? The visitors themselves would be long gone, returned to wherever they came from. Any technology they brought would have degraded over millennia, corroded and scattered and lost. But there might be traces, anomalies in the archaeological record, artifacts that didn't fit the expected progression of human technological development, structures that required capabilities beyond what the cultures that built them were supposed to possess. Such anomalies did exist, though their interpretation remained controversial. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, was a sophisticated astronomical calculator dating to the 2nd century BCE, far more complex than any other known device from that era. The precision of its gears and the sophistication of its design suggested knowledge of astronomy and mechanical engineering that seemed out of place in the ancient world. Conventional explanation held that it represented a peak of Greek technological achievement that was subsequently lost, but it raised questions about what else might have been known and forgotten. The megalithic structures scattered across the world, Stonehenge, the pyramids of Egypt and Central America, the massive stones of Baalbek and Puma Punku, demonstrated engineering capabilities that challenged our understanding of ancient technology. How were stones weighing hundreds of tons quarried, transported, and precisely fitted together using only the tools and techniques that conventional archaeology attributed to these cultures? Various explanations had been proposed, from sophisticated use of simple machines to large labour forces working over extended periods. But the precision of the work, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the undertaking, left room for questions about whether these cultures had access to knowledge or assistance that wasn't reflected in the conventional historical record. These anomalies didn't prove that Earth had been visited by an ancient civilization, but they kept the possibility alive. They prevented the question from being definitively closed. And now, with 3i Atlas passing through our solar system, with its ambiguous nature and its mythologically resonant name, the question took on new urgency. If there was an ancient civilization, if they had visited Earth in the past, if they had left behind myths and legends and perhaps physical traces of their presence, then might 3i Atlas be connected to them? Might it be a probe or marker from that same civilization, still following its programmed trajectory millions of years after it was launched? The concept of the first civilization implied not just temporal priority, but also a kind of cosmic significance. If one civilization had arisen billions of years before all others, if they had spread across the galaxy when it was young and empty, then they would have shaped the development of everything that came after. They might have seeded worlds with the building blocks of life, or protected emerging civilizations from cosmic threats, or established protocols and guidelines that governed how advanced species interacted with primitive ones. They would be, in effect, the elder race, the progenitors, the ones who set the patterns that all subsequent civilizations would follow or rebel against. Science fiction had explored this concept extensively. Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey featured mysterious monoliths left by an ancient alien civilization, artifacts that influenced human evolution and eventually led humanity to the stars. The monoliths were inscrutable, their purpose and origin never fully explained, but they served as markers and catalysts, guiding humanity's development according to some vast plan. Other stories featured ancient civilizations that had transcended physical existence, or that had withdrawn from the galaxy to allow younger species to develop, or that had left behind vast networks of technology waiting to be discovered and activated. These fictional scenarios provided frameworks for thinking about what a real first civilization might be like, what traces they might leave, how they might interact with younger species like humanity. But they were just stories, imaginative explorations of possibilities that might or might not reflect reality. The question was whether 3i Atlas represented the transition from fiction to fact, whether we were finally encountering evidence of something that had previously existed only in speculation and myth. The trajectory of 3i Atlas, traced backward through space and time, pointed toward a region of the galaxy that contained thousands of stars, any one of which might have been its origin point. But the uncertainties were enormous. Small errors in measuring the object's current position and velocity propagated backward into huge uncertainties about where it had been millions of years ago. It might have originated from a star system relatively close to our own, or it might have travelled halfway across the galaxy. Without more precise data, without some way to narrow down the possibilities, the question of its origin remained unanswerable. But perhaps the origin didn't matter as much as the destination. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was following a programmed trajectory, then what mattered was where it was going, what it was meant to observe or accomplish. And right now it was passing through our solar system, moving through the space where Earth orbited, where humanity had built its civilization, and was beginning to reach outward toward other worlds. If the object was a probe, if it was gathering data and transmitting it back to its creators, then what was it observing? What would it report about us? The thought was both thrilling and unsettling. To be observed by an intelligence far older and more advanced than our own, to be judged by standards we couldn't comprehend, to have our civilization evaluated and found either worthy or wanting. These possibilities touched on deep human anxieties about our place in the universe. We wanted to believe we were special, that our achievements mattered, that our existence had significance beyond the brief flicker of our individual lives. But we also feared that we might be insignificant, that the universe was indifferent to our struggles and aspirations, that we were alone in a vast emptiness that cared nothing for our hopes and dreams. The possibility that 3i Atlas might be a messenger from the first civilization offered a middle path between these extremes. It suggested that we were not alone, that other intelligences existed or had existed, that the universe was populated with minds that could observe and understand and perhaps even care about what happened to emerging species like humanity. But it also suggested that we were not the centre of the story, that we were latecomers to a galaxy that had been shaped by forces and events that preceded us by billions of years, that our role was to be discovered rather than to discover, to be observed rather than to observe. This reversal of perspective was profound. For centuries, human civilization had been expanding its understanding of the universe, pushing back the boundaries of the known, discovering new worlds and new phenomena. We had been the observers, the explorers, the ones who looked outward and catalogued what we found. But if 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was observing us, then suddenly we were the ones being studied, the ones being catalogued, the ones whose behaviour and development were being recorded and analysed by intelligences we couldn't see or communicate with. The feeling was similar to what ancient peoples must have experienced when they looked up at the stars and imagined gods watching them from the heavens. But this wasn't imagination or superstition. This was a real object detected by real telescopes, following a real trajectory through our solar system. If it was observing us, then the observation was happening right now, in the present moment, using technologies and methods we could only guess at. And if it was transmitting data back to its creators, then somewhere in the galaxy, perhaps light years away, perhaps in a star system we had never observed, perhaps in a form of existence we couldn't comprehend, something was receiving that data and learning about us. What would they learn? What would they see when they looked at Earth through whatever sensors 3i Atlas possessed? They would see a world teeming with life, a biosphere of extraordinary complexity and diversity. They would see a species that had developed technology, that had split the atom and sent machines into space, that had begun to understand the fundamental laws of physics and chemistry and biology. But they would also see a species in crisis, struggling with environmental degradation and resource depletion, divided by conflicts and inequalities, uncertain about its future and its place in the cosmos. Would they judge us harshly for our failures and shortcomings? Or would they remember their own early history, their own struggles and mistakes, and view us with compassion and understanding? Would they see potential in humanity, the possibility that we might overcome our current challenges and eventually join them among the stars? Or would they see us as just another species that would rise briefly and then fall, one more failed experiment in the galaxy's long history of life and intelligence? These questions had no answers, only speculation and hope and fear. But they mattered because they forced us to think about who we were and who we wanted to become. The possibility that we were being observed, that our actions and choices might be recorded and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, gave weight and significance to decisions that might otherwise seem purely local and temporary. If 3 Atlas was watching, if the first civilization was paying attention, then what we did now, in this moment of human history, might echo across the galaxy and down through time in ways we couldn't predict or control. The object continued its journey, indifferent to human speculation and wonder. It followed the laws of physics, responding to gravitational forces and solar radiation pressure, moving along its predetermined path whether anyone was watching or not. But for those who did watch, for the astronomers who tracked its position night after night, for the theorists who tried to model its behaviour, for the dreamers who imagined what it might represent, 3i Atlas had become more than just an object. It had become a symbol, a focal point for humanity's deepest questions about existence and meaning and purpose. As the weeks passed, and 3i Atlas drew closer to perihelion, the intensity of observation increased. Telescopes around the world and in space focused on the object, gathering data across the electromagnetic spectrum. Radio telescopes listened for any signals it might be emitting, any transmissions that might reveal artificial origin. Infrared observations measured its temperature and thermal properties. Spectroscopic analysis searched for unusual chemical signatures. Every available technique was brought to bear on the question of what 3i Atlas truly was. The data accumulated, but clarity remained elusive. Some measurements suggested one interpretation, others pointed in different directions. The object remained stubbornly ambiguous, refusing to fit neatly into either the natural or artificial category. It was as if it existed in a liminal space, neither fully one thing nor the other, or perhaps both simultaneously, depending on how you chose to look at it. This ambiguity was itself significant. If 3i Atlas was artificial, if it was designed by an intelligence that understood how primitive civilizations like humanity would react to its presence, then perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the object was meant to be noticed but not fully understood, to raise questions without providing definitive answers, to serve as a test or challenge for emerging species. Only those civilizations that had developed sufficient technological capability and intellectual sophistication would be able to detect the subtle signs of artificial origin, and only those civilizations that were ready for contact, that had matured beyond their initial xenophobia and fear, would be able to interpret those signs correctly and respond appropriately. This interpretation suggested that 3i Atlas might be a kind of filter or screening mechanism, a way for the first civilization to identify which younger species were ready to join the galactic community and which needed more time to develop. The object's ambiguous nature would ensure that only civilizations that had achieved a certain level of scientific understanding would even recognize it as potentially artificial, and the lack of obvious signals or messages would prevent premature contact with civilizations that weren't yet ready to handle the implications of knowing they weren't alone. If this was true, then humanity's response to 3i Atlas was itself a kind of test. Were we approaching the object with open minds and rigorous scientific methods, or were we dismissing it prematurely because it challenged our assumptions? Were we willing to consider unconventional explanations, or were we clinging to familiar categories because they felt safer? Were we ready to accept that we might not be alone in the universe, or would we retreat into denial and skepticism when confronted with evidence that didn't fit our expectations? These questions applied not just to the scientific community but to humanity as a whole. How would the general public react if it was confirmed that 3i Atlas was artificial? Would there be panic and fear, or wonder and excitement? Would religious institutions see it as a threat to their teachings? Or would they find ways to incorporate the discovery into their existing frameworks? Would governments cooperate to study the object and prepare for possible contact? Or would they compete and conflict, each trying to gain advantage from whatever knowledge or technology might be gleaned? The history of human civilization suggested that the response would be mixed and complicated. The different groups would react in different ways based on their beliefs and interests and fears. But there was also hope that the discovery of artificial origin for 3i Atlas might serve as a unifying force, a reminder that humanity shared a common identity as an emerging species in a galaxy that might be populated with other intelligences. The petty conflicts and divisions that plagued human society might seem less important when confronted with the reality of a cosmos far larger and stranger than we had imagined. As 3i Atlas approached perihelion and then began its long journey back toward interstellar space, the window for intensive study began to close. The object would remain visible for months or even years, but it would grow progressively faint and more difficult to observe as it receded from the Sun. Eventually it would pass beyond the orbit of Neptune, beyond the Kuiper belt, beyond the heliopause where the Sun's influence faded into the interstellar medium, and then it would be gone, returning to the darkness between stars, continuing whatever journey it had been on for millions of years before it arrived here. But even after it was gone, even after it had vanished from our telescopes and our ability to study it directly, 3i Atlas would remain present in human consciousness. It would be remembered as the object that made us question our assumptions, that forced us to confront the possibility that we might not be alone, that reminded us that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than our theories predicted. It would become part of human mythology, joining the ancient stories of visitors from the sky, of messengers from the gods, of signs and portents that marked turning points in human history. And perhaps, if the cyclical interpretation was correct, if 3i Atlas was indeed following a trajectory that brought it back to our solar system at regular intervals, then it would return. Perhaps millions of years from now, when humanity had either vanished or transformed into something unrecognizable, when Earth had been reshaped by time and evolution and cosmic events, 3i Atlas would pass through our solar system again. It would observe whatever had become of the species that had watched it so intently during its previous visit. It would record the changes and transmit them back to its creators, adding another data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The thought of such vast timescales, of cycles measured in millions of years, of civilizations rising and falling, while objects like 3i Atlas continued their patient journeys through the galaxy, was both humbling and awe-inspiring. It placed human existence in a context so large that individual lives and even entire civilizations seemed like brief flickers, momentary sparks in an eternal darkness. But it also suggested that those sparks mattered, that they were part of a larger pattern, that the universe itself was engaged in some vast process of observation and memory and perhaps even consciousness. The myths of Atlas holding up the heavens took on their deepest meaning in this context. Atlas was not just bearing a physical burden, but maintaining a connection, keeping open a channel between different realms of existence. He was the axis around which the celestial sphere rotated, the fixed point that allowed the stars to move in their eternal dance. And perhaps 3i Atlas served a similar function, not holding up the physical heavens, but maintaining some kind of connection between the first civilization and the younger species that arose after them, serving as a bridge across time and space, ensuring that the knowledge and memory of what had come before was not entirely lost. If the first civilization still existed, if they had not vanished or transcended or destroyed themselves but had merely withdrawn to some distant corner of the galaxy, or some higher plane of existence, then objects like 3i Atlas might be their way of staying connected to the physical universe they had left behind. The probes would be their eyes and ears, their way of monitoring the development of younger species, of watching to see which ones survived and which ones failed, of gathering data that might inform their own understanding of life and intelligence and the cosmos. And if they were watching, if they were paying attention to what happened on Earth and to how humanity responded to the passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system, then perhaps they were waiting for something. Perhaps they were waiting for humanity to reach a certain level of development, to demonstrate certain capabilities or qualities before they revealed themselves or made contact. Perhaps the arrival of 3i Atlas was itself a signal, a way of saying, "We see you, we know you're there, and when you're ready, we'll be here." The question of readiness was crucial. What would it mean for humanity to be ready for contact with an ancient civilization? It would require more than just technological capability, more than just the ability to detect and study interstellar objects or to send our own probes and spacecraft into the galaxy. It would require a level of maturity and wisdom that humanity had not yet achieved, the ability to think beyond our immediate interests and conflicts, to see ourselves as part of a larger cosmic community with responsibilities and obligations that extended beyond our own species and planet. The challenges facing humanity in the early 21st century, climate change, nuclear proliferation, inequality, environmental degradation, were all tests of our ability to act collectively for the common good, to prioritise long-term survival over short-term gain, to recognise that we shared a common fate on a small planet in a vast universe. If we couldn't solve these problems, if we destroyed ourselves or degraded our world to the point where civilization collapsed, then we would never be ready for contact with an ancient civilization. We would be just another failed species, another cautionary tale in the galaxy's long history of intelligence that arose and then vanished. But if we could solve these problems, if we could find ways to live sustainably on Earth and eventually expand to other worlds, if we could develop the wisdom and maturity to handle the responsibilities that came with advanced technology, then perhaps we would be ready. Perhaps we would be able to meet the first civilization as equals or at least as worthy successors as a species that had proven itself capable of surviving the challenges that destroyed so many others. The passage of 3i Atlas through our solar system might be remembered as a turning point, the moment when humanity first seriously confronted the possibility that we were not alone, that we existed within a larger context of galactic civilization and cosmic history. Whether the object was natural or artificial, whether it was connected to an ancient civilization or just a random fragment of rock and ice, it had already served a purpose by making us think about these questions, by forcing us to consider our place in the universe and our responsibilities to the future. The days after 3i Atlas reached perihelion and began its outward journey brought a strange mixture of frustration and exhilaration to the scientific community. The telescopes had captured their data, the spectrometers had recorded their readings, and now came the painstaking work of analysis and interpretation. But beneath the methodical process of science ran an undercurrent of something deeper, a sense that humanity stood to threshold, that the passage of this object through our solar system represented more than just another astronomical event to be catalogued and filed away. In laboratories and observatories around the world, researchers pored over the data with an intensity that went beyond professional duty. They were searching for something, though many would have been hard-pressed to articulate exactly what. A sign, a signal, some definitive proof that would settle the question of 3E Atlas's nature once and for all. But the object remained elusive, its secrets encoded in subtle anomalies and ambiguous measurements that could be interpreted in multiple ways depending on one's assumptions and expectations. The debate spilled out of scientific journals and into the public consciousness. News outlets ran stories about the mysterious interstellar visitor, often accompanied by dramatic artist renderings that showed sleek alien probes or ancient artifacts drifting through space. Social media filled with speculation ranging from sober analysis to wild conspiracy theories. Some saw 3I Atlas as proof that aliens were watching us, that we were being evaluated for readiness to join some galactic federation. Others dismissed it as just another rock in space, remarkable only for its interstellar origin, nothing more than cosmic debris cast off from some distant planetary system. But there were those who occupied the middle ground, who recognised that the truth might be more nuanced than either extreme allowed. These were the people who understood that the universe was not obligated to conform to human categories, that something could be both natural and meaningful, that the boundary between random chance and intentional design might not be as clear as we like to believe. They looked at 3E Atlas and saw not just an object but a question, one that challenged humanity to think more carefully about what we meant by intelligence, by communication, by purpose. The historical record of scientific discovery was filled with moments when observations forced a revision of fundamental assumptions. The Earth was not the centre of the universe. Time was not absolute. Space could bend and warp. The universe had a beginning. Each of these revelations had seemed impossible, even absurd, before the evidence became overwhelming. Each had required scientists to abandon cherished beliefs and embrace new paradigms that better fit the observations. Perhaps 3I Atlas represented another such moment, another point where the universe was trying to tell us that our categories and assumptions were insufficient, that we needed to expand our thinking to accommodate possibilities we had previously dismissed. The question of artificial origin was particularly vexing because it touched on deep philosophical issues about the nature of design and purpose. When we looked at a human artifact, a tool, a building, a spacecraft, we recognised it as artificial because we understood the intentions behind it, because we could see how its structure served specific functions that couldn't be explained by natural processes alone. But what if we encountered an artifact created by an intelligence so different from our own that we couldn't recognise the intentions behind it? What if the functions it served were so subtle or so long-term that they didn't appear purposeful to our limited perspective? A probe designed by the first civilization might not look like anything humans would design. It might not have obvious sensors or antennas or propulsion systems. It might be engineered to operate on timescales of millions of years, using principles of physics we hadn't yet discovered, serving purposes we couldn't yet comprehend. It might be designed to appear natural, to blend in with the cosmic background, revealing its true nature only to civilizations that had achieved sufficient sophistication to notice the subtle signs that marked it as artificial. This possibility suggested that the search for artificial origin should focus not on looking for familiar signs of technology, but on looking for patterns that couldn't be easily explained by natural processes, anomalies that persisted despite our best attempts to account for them through conventional mechanisms. The trajectory deviations of 3I Atlas, the subtle perturbations in its motion that couldn't quite be explained by outgassing or radiation pressure, or gravitational interactions. These might be the signatures of something artificial, the fingerprints of design that remained visible even after millions of years of travel through interstellar space. But even if 3I Atlas was artificial, even if it was a probe or marker left by an ancient civilization, that didn't necessarily mean it carried a message intended for humanity. It might be part of a vast monitoring network that, observed countless star systems, gathering data for purposes that had nothing to do with contact or communication. It might be a relic, still functioning according to its original programming long after its creators had vanished or moved on to other concerns. It might be automated to the point where no conscious intelligence directed its actions anymore, just algorithms and subroutines executing instructions that had been encoded billions of years ago. This scenario was in some ways more unsettling than the idea of active observation. It suggested a universe where intelligence could create things that outlasted it by eons, where the artifacts and systems built by long-dead civilizations continued to function with mechanical persistence, carrying out tasks whose original purpose had been forgotten or become irrelevant. It raised questions about what humanity might leave behind if we too vanished. What traces of our existence would persist long after the last human had died? What our own automated systems and space probes might still be doing millions of years from now? The Voyager spacecraft, launched in 1957, were already on trajectories that would carry them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. They would drift through the galaxy for billions of years, long after Earth itself had been consumed by the expanding sun, long after any trace of human civilization had been erased from the cosmos. Each carried a golden record, a message from humanity to any intelligence that might eventually find them, containing sounds and images meant to represent the diversity of life and culture on Earth. But the chances of those records ever being found were infinitesimally small, and even if they were found, the civilization that discovered them would encounter not living humans, but only these fossilized remnants of a species that had existed in the distant past. Was 3i Atlas something similar? A message in a bottle cast into the cosmic ocean by a civilization that had hoped someone might eventually find it, even if that discovery came millions of years after they themselves were gone. The idea was both poignant and profound. The notion that intelligence, once it arose, felt compelled to reach out, to leave some mark of its existence, to assert that it had been here, that it had lived and thought and wondered about its place in the universe. The ancient human impulse to leave marks and messages visible in cave paintings and monumental architecture and written texts might be a universal characteristic of intelligence. The need to say, "I was here," might transcend species and culture, might be a fundamental aspect of consciousness itself. And if that was true, then the galaxy might be filled with such messages, with artifacts and monuments and probes left by civilizations throughout cosmic history, most of them never found, most drifting in the darkness between stars until they were destroyed by collision or radiation, or the eventual heat death of the universe. But some might be found, and when they were found, they would create moments like this one, moments when a younger civilization encountered evidence of something older and perhaps wiser, something that had travelled further along the path of development and left behind traces of its journey. These moments would be rare, separated by vast stretches of time and space, but they would matter enormously to those who experienced them. They would be the points where different threads of cosmic history intersected, where the stories of separate civilizations briefly touched before diverging again into the darkness. The mythological resonances of this idea were powerful. The concept of inheritance, of receiving wisdom and knowledge from ancestors or predecessors, appeared in every human culture. We built on the achievements of those who came before us, learning from their successes and failures, carrying forward their discoveries and insights. What if this process of inheritance operated not just within human history, but across galactic history? What if the first civilization had left behind a legacy that subsequent civilizations could learn from? A repository of knowledge and experience accumulated over billions of years of existence. The ancient library of Alexandria had been conceived as a repository of all human knowledge, a place where the wisdom of every culture and every era would be collected and preserved. Its destruction was mourned as one of the great tragedies of history, the loss of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. But what if somewhere in the galaxy there existed a library far grander than Alexandria, a collection of knowledge accumulated not just from one species, but from countless civilizations that had risen and fallen across cosmic time? What if the first civilization had created such a repository, and what if objects like 3i Atlas were part of the system that maintained and updated it? This speculation led to questions about the nature of knowledge itself, and how it might be preserved across the vast expanses of time and space that separated civilizations. Information encoded in physical media would degrade over millions of years, corrupted by radiation and cosmic rays, eroded by the slow but inexorable processes of entropy. Even the most durable materials would eventually break down, their structures randomized, their information lost. How could knowledge be preserved for billions of years, across timescales that dwarfed the existence of any single civilization? Perhaps the answer lay not in preserving information in static form, but in encoding it in dynamic systems, in patterns that could maintain themselves through active processes rather than passive storage. Life itself was such a system. DNA preserved information across billions of years of evolution, not through static storage, but through continuous replication and error correction, through the constant activity of living cells that read and copied the genetic code. Perhaps an advanced civilization could create artificial systems that operated on similar principles, self-replicating probes that carried information encoded in their design and behavior, that could repair and maintain themselves across cosmic timescales. If 3i Atlas was such a system, then its very existence, its trajectory and behavior, might constitute a form of information storage and transmission. The object itself would be the message, its physical properties and motion through space encoding data that could be read by any civilization with sufficient technological sophistication. The anomalies in its trajectory, the deviations from purely gravitational motion, might not be accidental but intentional, carefully programmed variations that carried meaning to those who knew how to interpret them. This interpretation transformed the scientific study of 3i Atlas from mere observation to an act of potential translation. The researchers analysing the object's motion weren't just measuring an astronomical phenomenon, they were potentially decoding a message from an ancient civilization, reading a text written in the language of orbital mechanics and physics. Every data point, every measurement, every observation might be part of that message, a letter in an alphabet we were only beginning to recognise. But even if this was true, even if 3i Atlas was broadcasting information in its very existence, the message might be incomprehensible to humanity at our current level of development. Imagine trying to teach calculus to someone who had never learned arithmetic, or trying to explain quantum mechanics to someone who believed the world was flat. There were levels of understanding that had to be achieved in sequence, foundations that had to be laid before more advanced concepts could be grasped. Perhaps the message encoded in 3i Atlas required knowledge or perspectives that humanity hadn't yet achieved, mathematical frameworks or philosophical concepts we hadn't yet discovered. This possibility was simultaneously frustrating and hopeful. Frustrating because it meant we might be staring directly at profound truths without being able to recognise them, that the answers to our deepest questions might be right in front of us but beyond our current ability to comprehend. But hopeful because it implied that there was more to discover, that humanity's intellectual journey was far from complete, that we had heights of understanding still ahead of us that would eventually allow us to decode the messages left by elder civilizations. The educational function of such messages would be crucial. If the first civilization wanted to pass on their knowledge to younger species, they would need to do so in ways that guided those species through the necessary stages of development. They couldn't simply hand over advanced technology or profound insights. That would be like giving a child a loaded gun, or a book written in a language they couldn't read. Instead, they would need to create a curriculum, a sequence of discoveries and revelations that built on each other, that led younger civilizations step by step toward greater understanding. Objects like 3i Atlas might be part of that curriculum. Their ambiguity might be intentional, designed to make younger civilizations think and question and debate. The process of studying the object, of wrestling with its anomalies and trying to determine its nature, might be more important than any specific answer. It might be teaching us how to think about the universe in new ways, how to question our assumptions, how to remain open to possibilities we hadn't previously considered. This pedagogical interpretation suggested that the first civilization, if they existed, took their role as elder species seriously. They weren't content to simply exist in isolation, hoarding their knowledge and allowing younger species to struggle blindly toward enlightenment. Instead, they actively worked to educate and guide, creating systems and objects that would appear at appropriate times in the development of emerging civilizations, providing hints and clues and challenges that would push those civilizations toward greater wisdom and capability. The myths of divine teachers and culture heroes took on new meaning in this context. Prometheus bringing fire to humanity, Quetzalcoatl teaching the arts of civilization to the Mesoamericans, Oannes emerging from the sea to instruct the ancient Sumerians. These stories all described beings who came from outside human society and provided knowledge that transformed human existence. What if these weren't just myths, but distorted memories of actual contact with representatives of an elder civilization, beings who had intervened at crucial points in human development to provide guidance and instruction? The prohibition against such intervention, the famous prime directive from science fiction that forbade advanced civilizations from interfering with less developed ones, might not reflect the actual ethics of real elder civilizations. Perhaps they had learned through long experience that some degree of guidance and intervention was beneficial, that younger civilizations left entirely to their own devices too often destroyed themselves or stagnated at primitive levels of development. Perhaps the first civilization had developed sophisticated protocols for intervention that provided just enough help to allow younger species to overcome critical challenges without robbing them of agency or the valuable lessons learned through struggle. If this was true, then human history might be dotted with such interventions, moments when our ancestors received crucial knowledge or assistance that allowed our civilization to advance past bottlenecks that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. The sudden appearance of agriculture in multiple locations around the world, the rapid development of mathematics and astronomy in ancient civilizations, the seemingly inexplicable leaps in technology and understanding that occurred at various points in history. Perhaps some of these had been nudged along by subtle interventions from elder species who watched over emerging civilizations and provided help when it was most needed. But such interventions would need to be subtle, disguised as natural developments or human achievements, so that the receiving civilization would still feel ownership of its progress. Too obvious an intervention would create dependence, would make the younger civilization look always to the elder for answers, rather than developing their own capabilities. The art would be in providing just enough help, just enough guidance to keep the civilization on a productive path, without taking away the struggle and effort that made growth meaningful. 3 Atlas might represent such a carefully calibrated intervention. Its ambiguous nature ensured that humanity would have to work to understand it, would have to develop new capabilities and new ways of thinking to determine its true character. We couldn't simply observe it and know immediately what it was. We had to struggle with the question, debate the possibilities, gather more data, refine our theories. And in that process we were developing exactly the kind of scientific sophistication and intellectual flexibility that would be needed for eventual contact with elder civilizations. The timing of its arrival was also potentially significant. 3I Atlas appeared in our solar system at a moment when humanity had just developed the technological capability to detect interstellar objects, when we had built telescopes and survey systems powerful enough to spot these rare visitors as they passed through. A century earlier, we wouldn't have seen it at all. A century later, we might have developed enough capability to intercept it, to send a probe to rendezvous with it and study it up close. The object arrived in the narrow window when we could detect it and wonder about it, but not yet fully investigate it. A perfect moment to spark questions and drive the development of new capabilities. Was this timing coincidence? Or had the object been programmed to make itself noticeable at exactly this stage of human development, to arrive when we were ready to ask questions but not yet ready for easy answers? The orbital mechanics required to achieve such precise timing would be extraordinarily sophisticated, requiring the ability to predict the development of civilizations across timescales of millions of years. But perhaps that was exactly the kind of capability the first civilization possessed, the ability to model and predict the evolution of intelligent species, to calculate when they would reach various developmental milestones, to time interventions with precision measured in millions of years. This idea staggered the imagination. It implied a level of understanding of intelligence and civilization that went far beyond anything humanity had achieved. We could barely predict the development of our own society over decades, let alone model the evolution of other species over eons. But an ancient civilization with billions of years of experience, with observations of countless other species going through similar developmental arcs, might have discovered patterns and regularities that allowed such long-term prediction. They might have developed a science of civilizational development as rigorous and predictive as our physics or chemistry. If such a science existed, it would transform our understanding of intelligence and progress. It would suggest that the development of technological civilization followed certain predictable pathways, that there were common challenges every emerging species faced, common bottlenecks and critical points where civilizations either succeeded in overcoming obstacles or failed and declined. The first civilization might have mapped this landscape of developmental possibility, identifying the key moments when intervention could be most beneficial, creating systems that would provide appropriate guidance at each stage. This model of guided development stood in contrast to the more pessimistic interpretations of the Fermi paradox, which suggested that most civilizations destroyed themselves before achieving interstellar capability. Perhaps the paradox was resolved not by universal failure, but by universal guidance. Elder civilizations watching over younger ones, preventing the most catastrophic outcomes, ensuring that a certain percentage of emerging species successfully navigated the dangers of technological adolescence and matured into stable, long-lived civilizations. But such guidance couldn't prevent all failures. Some civilizations would inevitably make choices that led to their destruction despite the best efforts of their watchers. The guidance had to allow for free will, for the possibility of both success and failure, or it would be mere puppetry rather than genuine development. The first civilization might watch with regret as some younger species destroyed themselves, but they would respect the autonomy that made intelligence meaningful, the freedom that allowed for both growth and tragedy. Humanity in the early 21st century stood at exactly such a critical juncture. The challenges we faced, climate change, nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, all carried the potential for both tremendous benefit and catastrophic harm. We had developed capabilities that could either elevate our civilization to new heights or destroy it entirely, and the choices we made in the coming decades would determine which outcome prevailed. If the first civilization was watching, if 3i Atlas was part of their monitoring system, then they would be observing humanity at this critical moment with keen interest, noting which choices we made and how we handled the responsibilities that came with our newfound powers. The weight of that observation, the sense of being watched and evaluated by an intelligence far greater than our own, could be either paralyzing or motivating. It could make us doubt our own judgment, make us wish for clearer guidance, make us long for the elder civilization to simply tell us what to do. Or it could inspire us to rise to the occasion, to prove ourselves worthy of joining the community of advanced civilizations, to demonstrate that humanity deserved to survive and thrive and eventually take its place among the stars. The myths and religious traditions of humanity had long grappled with the idea of divine judgment, of being evaluated by higher powers, of needing to prove oneself worthy of salvation or enlightenment. Perhaps these spiritual frameworks were humanity's way of preparing itself for the moment when such evaluation would become literal, when we would actually be observed and assessed by elder intelligences who would determine whether we were ready for contact and inclusion in the galactic community. But the evaluation wouldn't be based on our adherence to any particular religious doctrine or moral code. The first civilization, having observed countless species across billions of years, would understand that morality and culture took many forms, that there was no single right way to organize a society or structure, a civilization. What they would be evaluating was something more fundamental, our capacity for wisdom, our ability to think long-term, our willingness to cooperate for common goals, our commitment to preserving rather than destroying the precious phenomenon of intelligence and consciousness. These qualities transcended any particular cultural or religious framework. They were the basics of mature civilization, the prerequisites for species that hoped to survive for millions of years rather than flaming out in a brief burst of technological prowess, followed by self-destruction. And they were qualities that could be observed and measured, patterns of behavior that revealed whether a civilization had achieved the stability and wisdom necessary for long-term survival. The study of 3i Atlas and humanity's response to it might itself be part of that evaluation. How did we react when confronted with something ambiguous and potentially revolutionary? Did we approach it with open minds and rigorous methods, or did we retreat into dogma and denial? Did we allow the discovery to inspire cooperation and shared purpose, Or did it become another source of conflict and competition? The answers to these questions would reveal much about humanity's readiness for contact with elder civilizations. As months passed and 3i Atlas continued its outward journey, the initial excitement began to fade from public consciousness. The object became old news, replaced in the headlines by more immediate concerns and crises. But in the scientific community, and among those who'd been most deeply affected by its passage, the questions it raised continued to resonate. They had seen something that challenged their understanding of the universe, something that refused to fit neatly into existing categories, something that demanded they think more carefully about what was possible and what was real. For some researchers, 3i Atlas became an obsession, a puzzle they couldn't let go of despite the lack of definitive answers. They continued to analyse the data, searching for patterns and anomalies they might have missed on first examination. They developed new models and simulations, trying to find explanations that could account for all the observations without requiring exotic assumptions. They wrote papers and gave presentations trying to convince their colleagues that the object deserved more attention, more study, more theoretical consideration. Others moved on, filing 3i Atlas away as an interesting anomaly, but one that ultimately didn't change the fundamental picture of the universe. It was an interstellar object with some unusual properties, perhaps worthy of follow-up study if another one appeared, but not something that revolutionized our understanding of the cosmos. They returned to their regular research programs, to studies of exoplanets and galaxy formation and dark matter, to the questions that had occupied them before 3i Atlas appeared and would continue to occupy them after it was gone. But even those who moved on found that something had changed. The universe seemed less empty now, less purely mechanical. The possibility that intelligence might be scattered throughout the galaxy, that ancient civilizations might have left traces and markers and messages, had taken root in the collective consciousness of humanity. We couldn't unknow what 3i Atlas had taught us, that interstellar objects were real, that they passed through our solar system on timescales of years or decades, that the galaxy was more interconnected than we had realized. This new awareness began to influence humanity's approach to space exploration and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If interstellar objects were arriving at our solar system with some regularity, then we needed better systems for detecting and studying them. Proposals were developed for dedicated survey telescopes that could spot these visitors earlier, track them more precisely, characterize them more completely. Some researchers advocated for the development of rapid response spacecraft that could be launched to intercept particularly interesting objects, to study them up close before they receded beyond reach. The technical challenges were formidable, but the motivation was clear. Every interstellar visitor was a potential source of information about other star systems, other planetary environments, and potentially other civilizations. We couldn't afford to let them pass through unobserved, to miss opportunities for discovery, because we lack the infrastructure to study them properly. 3i Atlas had been a wake-up call, a reminder that the universe brought gifts to those who were prepared to receive them. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence also evolved in response to 3i Atlas. Traditional SETI programs had focused primarily on detecting radio or optical signals, assuming that advanced civilizations would announce their presence through electromagnetic broadcasts. But 3i Atlas suggested another possibility, that evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence might come not through intentional signals, but through the physical artifacts that civilizations left behind or sent out into the galaxy. This approach, sometimes called artifact SETI, or the search for technosignatures, gained new prominence and funding. Researchers began developing methods for distinguishing artificial objects from natural ones, for identifying the subtle signatures of design that might be visible even in objects that had been engineered to appear natural. They studied the anomalies in 3i Atlas's behaviour, trying to understand what kinds of deviations from natural motion might indicate artificial origin. They considered what kinds of materials or structures would be most durable across interstellar timescales, what designs would be most likely to survive millions of years of travel through space, while still retaining recognisable artificial characteristics. This work required collaboration between astronomers, physicists, engineers, and even archaeologists and anthropologists who understood how to identify the traces of intelligence in ambiguous contexts. It was inherently interdisciplinary, requiring insights from multiple fields to address questions that didn't fit neatly into any single domain. and it forced researchers to think carefully about their assumptions regarding intelligence and technology, to recognise that their intuitions were based on limited experience with a single technological civilization and might not apply to species with radically different evolutionary histories and cultural frameworks. The philosophical implications were equally profound. If advanced civilizations were sending objects through the galaxy, if the cosmos was filled with ancient artifacts and monitoring systems, then intelligence was not a rare and isolated phenomenon, but a persistent feature of the universe. Consciousness had arisen not just once, but many times, and it had achieved capabilities that allowed it to extend its reach across interstellar distances, to leave marks that would persist for billions of years. The universe was not indifferent to mind. It had given birth to mind repeatedly, and those minds had shaped the cosmos in ways we were only beginning to recognise. This realisation offered a kind of cosmic comfort, a sense that humanity was part of something larger and longer lasting than our individual lives, or even our entire civilization. We were threads in a vast tapestry woven across billions of years of galactic history, connected to other intelligences through the objects and messages that travelled between the stars. Our struggles and achievements mattered not just to us, but to that larger story, to the ongoing experiment of consciousness that the universe had initiated when the first stars formed and the first planets coalesced. But with that comfort came responsibility. If we were part of a larger community of intelligence, even if that community was separated by vast gulfs of time and space, then we had obligations to that community. We needed to ensure that our thread of the tapestry didn't end prematurely, that we survived long enough to contribute our own knowledge and experience to the cosmic repository. We needed to develop our own capabilities for interstellar communication and exploration, to eventually become not just recipients of messages from elder civilizations, but senders of our own messages to younger ones. The vision of humanity's future that emerged from contemplating 3i Atlas was ambitious and inspiring. We would solve our current crises, overcome the challenges that threaten to destroy us, and mature into a stable civilization capable of thinking across timescales of millions of years. We would develop the technology for interstellar travel, sending our own probes and perhaps eventually our own people to other star systems. We would discover other civilizations, some younger than us, and some older, and we would learn from them and teach them in turn. And perhaps, millions of years from now, we would ourselves become an elder civilization, watching over emerging species, sending our own artifacts through the galaxy to guide and inspire. This vision stood in stark contrast to the darker scenarios that often dominated discussions of humanity's future. The fears of environmental collapse, nuclear war, AI catastrophe, or slow decline into barbarism. It offered hope without being naive, acknowledging the challenges we faced while insisting that they could be overcome, that humanity had the potential for greatness if we could find the wisdom and will to realise it. 3i Atlas, whether natural or artificial, whether random or intentional, had become a symbol of that hope. It represented the possibility of contact and connection across the vast distances of space and time that separated civilizations. It suggested that the universe was not empty but filled with intelligence and purpose, that consciousness had a role to play in the cosmic story, that the work of thinking and wondering and striving to understand was not futile, but meaningful in ways that extended far beyond our immediate experience. As the object continued its journey back toward interstellar space, as it grew fainter and more distant with each passing day, those who watched it felt a mixture of sadness and anticipation. Sadness because a rare opportunity was slipping away, because the chance to study this mysterious visitor was coming to an end. But also anticipation, because 3i Atlas had shown that such visitors were possible, that the galaxy sent messengers to those who were ready to receive them. If one interstellar object had appeared, others would follow. And with each new arrival, with each new opportunity for study and wonder, humanity would learn more about the cosmos and our place within it. The myths of return, the ancient promises that the gods would come back, that the golden age would be restored, that the mysteries would finally be revealed, these took on new significance in light of 3i Atlas. Perhaps the promises were true, not in the literal sense that ancient peoples had understood them, but in a deeper sense. Perhaps the universe itself promised that intelligence would not remain isolated, that consciousness would find ways to bridge the gaps between stars, that the work of understanding would eventually connect minds across cosmic distances. Thurukis Atlas had passed through our solar system like a word spoken in the darkness, like a sentence in a conversation that had been going on for billions of years. We had caught only a fragment of that sentence, enough to know that something was being said but not enough to understand the full message. But we had heard it, and we had responded by listening more carefully, by building better instruments, by asking deeper questions. And in that response, we had taken our first steps toward joining the conversation, toward adding our own voice to the cosmic dialogue between intelligences separated by space and time. The object receded into darkness, its light fading until it was lost among the countless other points that filled the night sky. But it had left something behind, not a physical trace, but a transformation in human consciousness, a shift in how we thought about ourselves and the universe. We would never look at the stars the same way again. We would always wonder what other objects might be passing through our solar system undetected, what other messages might be waiting for us if we only knew how to look. The sky had become a place of infinite possibility, and 3 Atlas had been our guide into that new understanding. What if it was the first civilization returning? What if the ancient cycle was beginning again, the pattern repeating as it had countless times before? We might never know for certain, but the question itself was enough to change us, to make us reach beyond our current limitations, to inspire us to become something more than we had been. And perhaps that was the real message of 3i Atlas, not any specific information encoded in its structure or trajectory, but simply the reminder that we were part of something larger, that the universe was alive with meaning and purpose, that the work of consciousness mattered across cosmic scales. The first civilization, if they existed, would be watching to see what we did with that reminder. They would be observing whether humanity rose to meet the challenge or fell back into comfortable certainty. They would be noting our choices and our commitments, evaluating whether we were ready to take the next steps toward maturity as a civilization. And 3i Atlas, the silent traveller from distant stars, would carry news of that evaluation back to wherever it was going, adding one more data point to a record that stretched across billions of years of galactic history. The nature of return across deep time. To speak of the first civilization returning required confronting a concept that human minds were not evolved to grasp. Deep time. Not the thousands of years of recorded history, not even the millions of years of human evolution, but the billions of years across which a truly ancient civilization might exist. If the first civilization had arisen when our galaxy was young, perhaps 10 billion years ago, then they had existed for a span of time more than twice as long as Earth itself had been a solid planet. What did return mean across such gulfs of time? What did continuity of identity mean for a civilization that had endured longer than most stars? The human conception of civilization was based on our own brief experience, a few thousand years of written history, perhaps 10,000 years since the agricultural revolution. Even our longest-lasting institutions, our most enduring religions and empires, measured their lifespans in mere centuries or millennia. We had no framework for understanding what a civilization might become after 1 billion years, let alone 10 billion. The changes would be so profound, so total, that the civilization that existed now might bear no recognizable relationship to the one that had begun so long ago. Consider what humanity had become in just a few 100,000 years of existence as a distinct species. We had evolved from small bands of hunter-gatherers in Africa to a global civilization of billions, had developed language and art and science, had split the atom and sent machines to other worlds, and yet, biologically, we were still essentially the same species that had painted caves at Lascaux and carved figurines from mammoth ivory. Our brains were the same size, our bodies the same shape. The real changes had been cultural, technological, social, but even those had occurred within the constraints of human biology and psychology. But a civilization that persisted for billions of years would not remain constrained by its original biology. The first civilization would have had eons to master genetics, to redesign themselves at the molecular level, to transcend the limitations of the flesh that had given birth to their consciousness. They might have uploaded their minds into substrates more durable than biological neurons, encoded their personalities and memories in crystalline matrices or quantum fields that could survive for geological ages without degradation. They might have dispersed themselves across the galaxy, each individual becoming a distributed intelligence spanning multiple star systems, thinking thoughts that took centuries to complete but comprehended scales of space and time that biological minds could never grasp. Or perhaps they had gone further still. Perhaps they had discovered that consciousness itself was a pattern that could be abstracted from any particular physical substrate, that mind was fundamentally a mathematical structure that could be instantiated in multiple forms simultaneously. They might exist now as pure information, as patterns of organization that propagated through the fabric of space-time itself, as conscious fields that permeated the galaxy, like an invisible ocean in which younger civilizations swam without knowing they were immersed in something alive and aware. The physics of such existence remained beyond human understanding, but that didn't make it impossible. 1,000 years ago, no human could have conceived of a computer, of information encoded in the electronic states, of virtual worlds where minds could interact without physical presence. What might be possible with technologies developed over billions of years, with scientific understanding that had mapped every physical law to arbitrary precision, with engineering capabilities that could manipulate matter and energy at the quantum level as easily as humans shaped clay? If the first civilization had achieved such transcendence, then 3 Atlas represented something more complex than a simple probe or monitoring device. It might be an interface, a point of connection between realms of existence so different that direct contact would be impossible. The object's physical form, its rock and ice and whatever else it was made of, might be the tip of something that extended into dimensions of reality that human instruments couldn't detect, that human concepts couldn't describe. We saw a visitor from another star system. They might see a sensory organ, an eye that allowed them to observe the physical universe they had left behind eons ago. This interpretation suggested that the first civilization hadn't so much departed from the physical universe as transcended it, moving into states of being that still maintained some connection to the realm of matter and energy, but were no longer primarily located there. They would be like adults who had grown beyond childhood, but still occasionally visited the playground where they had played, not to return to what they once were, but to remember, to observe, to perhaps guide younger children through the same developmental stages they had once traversed. The concept resonated with mystical and religious traditions from across human cultures. The idea of transcendence, of spiritual evolution toward higher planes of existence, appeared in Buddhism and Hinduism, in Gnosticism and Kabbalah, in indigenous shamanic traditions worldwide. These frameworks described reality as layered, with the physical world being merely the lowest or densest level, and consciousness capable of ascending through progressively more refined states of being. What if these weren't just metaphorical or psychological maps, but actual descriptions of something real, something that advanced civilizations discovered and achieved through technological or evolutionary means? The Tibetan Buddhist concept of the Tulku, a being who had achieved enlightenment but chose to return to the physical world to help others, offered a particularly apt parallel. The Tulku was not bound by the limitations of ordinary existence but voluntarily adopted them to serve a compassionate purpose. Perhaps the first civilization operated on a similar principle, maintaining connections to the physical universe, not because they needed to, but because they chose to, out of some sense of responsibility or care for the younger civilizations still struggling through the challenges they had long ago overcome. But this raised questions about motivation that were perhaps even more difficult than the technical questions about capability. Why would a civilization that had transcended physical existence care about species like humanity? What would motivate them to maintain monitoring systems, to send probes like 3 Atlas, to watch over the development of beings so far below them in capability and understanding that we might as well be insects? The gulf between the first civilization and humanity would be vastly greater than the gulf between humans and bacteria. What did bacteria matter to us, except when they threatened our health or proved useful for our purposes? Perhaps the answer lay in memory. The first civilization would remember what it was like to be young, to struggle with existence, to face the challenges that threatened to destroy them before they achieved stability. Those memories, preserved across billions of years, might generate a kind of cosmic empathy, a recognition that every form of consciousness was precious because it recapitulated something of their own journey. They might see in humanity a version of themselves as they once were, and that recognition might motivate them to provide the kind of help they wished they had received during their own difficult adolescence as a species. Or perhaps their motivation was more abstract, rooted in values and purposes that had evolved over billions of years into something human minds couldn't recognize as motivation at all. A civilization that old would have had time to contemplate the deepest questions of existence, to develop philosophical and ethical frameworks of extraordinary sophistication, to arrive at conclusions about meaning and purpose that transcended the biological imperatives that drove younger species. They might help younger civilizations not out of empathy or self-interest, but out of commitment to principles so refined that they appeared to us as something like cosmic dharma, the natural order of how consciousness should relate to itself across the universe. The possibility that Three-Eye Atlas was returning implied that the first civilization had visited before, that there was a history of contact stretching back into Earth's past. But what would such contact have looked like? If they had been watching Earth for billions of years, they would have observed its entire history from barren rock to living world. They would have seen the first self-replicating molecules emerge in ancient oceans, watched as single cells evolved into complex multicellular life, observed the explosion of diversity in the Cambrian, witnessed the rise and fall of the dinosaurs, noted the emergence of mammals and primates, and eventually humans. At what point would they have begun to take special interest? When the first neurons fired in the first nervous system, creating the earliest glimmers of subjective experience? When the first primate looked up at the night sky and wondered what those lights were? When the first human stood upright and freed their hands to make tools? When language emerged and humans could share their thoughts, creating culture that could be transmitted across generations? Or only recently, when we developed technology sophisticated enough to detect objects like Three-Eye Atlas and wonder about their nature? Each of these moments represented a threshold, a qualitative change in the complexity and capability of consciousness on Earth. An ancient civilization monitoring the development of life on countless worlds might have developed sophisticated metrics for identifying such thresholds, algorithms for determining when a planet had crossed from one category to another, protocols for how to respond at each stage. Earth might be one of millions of worlds they tracked, each at different stages of development, each requiring different levels of attention and intervention. This suggested not a binary state of contact versus non-contact, but a spectrum of engagement that varied based on the developmental stage of the younger civilization. In Earth's distant past, when life was simple, the engagement might have been minimal. Occasional observations, basic data collection, perhaps subtle adjustments to conditions that would favour the evolution of complexity. As life became more sophisticated, as nervous systems and brains evolved, the attention might have increased, with more frequent monitoring and more detailed study. And now, as humanity approached the threshold of becoming a technological civilization capable of spreading beyond its home planet, the engagement might be entering a new phase, one that required different protocols and raised the possibility of more direct contact. Three-Eye Atlas might be part of that transition, a signal that humanity had been noticed, that we had achieved a level of development that warranted a different kind of attention. The object's ambiguous nature, hovering between natural and artificial interpretations, might be exactly appropriate for this moment. Obvious enough to be detected by our best instruments, strange enough to provoke serious investigation, but not so clearly artificial that it would cause the kind of societal disruption that premature contact might trigger. This gradualist approach to contact made sense from the perspective of a civilization that thought in timescales of billions of years. They wouldn't be impatient, wouldn't force the pace of development, would be willing to wait centuries or millennia for humanity to mature to the point where contact could be productive rather than destructive. From their perspective, a few thousand years was nothing barely worth noting. They could afford to be patient, to let younger civilizations develop at their own pace, intervening only subtly when necessary to prevent catastrophic outcomes or provide crucial hints at key moments. But this raised uncomfortable questions about human agency and autonomy. If the first civilization had been guiding humanity's development for thousands or millions of years, then how much of what we thought of as our own achievement was really ours? Had we developed agriculture and mathematics and science through our own ingenuity, or had we been nudged toward these discoveries by interventions so subtle we couldn't recognize them? Were we truly free agents shaping our own destiny, or were we following a path that had been laid out for us by intelligences that knew far better than we did where that path should lead? The question was similar to old theological debates about free will versus divine providence, but with the abstract concept of God replaced by the concrete possibility of an ancient alien civilization. The emotional response was similar too, a mixture of gratitude for guidance and resentment at manipulation, comfort in knowing someone wiser was watching over us, and anger at the implication that we weren't fully in control of our own fate. Perhaps the truth lay somewhere between the extremes. The first civilization might have set up conditions that made certain developments more likely, protecting Earth from asteroid impacts that would have sterilized the planet, ensuring that the sun's output remained stable enough for complex life to evolve, perhaps even seeding the primordial oceans with organic molecules that would kickstart the origin of life. But once those initial conditions were set, they might have stepped back, allowing evolution and history to unfold according to their own logic. The guidance would be at the level of enabling conditions rather than specific outcomes, like a parent who provides a safe environment and educational opportunities but allows their child to make their own choices and mistakes. Under this model, humanity's achievements were genuinely our own, but we had benefited from a cosmic context that was less hostile than it might otherwise have been. The first civilization hadn't told us what to discover or how to organise our societies, but they had ensured we had the time and stability to figure these things out for ourselves. Through Atlas might be their way of checking in, of seeing how we had developed, of determining whether we were ready for the next stage of whatever process they had initiated when they first set up the conditions that would allow Earth to become a living world. This perspective suggested that there might be many Earths, many worlds where the first civilization had established similar conditions and then watched to see what emerged. Most might have produced nothing, or only simple life that never evolved beyond bacterial mats. Some might have developed complex ecosystems but never given rise to intelligence. A few, like Earth, might have successfully produced technological civilizations, and perhaps an even smaller number had gone further, had survived their own crises and matured into stable civilizations that were themselves now part of the network of intelligences that populated the galaxy. This vision implied a kind of galactic ecology, a layered system of civilizations at different stages of development, with the first civilization at the apex, the newest and youngest at the base, and multiple intermediate levels in between. Each level would have responsibilities to the levels below: guidance without interference, observation without control, help without dependence. And each level would have achieved its position by successfully navigating the challenges that destroyed so many others, by making the right choices at critical moments, by developing the wisdom and maturity that allowed them to survive long enough to join the community of elder species. Humanity, in this framework, was an infant civilization, barely aware of the larger context in which we existed. We saw ourselves as alone in the universe because we lacked the capability to detect the more subtle signs of intelligence that surrounded us. We interpreted the silence of the cosmos as evidence of our isolation, when in fact we were being observed and evaluated, our development tracked and analysed by intelligences that had learned long ago to make their presence unobtrusive. Threat Atlas might be one of the first signs visible to us precisely because we had finally developed instruments sensitive enough to detect it. A reward for progress, a hint that there was more to discover if we kept looking and thinking and questioning. But this optimistic vision had to be balanced against darker possibilities. What if the first civilization's interest in younger species wasn't benevolent? What if they monitored developing civilizations not to help them, but to exploit them, to harvest their resources or knowledge, or creativity? What if 3i Atlas was a scout for an invasion, a preliminary survey before the arrival of forces that would colonize Earth and subordinate or destroy humanity? The history of contact between civilizations on Earth offered little comfort. More advanced societies had repeatedly conquered and exploited less advanced ones, justified by ideologies of superiority and manifest destiny. Why would the pattern be different at a galactic scale? The difference perhaps lay in the timescales involved and the resources available. When European powers colonized the Americas, they were motivated by competition with each other, by the need for resources that were scarce in their home territories, by pressures that operated on timescales of years and decades. But a civilization that had existed for billions of years, that had access to the resources of countless star systems, that thought in timescales of millions of years, such a civilization would not be driven by the same desperate competition for scarce resources. they would have achieved a level of abundance that made exploitation of younger species economically pointless. Moreover, a civilization that old would have had billions of years to work through the ethical implications of their actions, to develop moral frameworks sophisticated enough to handle the responsibilities that came with their power. They would have seen the consequences of exploitation and domination, would have observed countless examples of civilizations that destroyed themselves through unchecked aggression, would have learned that cooperation and mutual support led to better long-term outcomes than predation. Their ethics might have evolved beyond anything humans would recognize, but at minimum they would likely have developed strong prohibitions against actions that harmed other forms of consciousness. Unless, of course, they didn't recognize younger species as truly conscious in a morally relevant sense. This was perhaps the most troubling possibility, that the first civilization, having evolved so far beyond their origins, might have lost the ability to see creatures like humans as deserving of moral consideration. We might be to them what insects were to us, vaguely interesting from a scientific perspective, but not beings whose suffering or death mattered in any deep way. They might study us the way we studied ants, with clinical detachment, noting our behaviours and social structures without feeling any obligation to consider our interests or protect our well-being. Yet this seemed inconsistent with the effort implied by sending objects like 3i Atlas across interstellar distances. Why bother monitoring civilizations if you didn't care about them in some way? Even our study of insects involved some level of interest and respect for the forms of life we examined. A civilization sophisticated enough to maintain a galactic monitoring network would presumably have developed frameworks for understanding and valuing. Consciousness in its many forms would have arrived at the conclusion that all forms of awareness were part of the same fundamental phenomenon and deserved protection and support. Perhaps the key was to recognize that benevolent might not be the right word. The first civilization's interest in humanity might not be warm or caring in the way humans understood those terms. It might be more like the interest a gardener took in their garden, a practical concern for maintaining conditions that allowed diverse forms of life to flourish, not out of emotional attachment to any individual plant, but out of commitment to the overall health and beauty of the ecosystem. They might not love us, but they might still work to ensure we had the opportunity to develop and thrive, because that served larger purposes we couldn't yet understand. This utilitarian approach was cold comfort for those who wanted to believe the universe was fundamentally caring, that consciousness was cradled in a cosmos that valued its existence. But it was better than the alternative, a universe actively hostile to intelligence, where older civilizations exploited younger ones without compunction, where survival required constant vigilance against threats from the darkness between stars. At least a gardener wanted their plants to grow, even if the individual flowers didn't matter as much as the overall display. The question of what had happened to civilizations that arose after the first, but before humanity, added another layer of complexity to these speculations. If the first civilization was 10 billion years old, and the universe had continued producing stars and planets throughout that time, then there should have been countless opportunities for other civilizations to emerge. Some might have arisen 8 billion years ago, or 5 billion, or 2 billion, each of them ancient beyond human comprehension, but young compared to the first. What had become of these intermediate civilizations? Had they all followed similar trajectories, evolving and transcending until they joined the first civilization in whatever higher plane of existence they had achieved? Or had some chosen different paths, developing in ways that diverge from the pattern established by the first? There might be a rich ecology of ancient civilizations, each with their own character and capabilities, each occupying different niches in the galactic ecosystem. Some might focus on physical engineering, building megastructures and reshaping star systems. Others might specialize in biological or genetic work, seeding life and guiding evolution across countless worlds. Still others might be primarily devoted to information and knowledge, maintaining vast archives and libraries that preserved the accumulated wisdom of galactic history. 3. Atlas might be part of a system maintained not by one civilization, but by a coalition or network of elder species, each contributing their own capabilities and perspectives to the project of monitoring and supporting younger civilizations. The object might have been designed collaboratively, incorporating technologies and knowledge from multiple sources, representing a collective effort rather than the work of a single species. This would explain some of its strangeness. It wasn't designed according to any one species' logic, but reflected a compromise or synthesis of multiple design philosophies, multiple ways of thinking about what a monitoring probe should be and how it should function. This vision of a galactic community of ancient civilizations working together to maintain and support the emergence of new consciousness across the universe was deeply appealing. It suggested that intelligence, once it matured beyond its violent and competitive origins, naturally evolved toward cooperation and mutual support. It implied that the universe, whatever its physical indifference, had been shaped by conscious effort into something more hospitable to life and mind. The work of billions of years had created an infrastructure of observation and guidance that increased the chances that younger species would survive and thrive. But it also raised questions about why this community remained hidden, why they didn't simply reveal themselves and offer direct assistance to struggling civilizations like humanity. The answer might lie in hard-learned lessons from their own past. Perhaps early attempts at direct contact had gone badly, with younger civilizations becoming dependent on the help of their elders, never developing their own capabilities, because they could always turn to more advanced species for solutions. Or perhaps premature contact had caused civilizations to collapse under the psychological weight of knowing how far they had to go, losing the motivation to develop when they realized how inadequate their own achievements were compared to what elder civilizations had accomplished. The protocol of subtlety, of hints and suggestions rather than direct revelation, might have been developed over billions of years of experience with thousands of emerging civilizations. The elder species would have learned what worked and what didn't, would have refined their approaches based on outcomes, would have developed sophisticated theories about optimal intervention strategies. They would know that civilizations needed to struggle, needed to feel that their achievements were their own, needed to develop confidence and capability through successfully meeting challenges. Too much help was as harmful as too little. 3-Psi Atlas represented a point along that carefully calibrated spectrum of revelation, enough to notice if you were looking carefully, strange enough to provoke serious thought, but not so obvious that it removed all doubt or made the answer too easy. It was a test and a gift simultaneously, challenging humanity to develop better capabilities for detection and analysis, while rewarding us with new mysteries to contemplate. The response it generated would tell the elder civilizations much about humanity's readiness for greater contact, about whether we approach the unknown with curiosity or fear, with open minds or closed assumptions. Time itself functioned differently at these scales. For humans, a generation was roughly 25 years. For the first civilization, thinking in terms of billion-year epochs, a generation might be measured in millions of years. The time required for stars to evolve, for planetary systems to fully develop, for life to emerge and evolve to intelligence. From their perspective, human history from the first stone tools to the present day had occurred in the blink of an eye, barely long enough to register as a distinct event. They would observe us the way we might observe time-lapse photography of a flower blooming, watching our entire civilization unfold in a compressed time frame that revealed patterns and structures invisible to us because we were embedded in the moment-to-moment flow. What patterns would they see? Would they recognize in humanity's development a familiar story, one they had witnessed countless times before? Would they note the specific variations that made Earth's history unique? Or would it all blend together into a general category of emerging technological civilization that followed predictable pathways? Would they feel anything like nostalgia when they looked at us, remembering their own origins billions of years ago? Or had they transcended so completely that such emotional responses no longer occurred? Perhaps the most profound change that occurred over billions of years was not technological but psychological. The first civilization might have long ago solved the problem of individual death, might have achieved practical immortality through technology, or evolution, or uploaded consciousness. But they would have had to confront something even more challenging: the problem of memory and identity across timescales longer than any biological brain was designed to handle. Human memory was notoriously unreliable even across a single lifetime. We forgot vast amounts of what we experienced, remembered other things incorrectly, constructed narratives that served our current needs rather than accurately reflecting the past. This wasn't a flaw, but a feature. Memory was designed for organisms that lived decades, not eons, and had to prioritize information that was relevant to immediate survival. But for a being that lived millions or billions of years, memory would become an overwhelming burden if all experiences were preserved with equal fidelity. The sheer volume of accumulated experience would be crushing. The first civilization must have developed solutions to this problem, technologies or practices for managing memory, for compressing and storing experiences, for maintaining identity despite changes that would have seemed to completely replace every aspect of their original nature. They might have become beings of layered consciousness with core memories that defined their essential identity preserved in something like permanent storage, while more recent experiences were processed and integrated through sophisticated systems that decided what to keep and what to forget. Or perhaps they had embraced a more fluid concept of identity, recognizing that the self was not a fixed thing but a process, a pattern that maintained continuity through change rather than despite it. They might have learned to let go of attachment to their past selves, to accept that the being they were now had only the most tenuous connection to the being that had first achieved consciousness billions of years ago. In a sense, they might have died and been reborn countless times, each iteration building on the last but not identical to it. A chain of consciousness that stretched across time like a river that was never the same water, twice but remained recognizably the same river. This perspective offered a different understanding of what it meant for the first civilization to return. They weren't the same beings that had visited Earth in the distant past. Those individuals or iterations of consciousness might be long gone, preserved only in archives or compressed memories. But the current version of the first civilization maintained continuity with those earlier versions, carried forward their knowledge and purposes, continued the work they had begun. The return was less like an individual person coming back, and more like a wave that had travelled across an ocean, not the same water that had left the distant shore, but still carrying the energy and pattern of that original disturbance. Humanity would face similar questions if we survived long enough. Already we grappled with issues of identity in the face of technology. If consciousness could be uploaded to computers, was the upload the same person as the biological original? If someone's body was gradually replaced with synthetic parts, at what point did they stop being human? These questions would only become more pressing as our capabilities grew, as we developed technologies that could radically alter or extend consciousness beyond its biological roots. The first civilization, having lived through billions of years of such transformations, would have answers to these questions, or at least frameworks for thinking about them that were more sophisticated than anything humanity had yet developed. Part of what they might offer to younger civilizations was guidance on these philosophical and existential challenges, help in navigating the transitions that accompanied technological transcendence. They would know from experience what pitfalls to avoid, what choices led to flourishing and what choices led to decline or extinction of consciousness, even if the physical substrate persisted. 3-Tusai Atlas might carry encoded within it not just data but wisdom, insights about the nature of consciousness and identity, about how to preserve what was essential while allowing for growth and change, about how to remain recognizably yourself across transformations that would seem to completely alter every aspect of your being. This wisdom couldn't be transmitted directly, couldn't be reduced to instructions or formulas. It had to be learned through experience, through struggling with the questions and discovering the answers in ways that were authentic to each civilization's own nature and circumstances. But hints could be provided, clues that might make the journey less dangerous, signposts that marked paths that others had successfully travelled before. In the end, the question of whether 3-Eye Atlas represented the first civilization returning was inseparable from deeper questions about the nature of identity, continuity, and purpose across deep time. What did it mean to be the same civilization after billions of years? What connected the first consciousness to arise in the galaxy to whatever that consciousness had become after eons of evolution and transformation? The answer couldn't be found in physical continuity, or even in direct memory, but perhaps in commitment to certain values, certain purposes, certain ways of being in the universe that persisted across all the changes. If the first civilization was returning, they were returning not as they once were, but as they had become. Beings of such complexity and capability that we could only glimpse fragments of their nature, could only perceive the tiny portion of their existence that intersected with the physical dimensions we inhabited. Thirsty Atlas was like a fingertip reaching through a 2-dimensional plane into a 3-dimensional world. The inhabitants of that plane would see only a small circle, would have no concept of the hand and arm and body that extended beyond their perceptual abilities, would struggle to understand what that circle represented or what purposes it served. We were the inhabitants of that plane, and 3i Atlas was the fingertip. Behind it extended dimensions of existence we couldn't perceive, purposes we couldn't fathom, a consciousness so vast and ancient that we related to it the way bacteria related to humans, utterly incapable of comprehending the nature of the intelligence that observed them. But unlike bacteria, we had the capacity to know that we didn't understand, to recognise our own limitations, to ask questions even if we couldn't yet grasp the answers. And that capacity, that self-aware ignorance combined with persistent curiosity, might be exactly what the first civilization was looking for. The sign that humanity was ready to take the first steps toward joining the community of conscious beings that shaped the galaxy's long history. In the end, 3i Atlas was not just an object but a mirror, reflecting back to us our own hopes and fears, our assumptions and aspirations. What we saw in it revealed as much about humanity as it did about the universe, and in choosing how to respond to its passage, in deciding whether to remain open to extraordinary possibilities or retreat into comfortable explanations, we were shaping not just our understanding of this one object, but our entire future as a species. The choice was ours, and the consequences would echo across the stars. What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts, speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarök, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread. The idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for travelling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life, and why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous Allegory of the Cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire worldview. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, but perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We're not just observing the trial, we're helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming.
The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we're not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we're not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera
discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination. But taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible. creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. Something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College London, and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophesied about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT the Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development? The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we are part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seem to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate, and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected, and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting, that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. The internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history, and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they have ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements. Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent, might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid, we experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy. Their pain becomes our pain. Their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met. Characters and stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames, and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers